Quest.
Okay.
Finding a little difficulty, but there's the knockout to Scurry with a defensive bombardment, and that's going to be Verholz getting a lot of damage. They lose out on Skittle Cakes, but they should be able to finish them off. Duke now swinging from the left-hand side. They will be able to finish them off. Team Intel. Let's go ahead and take a look at the overall leaderboard, though, and there it is, Team Intel. After 10 weeks of regulation play, stand up top of all of our squads. That's going to do it for us. We will see you guys for Series E Season 4.
And then everybody, obviously, who was a part of putting this all together, to all of our partners, Razer, Intel, Pringles, Pop-Tarts, Cheez-It, Splash, all of them, okay? Tomcat and Mobile One, everybody, we appreciate all of your support. We couldn't have done this without all of you. And to everybody who helped put it together, all the staff here at Esports Arena that do fantastic work, the production staff. Super hype video to kick things off there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Series E event, 10K Invitational. My name is Jay, so I will be your host today. I'm joined by the man himself, the CEO and founder of Esports Arena, Tyler Endress. Tyler, happy Saturday. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. Happy Saturday indeed. Happy Series E day. Series Event Day. Sorry, what a great name, by the way. Series Event.
Pretty catchy.
Pretty catchy.
Yeah,
it's a great name. And I couldn't do the headphones because like I was hearing him twice. And so when we do the interview, I'll do the headphones back on. So instead, like, whew, comfortable headphones though, huh? Razer? Not a big deal.
Can't complain too much. Very light, very cozy. Appreciate our good friends over at Razer. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We're super excited. We've got 20 of the best professional Apex Legends teams coming out to compete for a share of $10,000 here today. We're getting ready to kick off Season 4. Yeah, that's your $10,000, by the way. No comment on that one. Super excited about it, though. Obviously, we got some big names coming out to compete. We have the first place squad from the ALGS Pro League.
I haven't heard.
Remind me what team that is.
Oh, no. It's the Verholz, that Skittle Cakes.
Oh, Team Esports Arena is here.
That's
awesome.
Right. It's been 7 days with us in first place.
Feels nice.
I should tweet that out. I'm going to tweet that out.
Okay.
If you watch right now, like the tweet in about 20 minutes.
Okay. But super excited about that. For people that are new, maybe you're just stumbling across the broadcast, maybe your friends told you about Series E, but you're not quite sure how things work. Tyler, we've put together, and specifically you, over the last year and a half, have put together an awesome project here. It is an Apex Legends professional circuit. It is designed to give players the opportunity to, as you talk about in the start of that video, to take your first step in esports. Really, what is Series E all about for you?
Yeah, Series E for me was essentially what I wish I had back when I was competing in Halo 2. I wanted a place to go and compete regularly, and nothing was out there that really gave me the consistency of gameplay. Competitive gameplay, right? I mean, as you know, you could play ranked, you could grind in Apex Legends, and you could do all sorts of things, but then the game got hacked. You got a bunch of cheaters in the game if you don't have the controlled servers and things like that. So what I really wanted to do was, provide an opportunity for semi-professional, amateur, competitive players to get paid, with the brands that we were able to acquire, and trickle the dollars down there, so it doesn't just stop at the top. It doesn't stop at the TSMs, but it can trickle all the way down and provide an opportunity for competitive players to become a pro. And did not expect to see the exact success that we've had in this first year of doing so, because over 30 players, I believe, have signed professional contracts now outside of Series E. And so that's fantastic to see, is that, that stepping stone this year, first step into esports. And of course, now they're competing for, bigger names and things like that, and competing against bigger names and for bigger dollars.
And I think one of the coolest things, and obviously you and I come from a heavy traditional sports background. Obviously we're big hockey fans, and you look at things like the NFL, where players, you go through college, you get drafted in the NFL. In hockey, you play college, or you go to juniors to get noticed and then get drafted. But when you look at esports as a whole, it's nowhere near as clearly defined. Sometimes it's just you just got to be really sick and a streamer, and maybe a pro player notices you and talks to their management and wants to get you in on the team. For other players, it just isn't an opportunity. So the hope is that Series E provides that platform for not only players to make money and have a consistent contract, to have a consistent place to compete against great players, but to come out and show their stuff and be like, we are here, we're great players, and you should be coming for us, coming and signing us, and putting us on your squads.
Yeah, and it's not just Apex, right? So we realized we saw success instantly with Apex, and helping that community out. And now Apex is one of the most popular games on Twitch. Like it's literally one of the most viewed games. You had folks switching over from Call of Duty to Apex because a scene was sort of created, a foundational level was created. With esports, you just kind of have that NFL level. You don't have the under NFL minors. You don't have the there is a collegiate level, but like it's really kind of undefined at this point in high school and like the little league level even too. So Esports Arena want to be like the little league and that semi-pro level and all sort of levels in between. And then ideally, we'll sign an Esports Arena team and they become the best ones. But hey, we got great scouts, right? Because we watch them compete every single day, and we see them doing a great job. So excited to see how they're going to compete today, but also going back to Series E, not just Apex Legends, working with other titles. We just announced Guilty Gear, and we've got another title that we're going to announce here shortly as far as what's going to be in Series E. But we're, all these brands are supporting this and have the dollars trickle down to you guys, the competitors, and of course for us putting this whole thing on every week. But we're going to have about 6 or 7 days of Series E content starting next year. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, get very excited about it. Obviously, if you're a competitor in Apex or Guilty Gear Strive and you want to get in on it, you can right now. Check us out over at matcharena.com/ESA. You can see the full calendar of our events, especially at your local Walmart locations, because we are inside of Walmarts all across the country. So if you want to see what's going on, head over there, or just go to esportsarena.com. You can see everything you need there. But as we push towards the tournament we're doing here today, we've got a very special guest joining us for our pre-show. So let's see what's going on with that.
There's no contest, and we've got a new champion. It is what Iron Thieves that do it.
With the perfect RPG, Mr. Savage is the champion of DreamHack Anaheim in a fashion I don't think I've ever seen.
100 Thieves, they've done it. They are your First Strike North America champions.
The LCS championship is going to be home to a new team. 100 Thieves rule the LCS.
Going to phase.
No, doing that.
Yes!
I think they're in here. They are. Knocked one. Knocked one. Knocked one there.
Go! Give me a second, push up!
I'll get on me 100.
I got you!
Let's go!
Let's go, boys!
An incredible video there announcing the brand new 100 Thieves Apex Legends roster, and we have one of the members of that brand new roster joining us here today. We've got vayne, an ALGS champion and newest member of 100 Thieves. vayne, welcome to the show. Happy Saturday. How we doing, my man? Hey, it's a pleasure to have you. I want to go back to that video a little bit because we got to hear a little bit of your comms there at the end of the ALGS championship. I want you to look back to that day about 5 months ago. Are you still kind of riding a high from that event?
I wouldn't say so. We're more focused on like, actually continuing the legacy and pushing it forward. We want to be the back-to-back. So that's definitely the goal, just trying to be the best going into Pro League. So
all business, just straight on to the next one. Here. Just like celebrate for like maybe a week and then right back at it. I dig it. That was pretty hyped though. I mean, it sounds like your comms in game. I mean, that day itself, sure you may have like celebrated a little bit, but then you're back onto the competitive train. But I mean, come on, right? Like that had to have been one of the best feelings I think you've probably ever had in esports.
Oh yeah.
And just like that sort of feeling alone, I think is what esports is all about. So had to feel pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean it was absolutely insane. And my my parents were watching upstairs, and like it was like 10-minute delay, right? So I'm like chilling and I'm just like taking it all in, and then I just hear them freak out upstairs, start yelling. So it was actually kind of funny.
That's hilarious.
But,
Did they not hear you freaking out like in the game, like you screaming at the end, like you won?
I mean, apparently I was really quiet about it, but I mean, I thought I was kind of loud, so whatever.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
That's really cool. So obviously that was incredible, and good attitude from you and the squad. Just looking forward, right? You get that championship in the book, and you're looking like, okay, what's next? And for you guys, what was next was signing with 100 Thieves, which is one of the biggest, hottest, up-and-coming orgs. Obviously, they're young when you compare them to the CLGs and TSMs, but when you look at what they have done since they started as an organization, it's been an incredible rise. And now to be a part of that journey as this new Apex roster under the 100 Thieves banner, how has that been over the last month?
Yeah, that feels absolutely insane. It was like very out of nowhere. So it was really hard to like believe at first, but I mean, it just feels absolutely insane. They're like the best org, I think, in the world. They're absolutely amazing to be a part of. So,
so
it's nice to have that support.
So it was out of nowhere. So were you guys interviewing with different orgs at that time? Were you getting contacted a bunch like right after you won? And then all of a sudden 100 Thieves came in, or was it just really 100 Thieves the one that kind of hit you guys up right away?
No, a lot of it comes down to Michael, the owner of KNG. Like,
yeah,
he had 2 teams, right? And the ruling was you can only have 1 team going into Pro League, and so they were spending a lot of time looking for a new home for us or the other team, and trying to like get that all figured out. So a lot of that was down to Michael reaching out to people and trying to figure something out for us. So.
And so, did you have like a hope? Was there in the back of your mind like which org was going to be the org that vayne was going to be signed to next?
I mean, I've been a big fan of 100 Thieves for a long time. Back like 3 years ago when they started their YouTube series, it's just like Nate Shot, and they're just at this really small house. There's like 3 people, so it's really cool to see how far they've come. So yeah, I mean, it's a dream come true, to be honest.
That's awesome, man.
It's great. And I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense. When I look at 100 Thieves, obviously they had an incredible year as an organization. They won their first LCS title for League of Legends. And when you look at the way Apex has been trending over the last 6 months, really coming up, obviously the LGS championships were incredible in June. And I mean, I was looking at it throughout the summer, and I was just waiting because I've become a really big 100 Thieves fan over the last year. And I was just like,
are they
it's time, right?
Team, right?
Yeah, right? You're looking at them with an incredible Valorant roster. Obviously, there's an incredible history with Call of Duty, of course, because of Nade Shot. And then you look at the way their Call of Duty roster has done. And I was just like, it's only a matter of time. And obviously, 100 Thieves has now got to feel incredible that they just were able to bring in the defending ALGS champions. And obviously you guys, especially with the attitude that you're talking about at the front of the interview, where you're like, it's all about the next thing, right? You're not satisfied with that championship. You're like, okay, let's go with number 2. Let's get it under that 100 Thieves banner. They've got to be incredibly excited to have you guys on board, right?
Yeah, I mean, the like support from them, and they also understand, like, they have Fortnite players, and they understand like BR can be very RNG, a lot can happen. Things don't go your way all the time, but they recognize that we can be one of the most consistent teams out there. So they're understanding of like the value of consistency, which is super important.
You been out to the compound yet and got a chance to meet any of the
No,
team?
I really wanted to though.
Yeah.
We're just super busy right now with Pro League and stuff. So
soon enough. We actually, Arkham, 100 Thieves Arkham from one of their Fortnite players. He actually, one of his first tournaments ever was in our Oakland Esports arena. And for Fortnite, we just put up like a couple $100 for probably like a couple $1,000 actually for a Fortnite tournament. And he was 13 at the time and just absolutely wiping everyone.
That's actually insane.
That kid is insane. Yeah. And so
Absolutely.
Arkham is one of the best with 100 Thieves over there. But just had to get a little shout out for Esports Arena there because his first tournament was actually at Esports Arena.
Last couple questions here before we have a little bit of fun to do before obviously we get underway with the games today. Halfway through Pro League, you guys got 3 weeks under your belt. It's been a bit up and down. You talk about the consistency, but really, I think there's been a lot of really positive signs from what I've watched of your guys' gameplay, while necessarily the results haven't showed up quite yet. I see a lot of good things from your guys' play. What are your hopes now as you get ready for that second half of Pro League? What are you really focusing on as a squad to come out really hot and finish the season strong for the first split?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. The results aren't really, anywhere near what we want them to be, but we were super close to winning our podium, finishing the first 2 weeks, but it's become super, super hard to play Valk from our POI with all these other Valk teams around us. So going into the next half of Pro League, we're actually switching it up. We're going to be playing Edge. We're not going to be playing Valk. And we're going to, get back to our team fighting. That was our biggest strength a while ago, but all this Valk and zone play has really slowed us down. So on the team fighting side, so we're definitely looking to switch things up and come back stronger, adapt to what's happening.
Okay.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Based on today, who are you most scared of, and do they happen to be in first place in ALGS right now?
Yeah, that's the team we struggle with fighting the most. They're really, really good on capitalizing on damage. Esports Arena, by the way, that team.
So, thank you. Appreciate the shout.
So you are right. You are right. But yeah, I mean, they capitalize really well off damage and angles. They're really good at that slow play type, just work you like a boa constrictor and just pinch you out. They're really good at that. So as far as fighting teams, man, those are the biggest threat to us. But
so who else? I mean, I guess who you looking to potentially just absolutely wipe today, on stream?
I mean, definitely TSM. I mean, come on.
There we go.
You need house chat to just hop right in. You kill Howlin ranked. You kill Howlin ranked and it doubles your viewers. It's actually crazy.
I was gonna say, speaking of your viewers, I was watching your tweets the other day, and the support you've been getting has been pretty phenomenal, man. So for everyone watching right now, obviously go follow and sub to Vayne here, because your content's been pretty keen, man. It's good to see.
Great
it feels
content,
nice to be
and
able to.
We got some more right now. We're gonna play some Deal or Steal Vayne here before we get into the game. So let's bring this up. Vayne, pretty simple here. Okay, I got a range of prizes here inside of 20 Apex crates. To start the game, you're gonna pick one. We'll set it aside. Okay, we're gonna go through then multiple rounds of opening crates and eliminating prizes off the board. At the end of each round, I will have a deal for you that you can either take or you could say steal, and we'll keep playing the game. If we get all the way to the end and you don't take any of our deals, we'll just open up your crate and see what's inside, and you'll win. And then after that, we'll be heading to the games. But are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Awesome. All right, let's slap the game up on the board. 20 Apex crates, a range of awesome prizes from us here at Esports Arena and all of our partners. So 1 through 20, Vayne, I need you to pick one to set aside here at the start. What's the lucky number?
All right, let's go with number 7.
Number 7, we'll set that one aside. What's the chase prize here? Do you need a new Vizio TV? You need a new hookup on the peripherals? What are you thinking?
I'm honestly looking for one of those Nerf guns.
Ooh, get a Nerf blaster? Okay.
Yeah, we're going to be moving into a house together soon, so I'm definitely trying to shoot my teammates with that thing.
Awesome. Okay, so maybe there is some new Nerf blasters
I like that.
in your
Good
future.
content, too.
So we'll set 7 aside here. Let's start playing first round. I need you to open up 9 crates. So let's just start one by one. Where are we going?
So I just pick a number of which crate?
Pick a crate. We'll open it up and we'll cross out the prize.
All right. Let's go with number 8.
Number 8. All right, we set aside 7. We'll open up number 8 first. And that one is going to be a $50 Walmart gift card. The good thing is
a couple Nerf blasters with
you
that.
could have, but there's still another one up on the board, so all is not lost. So number 8 off the board. Where are we going next?
We're gonna go with 12.
Number 12, okay. We're hoping no Nerf blasters inside of number 12. That one's going to be 2,150 Apex coins. Do you have all your heirlooms yet, Vayne?
But the Apex skins, though. I have like 5, I think.
Okay.
Which is way too many, but yeah.
You know, maybe it works out. You get
Apex
some
coins.
Apex coins. We can help you work on that collection. What are we thinking now?
16.
16. Sticking to the right side of the board here. Inside of number 16 is going to be the 6,700
Oh, that one actually hurts.
Apex coins. Yeah, that one stung
hurts.
me a
That's
little.
a lot of coins right there. That's a lot of packs.
It's a little bit of scratch. Hey, you know what? Maybe you don't get the Apex coins in Dealer Steal, but maybe you go on and you just win today, and I think you'll be able to get plenty of Apex coins.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Okay, what are we thinking now?
20.
Number
We're knocking out
20.
this row right here.
Keep it rolling down to
There's
that
no
bottom
Nerf guns in
corner.
this row.
What do we got inside? It's going to be a splash
Ooh.
water pack.
Phew. That's a tough one, man. I'm actually
is
kind of
that
thankful
flavored?
because that's kind of tough to ship, actually. So I'm all right with that.
All right, that's 4 down, 5 to go, Vayne. What's next?
Number 4.
Number 4, okay.
Oh, I like the strategy. I see what he's doing.
You know, in all the
Yeah.
games of Deal is Steal I've hosted, the people who come in with a consistent strategy like this actually perform the
Dude,
best.
the New Jerseys, too.
Series E jersey of your choice. Okay.
Oh.
New Jerseys.
The
too.
New Jerseys are
I
sweet.
know. The New Jerseys look pretty cool.
But that 100
I have
Thieves
an old
jersey is pretty tight
Yeah,
as
you
well.
do? Which
Yeah.
one you got?
Yeah, it's from the Esports Arena Vegas.
Oh,
place.
yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They sold them there. I remember that.
All right. 5 down, 4 to go, Vayne.
All right. Let's go with 19.
19.
19. There it is.
What do we
you
have
go.
here? It's going to be an esports
Oh, a
Arena.
mystery box.
mystery box.
that's
The infamous mystery box,
Yep,
Tyler.
Yep. Tom T Squared Taylor asked for some Tyler Ender's bathwater,
some gamer path.
and I don't want to confirm or deny that he received it, but
Yeah. Vayne's like, I'm not
he's
even
like,
going to acknowledge
"Ah,
that one.
Thank
Let's
God
just
that one's
keep
off
rolling."
then.
All right, what else
mean-
are we thinking, Vayne?
Let's go with 18. Let's just keep it going.
Keep it rolling. Number 18.
Always going like a backwards L.
Oh, I have a bad feeling. It's a Nerf gun.
Ooh, it's the other $50 Walmart gift card. The good thing, both of the Nerf blasters still on the table.
That's like money.
Yeah,
50 bucks. Yeah.
it is like money.
What do we got?
Okay.
Yeah, that
That
is
is 7
worth quite a few
down,
Nerf
2 to go.
blasters.
Are we going with 17,
All right.
Vayne?
Yeah, let's hit the 17.
Okay. He wants to talk about consistency. He's keeping a consistent strategy here in Dealer Steal, and he finds the Red Bull pack.
Ooh.
Okay.
Dang.
That's all right.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good price.
Yeah.
Good bit of energy before you got to
Free
play
Red
6
Bull,
games. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Okay,
we got
last
the
one
Nerf
of the
guns.
first round, then I'll have a deal for you, Vayne. What are you thinking?
Number 1.
Number
First
1.
one.
I'm liking his strategy.
All the way to that top left corner. What
Uh-oh.
do we have here? It's going to be the Series
Series
Z.
Z hat. The
Ooh.
dad hat. Man, the dad hat. You'd be looking fresh right now.
I'm a big fan of the dad hat.
Yeah, you get that. That's
My dad
very
loves
popular
dad
hat. here.
hats.
It is. All right. So now what do we got that's left on the table? So he's got the.
What are you
Nerf blast-
thinking? I'm gonna go to the banker here.
Yeah.
This is a guy, funding everything. So, what are you thinking? We got to offer him a deal right now, Tyler. What are you thinking? I think he did pretty
what's
good,
that
right? All the
sweatshirt?
purples. That's an Intel hoodie.
That's an Intel hoodie.
Intel
Yeah, well,
hoodie.
if Intel's making hoodies, you know their quality. Should we offer him an Intel hoodie? Or should we more
I feel
than
like
that?
that's a little low.
Okay, it's all right. More. Okay, go for it.
Come on, man. You're going to give
Let's
us our
go.
biggest rivals. Give us the biggest rivals jacket.
Yeah, just to rub it in.
How about we'll throw a little Apex coins, not the big one.
Oh, not the big one? Okay.
2,000. I'm gonna say 2,000.
He was hurt.
150 Apex coins. I know you were bummed about the 6,700 off the table, but
Take
I
it,
do
man.
want to help you complete that heirloom collection. What are you thinking?
Yeah,
Deal or
yeah.
steal? Do you want to keep playing, or do you want to take the coins and run?
I'm gonna steal.
Okay.
I had
Vayne
the
says
paperwork
steal.
Stealing.
signed and everything.
Hey, I
Ready to
mean,
go.
both of the Nerf blasters still on the table.
They're still on the table.
So I think it's the right choice to keep playing. I don't blame you. Okay, round 2, 6 crates have got to go. You eliminated that right and bottom side. Where are we going next? 6 this round.
All right, let's go with number 2. Let's see what
two.
number 2's vibes are.
Okay. We're just going to slowly work our way to the middle
Yeah,
where number
yeah.
7's hiding. Oh, the Vizio
Oh my
55-inch 4K
Are you kidding me?
UHD Smart
one
TV.
hurts.
Wow,
That one hurt.
Mine-
that one
mine's in the
does
mail,
actually
right?
hurt. Wow.
What's that?
Mine's in the mail. Right?
Yours, yeah. Yours is
Cool,
all
cool.
with the rest of the 100.
Thank you, Vizio. Okay, that one's a bit of a
gonna
dagger there
hurt.
at the start,
That one hurt a
but
bit. Yep.
the Razer products still on the table. Nerf blasters still available. Where are we going next? Number 3? We keeping the trend going?
We're gonna hit number 5.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
I was gonna assume 5. Yeah.
Takes a hit,
Yeah.
mixes it up.
Me
I
and
like
Vayne on
it.
the same page.
He's nimble. Inside number 5, we've got the other
Should've taken
Apex
it.
coins
Should've taken it.
prize.
That's fine. I'm
I
Blasters
think
are
it's
still
there.
there.
There you go.
All I'm saying, blasters are still on the table. We're still playing the game. That's
That is
2.
true. You did want blasters.
That's 2 down, 4 to go.
All right. Let's go with number 9.
Number 9. Number
I can't
5
wait for
treated
him
him
to
well.
win the Intel sweatshirt.
Number 9 is going to be the other Esports Arena mystery box. No alleged gamer bathwater for Vayne
Yeah.
today.
It looks like a Yeti,
Oh,
doesn't
I'm
it?
sad.
Wouldn't that be
It
sick
does.
if that's what it actually was? Like, I'd be
Just
bummed
a-
that I missed it.
Yeah,
You know, like get a nice Yeti.
big Esports Arena engraved Yeti.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Ooh.
All right.
Maybe next Christmas. All right, what are we thinking, Vayne? That's 3 down, 3
All right,
to
we're
go.
going with 15.
We're going with number 15.
Oh,
Okay.
man, he's all over the map now.
Yeah.
Vayne's mixing it up here late in the game. Number 15 is the
Oh.
other Series E
That hurts.
dad hat. Okay.
All right, what's next?
All
Oh, wait,
right,
when do we
all
make
right.
a deal?
2 more.
2 more. All right.
2 more, then we'll have our little powwow here.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. We're knocking out number 3. It's happening.
Okay. We're going to save number 3 for now. All right. Oh, knocking out
No,
number
knocking
3.
it.
Knocking out number 3.
Yeah,
okay.
we're getting rid of him.
Oh,
Hey!
come on! Dang it! I
Get
wanted
out
him
of
to win
here.
that.
Out of here.
Vayne with a
I
great
wanted
call.
him to win that.
He says, get that Intel hoodie out of here. trying to rip some cash from him today. Okay.
All right.
Last one of the
Let's
round.
go with 13. Complete the complete.
13.
Square.
Okay.
It's like Minesweeper.
Last one around 2.
Minesweeper. Oh, I love.
The Razer
hurts.
Black Widow
That hurts.
V3
Sad.
wireless
When
keyboard.
I talk about Minesweeper, I could go pro in esports Minesweeper. I
Minesweeper.
probably could have.
Yeah.
I was
Professional
addicted to that
Minesweeper.
game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right.
Space
here we go.
Pinball was my game.
I say
growing
we
up.
offer him 6,700 Apex
Mm.
coins, right? I mean, there's no way
Oh.
he's saying no to that. Write the paperwork. Let's do it.
You just want him to take it so he doesn't get the blaster. You want him to take some kind of L.
All right. Hey, yep, we're
All
back.
right, we're
Long
back.
con.
So Vayne, we had a discussion. We think that the best deal we can offer you right now is 6,700 Apex coins. What do you think about that one?
Can I buy Nerf blasters with Apex?
That's a
what I'm
good
thinking.
question.
I don't think I can.
Nerf,
But
do
I
you
can-
take payment in Apex coins?
I can buy skins in game though. I'm gonna steal. I'm gonna steal. I really want
Vayne's
this.
gonna
blaster.
steal. The
Everyone's
blasters
Have
are
we ever
still
had a
on
deal?
the table. Yeah, we have.
We have?
Couple,
Okay.
a couple.
Oh, a couple deals. All
Yes,
right.
we have. Couple. Okay. Last round here. we got to open up 3 of those 4 crates. So 6, 10, 11, 14, 3 of them got to go. After that, I'll have a final deal. If you don't take the final deal, we crack open Never 7 and you get what's inside, okay? So where are we starting the final round?
We're going with 14.
14 it is.
I'm gonna cry, dude, if it's
For
the
my
Nerf
man
Blaster.
Vayne.
It'll be a blaster, guaranteed.
The Razer wireless.
Oh, that
Black
hurts
Shark
too, because I'm
Beast
wearing them. They're comfy, man.
This is
I use
getting
them on my
intense,
desk
bro.
every day.
You
It's a
sound
great headset.
crystal clear too, Vayne.
Yeah.
Crystal clear.
Okay. 6, 10, 11. 2 of them got to go, Vayne.
All right, we're going with. Oh, this is so intense, dude. I really want the blaster.
Are you serious?
Vayne
Alright, let's
is
go with
sweating
the-
more than he was at
He actually has
ALGS.
2 blasters out of the 4 crates
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like I
That thing
think
is pretty wild.
I think we gave him a good deal, but
Yeah,
it was
this game, I
too
know. This game is wild.
it was too good of a chance to pass up those Nerf blasters. What are you thinking, Vayne?
All right, I'm taking number 10.
Number 10.
It's looking at me weird. I don't like it.
It's Vayne's hoping for the splash or the jersey here, and it's going to be the splash
outta
water
here.
pack.
I'm actually sick of
Okay.
this game. I'm actually so
I'm
sick of this
actually
game.
Vayne is correct. So we're down to 3 crates left. You set number 7 aside at the start. You said you were hoping for the blasters, and you got a 2/3 of 66% chance that it is inside number 7. You're either walking home with one of those or a jersey or maybe something else in the deal. But 6 or 11, the last crate we're opening up here before the final deal. Which one?
All right, if my math is correct, 6 plus 11 is 17. Minus 7 is 10. 6 is above the 10, so it is 6.
Throw the
Big. That's just Vayne.
Throw the GIF in there of.
That's Vayne stonks right
No,
there.
throw the GIF in there of.
Oh,
Zach
no.
Galifianakis.
Yeah.
Oh, he lost, dude. That
Ooh,
one's
the Nerf
sick,
Ultra
too.
2 motorized.
Motorized, that
thing.
blaster.
All the opponents can't stand a chance against that one.
Okay, so we're at the end here. Inside number 7 is either a Nerf blaster or a Series E jersey of your choice. We've got to send one final deal his way.
I want to see if he actually wants a Nerf blaster.
I think he does. Are you
but-
kidding
but
me?
like, if
Moving
we
into a
offer-
house with the boys.
If we offer him something like real nice,
What do you think?
like keyboard.
All right.
Ooh, you want to do the
We
Black
offer
Widow
a keyboard?
V3?
Does
It's
he
your
want
call. You're
blaster
the-
or
you're the
keyboard?
boss.
Let's do that. Keyboard. Yeah,
Okay.
Keyboard deal. Deal or
We
steal.
got a
I got the
Razer
paperwork written up.
Black Widow V3 wireless keyboard.
Yep.
It was off the table
Off
earlier,
table,
but
wireless.
we get to call an audible here whenever
Yep.
we want. The boss is on the couch. All bets are off. So what are you thinking? Are you taking the deal? Do you want the Black Widow V3, or are you going to risk it and see if that blaster is inside crate number 7?
Man, it'd be a shame if I abandoned my boy, my Nerf blaster.
But
Be a
you're gonna
change
get
of
an
heart,
Intel
man.
jersey instead.
I can't sell out for the Nerf blaster. Oh yeah, that's actually all right. We're gonna steal. We're gonna steal. I have
Okay.
mad faith. I have
Dude,
mad
okay.
faith. I sniped
Taking
the
the
box.
deal.
Vayne
Oh, that's
says
impressive.
steal. So that means let's crack open crate
Hopefully-
number 7,
I got mad faith it's in here.
wire to wire. Vayne's got the Nerf.
no
Fortnite
way.
BAR motorized
way.
dart
You just go
blaster.
Look at this
Let's
game.
come back to the studio.
Easy game.
I got it right here for you, Vayne.
Let's go, man.
This
And
boy's
it says
coming
Fortnite.
your way. You needed a Nerf blaster to mess with the boys when you move into the new place. We got you covered. Look at
Is
this.
that a new one?
That's nice.
That's it. We haven't played with. We haven't messed around with that one.
We
That
haven't
is
cracked
sick.
one of these open in the
That
office
is
yet.
sick.
Okay.
Well, all right. That's the only win
That
he's
one's
going to get
actually
today, I
sick.
think.
Wow.
Esports Arena is common for these guys.
I'm looking forward to getting. I'm looking forward to that side-by-side, picture-in-picture, 100 Thieves versus Team Esports
Yeah,
Arena.
yeah.
today. I
I'm
think it's
starting the
gonna be a good
rivalry
one.
already right now. I'm starting it. I'm just going to talk trash. But no,
Awesome.
Vayne, you were awesome, dude. That was fun, man.
And
Yeah, it was a lot
I
of fun.
agree. Vayne just cracked at
he
dealing
knows
a
this
steal.
game. He had a goal. He
He
went
is
for it and got it.
Vayne, thank
did
you
the
so much
vlog
for
video.
joining us. We appreciate your time. Best of luck to you and the squad today. We're looking forward
Yes,
to
sir.
watching y'all play. All right.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Take care, bud. Nice
All
meeting
right. That was Vayne from 100 Thieves, member of the newly minted 100 Thieves Apex Legends roster. They're competing today. They're competing in the ALGS Pro League, and they're going to be competing in Series E Season 4. So keep an eye out for that. Watch out for Vayne in the squad here today. It's going to be a fun one. That was great. I'm excited. We got 6 games ahead of us here today, Tyler. How are you feeling right now? You hyped?
I'm feeling pretty good. Verholst, Skittle Cakes, Dupes, you guys listening? Because I'm hoping.
Tyler's hyping you guys up. Yeah,
I'm
right.
hyping it. Like I don't know much of Apex, right? I played it when it first came out, but like I know that those 3 dudes are cracked, and when they win today, I'm gonna flip out. I'm gonna flip out I'm on camera the whole time, and that's all I'm gonna be doing is just like clip that Team Esports Arena. Like, dude, it's gonna be such a biased stream. No one's gonna watch.
It's going to be a fun one, folks. We got 6 games ahead of us, $10,000 on the line, and 20 of the best Apex teams in North America duking it out for a share of that 10K. Let's get it underway.
Let's do it.
We have that wombo combo, and
all these gatekeeping spots are from power positions as Timmy's going to get the knock on the Naughty over towards the side. Drops down some really nice massive shots. He's going to connect on both of those.
trying the outside angle, but it's the full squad keeping an eye on him. Somehow survives that one.
It's possible. He's doing a great job just backing off numerous players. Basically a 3-on-1 here.
He'll throughout all this. Oh boy, Max Strafe goes down the arena on the defensive department, and this time around they don't have the bubble. At this point, every other team is just loving it. A snipe down. Gets that last. Welcome all of you beautiful people to the Series E event where we have 10K on the line. Season 4 of Series E just around the corner as well. Bringing you all the action tonight. We got me, Jamerson, here, joined, of course, once again by Vicky Kitty for all of the action.
I'm so excited, Jamerson. It's going to be a good time here. And we got the 10K Invitational. We're going to see how these squads play things out.
Yeah, this is going to be fantastic. So our top 4 squads from Season 3 will be joining, of course, will be joined in this lobby by 17 of the best North American squads. And like we said, we have $10,000 on the line. And when it comes down to it, it's just going to be some great Apex Legends. We got 6 matches taking place today, and it's going to be again on World's Edge. So it's another little sneak peek into the kind of changes that went into Season 11 to see how all of our pro teams will actually play with the new patch.
Yeah, but we got to highlight what we've seen so far on Storm Point, Jamerson. We got the triple take back on the ground. We got Ash out here, and we got the new gun too, the car. So I'm excited to see how that's going to play into some of these teams' gameplay, because this is the first time we get to see some of our Pro League teams make those adjustments from the new season now going into this Invitational.
Yeah, that's right. And so we still have, of course, the draft to be taking place within the next couple of weeks, and they'll be dealing with that in the studio. But for right now, it's all about the top 4 teams that moved on from Season 3 that were able to secure their spot. And we know how hard fought it was to not get relegated. And right now, our top team from that season, Team Intel, currently Team Esports Arena. They've been representing in the ALGS so far, and they have been doing an amazing job.
Oh my goodness. I mean, you heard it earlier today when we were looking at the game show, and Esports Arena has been on a tear. They are ranked #1 right now in the Pro League, so that's why there's so much pressure on their shoulders. But after them and Team Intel, now Esports Arena, we got Team Razer, Team Pringles, and Team Pop-Tarts. The top 4 teams from Season 3 now, from the Series E tournaments, now entering this Invitational to fight off against the 16 invited teams.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. I kept saying 17 for some reason, but yeah, 16. There we go. The math finally adds up, unless Apex Legends is like, oh no, we got 21 teams now dropping. But let's go ahead and talk about the format for the day. Like we said, it's going to be 6 matches. We're playing it on a custom server, and so all of our opponents will be facing off against each other, and it's going to be great. The point distribution, though, is nothing really changing, as it is ALGS standard. Placement points matter, and kill points matter as well. And so if you place first in the lobby, you're going to end up with 12 points all the way down to 15. So you need to hit that 15th mark to at least secure 1 point. But let's take a look at the prize breakdown for the day. It is going to be $10,000 split across first, second, and third place. But that first place spot, an extra $6,000 in your pocket. That's going to be a nice takeaway. We'll see if one of our partner teams can secure the bag today.
It's going to be difficult. We have some teams pretty warmed up coming in from the Pro League, but we've seen what teams like Esport Arena has been able to do within that bracket. Just already first place, like we mentioned before, so far in the Pro League, and they want to carry that momentum forward because this is a team with Duplex, Skittlecakes, Verhols that we have a lot of attention on. You know, we're going to also look at a lot of our other teams here, the invited teams that have made waves. I believe the last 10K Invitational, Jamerson, we actually had energy taking it.
Yeah, one of the greatest things when we take a look at the lineups, of course, a lot of these names are going to be familiar to us if you have been watching Series E. And so a lot of these players, of course, are going to be Series E alumnus. And it's great to see. And I think kind of stands to be like a testament to what happens when you properly support the Tier 2 and up-and-coming amateur scene. As, of course, Esports Arena, Team Esports Arena, Verhol, Skittlecakes, and Duplex currently first in the LGS. So not bad, not bad. But, you know, also representing from former Series E squads. We got players like Zera, we got teams like Ghost and 100 Thieves. So really excited to be able to see this. It really feels like we've come almost like full circle in what we've been able to do here at Series E.
It feels great. You see a lot of these players pop off. You see them being signed up by teams. We were noting that just earlier before we got started with the game here, Jamerson. But I'm excited to see how this has affected some mindsets here. And the new season, of course. We touched up on that earlier. And how that's going to play a part into these upcoming 6 games. And which team is going to be walking away with that 6K in first place. Pretty big difference. Looking at that 3K difference between first and second place is going to mean a lot, especially in terms of placement points.
Yeah, and so now let's go ahead and start talking about the action today. I mean, we know that being able to play Central Zone has been incredibly strong. No big changes to some of the legends that really enabled that one. I mean, Valkyrie is still going to be in play, but we did get to see a small sneak peek last week when we saw Ashe getting announced. A lot of teams were testing her out, and it was kind of fun to see teams actually running that Ashe and kind of the play in place of the Wraith, having that one-way port. The easy accessibility of it as well, and the low cooldown made for some very dynamic plays. But I don't know how much teams will actually adopt her, especially when we have so much on the line today.
Exactly. You got money on the line. Do you feel comfortable to kind of change up that composition, or has the last few days been enough for some of our pros teams to actually make that adjustment properly? Maybe we're going to see some more Ashe coming out in comparison to what we have seen earlier this week, Jamerson. I'm excited, especially, of course, with the triple take being back on the ground. That is something commonly that we have seen within this week, looking at Stormpoint being such a big map. But we're on World's Edge here. We're sticking to the tried and true World's Edge. So is that going to affect anything with Ashe being included in the meta? You got that ultimate that could set up the team all on high ground rather quickly. It's going to be interesting looking at what our squads are going to bring.
Yeah, we saw there were some hot patches that came in to try and fix some overtuned things. A lot of people felt like the triple take was extremely strong, and so it did receive a small nerf, 1.75 headshot multiplier instead of the 2.0. And we also saw that the scout needed a little love after being created, but here we go. We're heading into the first game of the Series E event. Let's go ahead and join in with the rest of our squads. Currently, we do see Xset taking their position now over by Harvester, and we're joining on board with Team Esports Arena in their usual home grounds here down at Lava City.
And they're feeling comfortable with this composition that they're still sticking to here. They're landing in Lava City, and so they're going to be able to get that beacon rather quickly, even split up. It's looking like they actually have so much space to work with, including big mods. So ESA are going to be walking out of this rather happily with so much loot.
Yeah, PvPX is just kind of like seething here already. It's like, hey guys, I've been telling you, they've got all of Dome, they've got all of Mod and Lava City here. Why is this happening? And actually it's happening again. So they will have that entire southeast side of the zone, while the ring pole, it's going over towards that thermal station side. And so you can see teams already jockeying position for it. And we might have some fighting taking place over at Fragments soon. We got a number of teams. We got 3 teams actually dropping down there.
Oh, it's so heated right here. CLG over at Epi, they do trade a down for a down, but look at what they're working with, a P2020 as Valtro goes down. Nano's the only one playing the knockdown shield. Is it going to be enough here? He's got the wingman, and he does come through, building up purple on top of that. Some early KP. You talk about contention between Epi. I saw Lava Siphon right here also was getting contended. So a lot of early 50-50s already coming out for this first game.
Yeah, LKM, no strangers to getting 50-50'd over at Lava Siphon, though, and they're changing things up just a bit in how they approach this fight. It's going to be the Pittsburgh Knights on the other side of this one. Already lost out on one, and now Asura caught out in the middle of nowhere. They're actually trying to run that Ash, but it means he has to back away. Doesn't have the kind of invuln that Wraith would have. He is alive for now, and LKM want to make the push off. They do secure that Thirst with the nice nade onto Joey Blackout. LKM starting to push the advantage. They've got the 3v2. Lazarus coming in for the third party up here to the northern side, but it doesn't seem like they actually catch them. They are starting to just loot up and take these death boxes. And so for now, that squad TLG will be able to walk away and be able to survive. Lazarus, though, it looks like they might have come down from the Climatizer's side and walked away with some pretty decent armors. We got the purple along with the blues, and do they actually have the team stuck inside? They do. It's going to be CLG here. They have fully recovered, but they are stuck inside of a building right now as they push out with the bubble, an isolated fight quite possibly. There is one on the rocks, but no, they actually miss him. And so now that's going to allow Lazarus to just regroup for this push.
And reposition here too, you can see them taking it off angle. They note that CLG's down there, but Nano's actually getting away, but not before their crypto actually gets pinged a bit here. Lazarus are going to try to send it forward. Looking at their weapon loadout, they got the triple take, but Lazarus already on the high ground. It's going to be G7 Dank who's moving forward. He's got the zipline too to work with, and a bit of that roll respawn. He gets the down. Valtro goes down, and that's exactly why you saw him getting away. This is why this gun has been so lethal since the start of the season. I'm not surprised that we're seeing so many of our players running it. Lazarus already getting that knock. They're going to be able to send this forward, finish off that kill real quick before taking a different angle.
We have to remember that going into Season 11, once Triple Take was brought back onto the floor loot, that they had increased the charge time on it, on the precision choke for that. But it doesn't even feel like he was getting full body connects left and right. Team Noble, though, now down here at Lava Siphon, will be taking that scan and just getting out of there. I love this play. So they're going to get double value off of that bubble. It was for the scan and for this redeploy now. So Noble just driving on by, mosey on by. And they should be able to get into this one for free.
Definitely echoes the type of playstyle that Noble's trying to bring here. They want to play more position-based because then this is exactly why. You really have a squad sitting in the middle of Thermal Station. It's Team X set. And you can see with the composition that they're running that they're going to be able to rack up enough damage since they looted before taking place here. They got the caustic traps, and they are going to be able to keep up this pressure. And look at all the action happening here, too. Team Liquid made their way away from Trials. They're now making their way into Skyhook here, maybe noting that there's already a squad here as you see Nocturnal trying to take some shots, and they are running the Ash composition.
He does get scanned up, and he throws down that tether on the door just to keep them out for the time being. I'm surprised that right now Team Liquid only have a double blues, especially when they're when they generally are able to get all of Trials SSG down here to the south right now, as it looks like they were trying to make a push for that beacon building, that respawn building, but they're not going to be able to. So they will be stuck out here in the middle of open. Hopefully, you know, they're able to break LOS on the team that was playing on top of the sniper tower inside Thermal. Renegades are the team that have full control over this beacon building.
Shows you how many squads are already making the rotation here. They see that with the beacon that they want to hold this position, maybe deny any other squads from getting that lower back rotate on the southern side through tree. It's really good for Renegades to take this aggression, but talk about aggression. Lazarus, they've only seen red right now, Jamerson. They've been sending it forward. They get another knock. It seems as if they chase CLG all the way to the ends of the earth on Fragment.
Nocturnal, stuck inside a port, does get taken down. That's going to be Tyler to knock him. So now Liquid are left in a 2v2, but the HP bars on the other side not looking great. Not looking great for Liquid either, as Flanker right now, almost got lost in the sauce there, but he will survive, and he starts the res off there. So Team Liquid survive for the time being, and they will be able to clear out the northern side. We're already down to 18 squads, 52 players here in game number 1.
So aggressive, so volatile so far within our start. So much 50-50s happening. Team Liquid taking this fight early. You already see right now, Fun FPS. He's already gotten the kill leader. And even though they may have not been able to fully loot Trials, looking like they didn't have anything gold, at least on them at the moment, since that's usually where they land, they're definitely going to have all this extra loot from that fight. And they can plan their next rotation because they got to rotate soon with Circle 1 closing in. They're rather far looking at where the circle is going to be pulling towards Thermal.
It seems that SSG were a little bit exposed. Xset were able to get a knock, but they should not be able to punish that one quite yet. And so maybe Space Station Gaming can stabilize off of that one. We still have Lazarus all the way in Fragment trying to chase down Nano, the last player left in CLG. 30 seconds before this ring finishes off closing. Renegades with that scan down realize that SSG are quite vulnerable right below them. They want to try and get aggressive. Backs with the car, getting some decent damage off. Now he's got to be careful, backing away as he swaps out positions. Pow gets that last shot onto Zanile, finishing them off. We are now down to 17 squads, and Renegades will be able to go back, take position once again in that building.
And there's another squad now rotating away from Tree. They're not going to contest the back line there, but that could be the beacon going in their favor with Exit still holding position here. We noted with the minimap how many squads have already rotated here, wasting no time. Of course, with a lot of these squads also rocking the Valkyrie in the composition, that redeploy really helps out. And Exit still trying to rack up some of this damage for their Evo Shield, noting that the squad right here, utilizing the dome and trying to get that next beacon, only have white Evo Shields.
This is crazy. There's a queue for the beacon there, and so he will be able to ultimately hit it. And Exit are definitely happy they took this gamble here. It looks like the ring will continue to pull into Thermal proper. This might end up looking like an arena map later on if it continues to pull towards this tower. So they're going to be happy with this one now, but their economy is the thing that's suffering here. By moving into this position very early on, you can see Kenny himself, he's almost down to just one stack of heavy left. And so eventually, they're going to have to go out and try to get some loot or hope that the rain continues to pull down towards them so they don't have to move at all.
Especially since we noted here that they had a lot of ammo to work with, but of course as it dwindles down and you stay in this position, you're denied a lot of loot, and they don't want to give this up for another squad to just take with another redeploy, so they want to hold here. They know that there are some squads already across, and they do manage to put in some damage. You could see right there, Kenny only 44 away from getting that purple Evo, and that's going to be crucial for that final circle, especially seeing where that next circle is going to push. They noted that after they were able to scan the beacon.
Yeah, he's just one shot away, really, from being able to secure that team. Pringle's currently playing on the eastern side of Thermal Station, as we are starting to see more crypto, so I'm loving that right now. Fury, of course, on that Loba as well, is able to make up for that econ that you're not able to build up when you move to center zone so early on. Speaking of a team that currently is an inside center zone, it's going to be Team Esports Arena, stuck down here by Tree, but that's the beauty of the Valkyrie composition. You can just fly by a lot of these strong choke points, and you got to imagine that they're really trying to highly prioritize getting this beacon, but there's a team contesting for it right now. So they'll just bide their time. We'll see if they try to make a push off of it a little bit later on. It's Area also inside Tree here. They get gassed up, and now they've got to be careful playing against this Caustic.
Because they know now there's a squad in the beacon building, and Fury want to contest him here with so much noise happening. Renegades holding that choke point are going to know what's happening here and could hold the edge of the circle against any of these squads that make that rotation. So Esports Arena, noting that they have to finish this quickly, they want to take that beacon, but they also see that there is another squad that could just easily third-party this fight if it lasts too long for them.
Yeah, Verholz is on that Prowler now. We know how deadly the controller players can be with it, as that burst is basically 100% accurate. Skittles getting hit up big, but he does have that gold armor, and it should allow him to reset quick, and this is why you don't challenge Verholz. Tech is the first one to fall, and Verholz instantly swaps out. They secure that thirst as well. So Furia now playing into a 3v2. Esports Arena, as soon as they stabilize, should push out onto this. They have plenty of time as the zone is closing in. Actually applying a lot more pressure onto Furia here. They've got the barrels down, they'll bust down the doors, and now they're going to change up their angles.
They want to finish quickly here. They see the circle closing. They know this squad has to rotate right outside into their line of sight. As you see, Skittle Cakes take the roof. They're just going to heal up, take this slowly. Again, they want to rotate to try to get that beacon, but will they have the opportunity as Verholz loses that shield? They have some time to ease their way into this, but they're playing so carefully even though it's a 3v2. They don't want to overextend here.
Yeah, the nice thing is that not too much of their utility were expended in that, and this was the first fight of the game for both squads. So that means whatever nades they expended, they should still have enough to be able to top off and get right back in. And so they are going to be extremely strong for the next fight as well. Team Liquid, though, still riding the northern side. Spot out a team over by the Harvester respawn beacon. And with these shots coming in from Fun at the long range, you can see Nocturnal wants to push in. They might have that Ashe ulti. It's going to be tethered down, though, just to use for the time being. Scans out from the other side. That squad is making their way back. It might be another team actually full. Yeah, it's another full team inside Harvester proper. So for Team Liquid, this is not going to be an isolated fight unless they can open it up with an uncontested frag. You can see Nocturnal, he's a little bit worried about this. He wants to take the fight, but he understands that third team makes things difficult.
Yeah, if anything, bait out the third team to try to contest this, sandwich that squad that's holding onto that respawn beacon. They're going to be careful playing that out, noting that there is another squad on the other side towards Harvester and LKM now. Maybe not in the same situation, but definitely on the low ground against another squad here as they're playing these crates, looking a little grim in terms of their positioning, and they just want to play this slowly. They see that there's another squad off to the right, some grenades being chucked in their direction, and we also saw that Renegades had no issue holding that outer angle outside of Thermal Station onto that high ground. So that's also another squad that has LKM in their line of sights if LKM put themselves out in the open here.
Luckily for LKM, we know that Xset are the team that's up top on that sniper post right now, and they're already running out of resources. They don't have many nades to expend, and so they can't actually get forced out by them. Here's the Team Esports rotation in. It's going to be a very similar plan, but they're actually going to go further over towards the western edge of Thermal, and it does seem like this entire building, this entire compound is free by pipes on the western side. So Team Esports Arena now are going to avoid a lot of the large bulk fighting that's taking place on the eastern side. They were able to even get the scan for us. So this is going to be a northern thermal zone. The tower is still in, along with those platforms and the houses to the north.
Look how many squads are still alive. 17 as 100 Thieves have now made their way away from Harvester. This was a squad, it looks like, that was maybe sandwiching the squad that we saw by the Harvester respawn beacon. And now 100 Thieves are going to be able to close in this gap, getting extremely aggressive. They want to take control over the high ground that overlooks the rest of Thermal to get the first knock. But the Crypto EMP is going to delete the dome away from Scurry, trying to play the wall. But there's another squad actually rotating right behind them. They got to think things through here as vayne maybe has to use their ult to try to help them rotate out of the situation, but they don't want to put themselves out in the open. They get a knock, and they are going to take that off angle off to the right.
There's another team holding this high ground, though, by the fence line, and so you gotta be careful, as I believe that's probably Liquid coming up behind them currently. Scans down on top of them. Never mind, it's actually CMP with the Bloodhound scan running throughout this. Nades out, but they've got to be careful as they still have nades on the other side. Diff is going to go ahead and pop off real quickly here as they drop down now, and the zone is going to start pressing them forward. They try to bubble out, but they're not getting any damage across quite yet. vayne's the first one to get the knock, and they are executing on what they said they wanted to do in the pregame. They want to fight on the edges. They've got the composition for it, and they've already picked up 2 kills now with it. But we'll see if they can survive now the last mid-game shuffle here as another team comes in for the third party.
This is the moment where all those squads are going to be falling like flies. You can see 13 squads left from the 17 that we were just noting before that fight that we saw with 100 Thieves. And it's going to be Auction Esports that were able to send it down on them. Now take this spot, and they're going to be able to have so much loot to work with if they even have the opportunity here, seeing that they are getting contested, and so is Renegades in the next choke point. So both of these choke points leading into Thermal Station have already been taken over with other squads that are trying to circle keep some of these other squads.
Renegades have a minute to work off this fight here. They do top off as they reapproach it now. Ultimate Excels being popped by Vaxon to give them that extra information. The scans coming in. Another Beast of the Hunt should be coming up very shortly as he pops a second one now. Good damage out from Saucer though, and so that might be the entry that they actually need here, but they're going to top off once more before they take this fight. The team might be trying to actually swerve on by and try to go down that eastern edge, but it's still going to be a difficult rotation for them. Renegades will be keeping an eye on them for now. As we get a better look, you can see all the teams posted up right now. G2 are playing that respawn beacon building to the northern side of Thermal Station. We got Team ESA on the western edge. Xset on top of the sniper post. We got Messiah, LKM that were able to swerve their way into the bottom of that sniper post. And here we go, G2 now just patrolling around the northern side. Spot out the squad. That's going to be Depressly getting finished off.
And the fact that they have this high ground, they can overlook all the action right now, Jamerson. They see another squad try to contest them here, but this is just free range for Designful to just mark people down with this wingman. Now trying to take a different angle, noting here that they have the ability to just take control over this entire high ground. G2 looking fantastic with this position. We can see now there are 2 squads within the area fighting over that beacon building. No one's going to be able to get that for free in the line of sight of G2, but Resulto in some trouble, actually going down. It's another squad that managed to get up on the zip line, and now they're going to be able to try to fight G2 for this position.
Liquid were slow lurking from that northern side push. Resulta does get rezzed up, but that's going to mean the bubble comes out early on. He still has that bat popping right now. Liquid are not trying to force the issue too much. They were not able to cover ground fast enough to take advantage of that knock. So G2 get a quick reset here. They know exactly who they're dealing with on their northern side. We'll see who ends up on top, and now we have the next ring pull. It is going straight towards that sniper tower. Team Esports Arena finding themselves in a fight over by the circle building, and this is an important one for them to take. But oh no, Verhulst has gone down. He does trade away for 1, as Vaxlon will fall from Renegades, and it looks like Noble is getting involved in this fight as well. But he is out in the middle of nowhere. Rakanishu will secure that first onto Verhulst now as Duplex does go for that peek once again. They might be able to stabilize outside, get that res, and now Team Esports Arena are just going to be forced to play this one out as a duo.
This is so tough. They have the top part of the building just gassed up so that way they could prevent any other third parties from rotating on the high ground, but just being able to try to get an angle here with only 40 seconds left for this final ring to close is going to be so difficult, but he actually goes for it. Duplex, the risk here, but they're not going to chase him. There's a bunch of caustic barrels set up down there on the low ground. They don't have an EMP from the crypto either, so there's no crypto running in that composition for that squad. So ESA, they're going to be able to do that. Do they have a mobile respawn? That would change everything. They do. They call it in. They're going to get Verhulst back in the action.
They do it just in the nick of time, but he might not have enough time to try and recover his loot. If he does, as soon as his boots touch the ground, he has to loot up and start moving in with the zone. And they still haven't been able to clear out the team underneath them. Duplex getting tagged up once more just before the zone starts closing in. Save for Skittlecakes. If it weren't for him, they would have gotten pushed as this 2-man now. G2 have pushed onto the low, and they have been cleaning up kills left and right throughout all of this as well. It looks like they will be able to secure the top side of this platform here, play out the fences, but you gotta remember that you can get shot through it. Gentrifying learning that the hard way as nades are coming in as well. Arcstar right on top of him. He just eats that one, somehow surviving that. But now G2 turning their attention towards the center of the map as they reset for themselves. It looks like they are just barely in on this platform.
Oh, and Nocturnal gets a knock with a Kraber, it looked like on the feed right there. So right now, Nocturnal just having to fight their way back, seeing that G2 was low. That squad still in the sniper tower since the very start right now, Jamerson, are happily sitting there waiting for a lot of these spots to rotate in their line of sight. Liquid are going to be just hanging out by the edge, but ESA, noting where that squad is shooting them from, dropping down the dome and playing this pillar right here off to their left. They have no other choice, and especially since Verhulst only has that white Evo shield to play off of.
Ooh, the nades are coming in. They don't have a bubble, but it looks like they will survive for now. 2 knocks on that side as the Esports Arena desperately want to be able to get these kills. And really, for Exit up there, they should kind of let them do that. LKM looks like are the squad that's stuck down there right now. Saucer picking up that knock onto Fearing Live, and now here comes the push out from Esports Arena. They are not going to allow them to get the reses here as they start making their way on in. Skittlecakes is on that caustic. He's the one that has to go for the entry, and it doesn't matter if you got the armor swaps. The Massive has enough firing power to put a stop to them. So now Esports Arena find themselves in the top 5. It's going to be all 5 full squads remaining for this next ring.
You got Liquid, you got ESA, you got Exit. So many of these squads here are trying to take control over Thermal, but Liquid are constantly playing the edge because they see that there's a squad right above them. I believe that's still G2 who tacked on so much damage. What a cheeky little spot here for Team Liquid, but they have to start moving soon, just creating a barrage of these caustic barrels to try to make them some extra cover and trying to set up here for that rotation away from G2. They are going to be able to pressure that squad here, but still Exit hanging onto the high ground. They still were able to build up their Evo shields to purple for this final fight.
Throughout all of this, you have to imagine that Exit are kind of running on fumes in terms of ammo. I'm surprised that they're still able to take shots here, but G2 are getting focused down by so many squads right now. Liquid have used their bubble at this point, but there it is, G2 getting focused down. Exit picking up 2 of those kills, Nocturnal 1 onto Resulta. Now, defensive bombardment goes down, but it looks like Team Liquid are going to be safe, but now the ring with to their back, they have to start walking up without it. They do have that dimensional rift to go ahead and push forward now, finding some cover, and here comes a big EMP. Should cover the entire map now. Exit up top. You can see their ammo is struggling just a bit, but they're bought enough time to secure these knocks, and now they will start dropping down onto the rest of the teams. Duplex has fallen. Exit might be the only full healthy team, but now Team Pringles on the other side of this one. As and Team ESA do get cleaned up. Klain has fallen, and now it's 3 squads remaining. Pringles pushing up. Liquid get knocked out. Or excuse me, Exec get knocked out. Liquid are the only ones remaining, and Team Pringles will take game number 1 of the evening.
That was such a good play for Team Pringles. They were the ones off to the side, sneaking their way through. They saw Exit hanging on to the high ground, but didn't realize the moment they dropped, they put themselves in the middle, not only between Liquid, but between Pringles too. What a first game taken by Team Pringles, one of our ESA teams here, Jamerson. And that should highlight that even though they weren't the 16 invited teams, that these are the top 4 Series E teams for a reason.
Yeah, and we even got a nice little peek into what the meta could be here in Series E. We saw a lot of Ashes coming into play, a lot of compositional changes for squads as well. So I'm glad to see that. We'll see if that remains to be true. We have 5 more games left to go. We're going to take a short break, and when we get back, we'll have game number 2 of the series event right after this.
I'm Zara Tricky, and whenever I play Apex Legends, I use the Razer Viper Mini.
And so running to this full squad, it looks like it's Rollers on the other side. Never mind, it's Team Intel getting 12.
The Viper Mini has an ultra lightweight design. It also uses the Razer SpeedFlex cable, so it feels almost wireless.
Do a lot of different things. One of them is look down and just pick up all of these 3 kills. Unfortunately for them, the kills not really going in their favor. They just need to focus on the same time.
And it uses the Razer optical switches, so it has the fastest response time of any mice. I prefer the Viper Mini over other mice because it has a ton of great features that you won't find in other mice, and it's only $40 on Walmart.com. If you're looking for a new mouse, I'd recommend the Viper Mini to anyone who likes a balanced weight and uses a claw or fingertip grip. If you ever need to upgrade your gear, head over to walmart.com/esports arena and buy yourself some Razer gear. My name is Very Tricky, and I play Apex Legends for Team Razer, and you're watching Razer Week.
Welcome back, everyone, inside of Studio Red here in Esports Arena HQ. Again, my name is Yeso, and game number 1 in the books with Team Pringles coming out on top. A chaotic finish to the game there. Had Accent up in the God spot. Team Esports Arena making some magic happen, getting into the top 5 there, but weren't able to finish it off as Team Pringles comes in, clutches it up, and grabs the win to kick off the day. One of the Series E representatives in today's tournament, so big win for Team Pringles. Excited to see them in Series E once again next season. And let's check out our player of the game. You can see him behind me. It's going to be Fury Sucks here. 3 kills, 2 assists, just short of 1,400 damage, but that's a really good showing to kick off the day for Pringles here. Obviously, at the very least, grabbing 17 points, so that's going to be a good chunk up to the top of that Mobile 1 leaderboard. And we had a lot of chaos, some big teams going out early, some maybe lesser-known squads making it there later into the game. And obviously, seeing Pringles and Esports Arena in that top 5 is very, very exciting. Love to see those squads showing up strong. And one team they are going to have to watch out for there is Exet. They are in the God spot in this late circle for game one. They weren't able to grab the win here to start things off, but they were able to get some good points, and they're going to be a consistent threat. They've been looking really good in Pro League over the last couple of weeks before the midseason break, and they're certainly going to be a threat all throughout the day. I think they are one of the hottest teams right now in professional Apex Legends, especially here in North America. So keep an eye on Exet throughout the next 5 games. But that's going to be Fury Sucks grabbing player of the game and Team Pringles grabbing the W, a big start for them. Now, we are going to head over to Tyler over in Studio Blue here and see what's going on at our Walmarts.
Yes, sir. Thank you, JC. That's right, back in the studio over here. We'll be doing a lot of camera time today because we have an opportunity to sort of explain to you guys the business of Esports Arena. We talked about Series E a little bit and the business around Series E, but really none of that is possible without a location like this. This is actually live in Atlanta right now. We've got a LAN center. It looks like they just opened up for the evening. And so locations like this that you guys can go play video games. If you don't have like a nice rig and you're wanting a nice rig, but you're saving up the money to do so, all of those machines in there have at least a 1080 or a 2070 inside every single one of our machines. We've got 240 hertz monitors, we've got i7s, and we've got this location's huge. So this one's got, I think, like 38 gaming stations that are there. So if you want to play, you're in the Atlanta area. This is in Woodstock, Georgia. That's a live look in. If they're watching Jamal or Ryan, come on screen, that'd be actually kind of funny. Doubt that because we're on like a 40-hour delay. But at any rate, we're going to be doing a lot more with our Walmart stores. So Esports Arena, we opened up here in Southern California. Originally, we had a giant facility. That facility did shut down due to COVID, and of course, our lease expired over there. But we are solely focused on opening up inside of Walmart stores, and we're going to be opening up more and more as the years go by. But something like this has been fantastic for us. They look awesome. They're inside literally a Walmart store where you have the McDonald's, where you have a Lens Crafters or whatever those optic care centers are, or a bank. We take over that spot. So you can walk in, pay $5 an hour. It's that cheap, or pay $10 for the tournament that night. Every Friday night, we host an Apex Legends tournament along with Fortnite and can't remember the third game, but it's called Friday Frags. So come on out over there. I think I probably said that wrong too, Kyle. But at any rate, this is live in Atlanta. It's really sick. That game was sick. Watching Team Esports Arena, Exet, I mean, obviously I'm biased. I'm going to be rooting for Team Esports Arena. I thought they played cracked last game. Exet just had that better positioning at the top at the end of the game there, and they just dropped right on them after the bubble was already out. So it's just sort of bad timing in that sort of situation. But I thought the boys played great. I thought everyone actually played pretty great. That was some high intensity action, and we've got a lot more coming up for you guys right after this. Actually, right after me, because I'm going to just throw it straight to Jamerson and Vicky. So go ahead, guys, take it away. Thanks for tuning in.
All right, thank you so much, Tyler, and that's great to see. Georgia on my mind. What a wonderful cafe center, basically, over there. And honestly, that's a really cool thing to see, because I remember growing up as a kid that I didn't have a great computer, and this was back, when computers were super expensive. Having broadband internet wasn't really a thing. I guess I'm really showing my age at this point, but being able to go to a PC cafe and game out was one of my fondest memories as a child. So trying to provide that for other communities across the nation as well, that's super amazing to see. But let's go ahead and get back into the games here for Series event. We're about to head into game number 2, but before we do that, we got to check in with the Mobile One leaderboard. So let's see who stands up on top. It's going to be Team Pringles securing a 20-point game with that plus 12. Right behind them by 4 points is going to be Team Liquid in second place with 16 points, Vicky.
Yeah, they're honestly popping off. 20 points already, but with Team Liquid right behind them after they ended in second place. We saw how aggressive they opened up. They are right behind Team Pringles, 16 points. Exet falling in third place. They secure 12. And then look at that. Beyond fourth place here, Jamerson, it is so close with a lot of these squads. And we saw the contention happening so early in that first game. If that's just how game number 1 goes and how volatile it got, I'm excited to see how these remaining 5 games are going to really build up for these squads.
Yeah, we have Team Esports Arena tied now for fourth place with G2 and Renegades. And, you know, for Team Esports Arena, that's kind of like the go-to for them. It's about, slow and steady wins the race. And ultimately, if they are able to average this kind of showing every single game, they're going to be in a good position. But let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile One high-performance moment of game number 1, as there were so many fights throughout all portions of the game. We had fights taking place 50-50s across the map, as well as we check in with the Mobile One high-performance moment.
Just seeing that Exit have that last minute positioning for so long. They look so fantastic there, but they drop down between 2 squads, Jamerson. Now we get to see here the high performance moment here. Exit is this exact moment when they drop down. Look at where Team Pringles is positioned though, off to their right. So when they drop down right here on top of ESA, they weren't expecting Team Pringles right on the other side here. And Team Liquid, they were able to get away because they had that natural cover off to their left.
Yeah, you can see the quick armor swaps, but it's just not enough. Team Pringles are able to come in and clean up the rest of the lobby. They avoided a lot of this fighting here. You saw the focus going down, and that's kind of what happens when you've got 5 teams left and paired off. You can see it was, I believe, G2 and Team Liquid that were stuck on the north. On the south side here were Xset and Team Intel. They get involved in their own separate 2v2s, and Pringles were just left alone basically that whole time to come in for the cleanup. So that was a nice win for them. They ended up getting 8 kill points in that last game with the +12 as well. This was a very hard thermal ending. We saw how much fighting was taking place basically all across thermal once we got into that 3rd ring.
Yeah, except just knew exactly where that circle was going to pull towards. It could have been a 50-50 where we sometimes, for those thermal circles, we sometimes see it pull north on top of where G2 was positioned. But they guessed the 50-50 right. And now let's see if they could do that again going on to game number 2. Exit had an amazing performance so far in the ALGS. I believe they are overall ranked 7th place right now. And they had a pop-off week in that 2nd week with 76 points. So they want to replicate that. There's 10K here. Jamerson, 1st place, walking away with 6K. That's a $3,000 money max between 1st and 2nd place, and that's exactly one way you want to rack up those points. Team Pringles leading the way with those 20 points right now in the overall leaderboards.
We can see on the board Xset leveraging that Harvester drop. They do have the beacon available to them as well, but it's Team Pringles now that are making their way on over towards Landslide. It does seem like they've got a beacon for Scissors to pick up for themselves, and we have a very centralized circle going up actually a little bit north towards that countdown area. But at this point, if you can get into position, I will try to play that eastern side of countdown that heads out over towards that very open ground. And so a lot of teams are going to realize this. They're going to try and play the sniper post. They're going to try and play the northern mountains there, just south of Skyhook. But we have that fight once again. Lava Siphon Knights versus LKM. Messiah is the first one to fall. And Knights, it seems like they were the ones that were able to get the early armors. They're probably on the gondolas, and now they've got the 2v3.
If it doesn't work once, you try it again here. Knights, they're bringing that to Lava Siphon. So many of these 50-50s here kind of mixing up for our squads, but it is early in the day, and Knights actually already moving on to see which of these stragglers maybe are falling behind, or is this another squad maybe rotating away from Harvester? Doesn't matter for Knights, as they're pretty looted up, like you mentioned, Jamerson. 2 purple Evos, 1 blue Evo, and they are going to be able to try to rack up as many points as possible after looking at their last performance.
Anasura wants to chase after this. When you can see Gilderson did not get the message. He's still over at Lava Siphon proper. And this is actually coming down to 2 individual 1v1s. Asura somehow has still survived. Gilderson showing up. And Joey Blackout is actually the last one over at Lava Siphon, finally joining the rest of his squad. There we go. They secure that knock onto that player. And they're just going to go ahead and BM this one.
You know what? You gotta take it with you. You gotta wear it with pride here. He even chased him down to the low ground. It's okay. They don't need this high ground right now. They know that they're gonna be able to take control over the rest of Lava Siphon before making that rotation. And look at this action over at No Name. This is very similar to what we had seen in the very first match here. So many of these 50-50s being taken, but there's a beacon here in this building, which is why we see a lot of these fights happen over at No Name. And CMP, they're gonna be able to take this 3v2, but they can't push into this building, seeing that it is a caustic squad composition being rolled out by that team, but they are going to be able to take this beacon since they have nobody contesting them for it.
Yeah, they do have to worry just a little bit with how long this fight can take. We know how long Caustic can delay pushes here. Cody doesn't even want to go across. His Petty Boss caught out by himself. Lion pushes out onto him, gets the knock, but there is the trade back from Mooney. and they will be able to secure the rest of the kills on this team and get the res onto Petty Boss here. And they do it just in time, so they can avoid a lot of the rotations that might be coming out from the Climatizer side and such. As you can see, XSET have made their way into Fragment, but right now another team showing up. Petty Boss should be safe as he tops off once again, but we had triple take shots actually bringing across the bow there, just giving them a slight warning that another team is in the area. It was Noble off to the west now, making their way on in. They've got pings down. They want to start moving in for that open ground between Landslide and Countdown, but they still have a lot of ground to make up here.
Thinking of that, where the circle's going to get pulled towards, Javerson, we saw where it's going to be in that open area between Countdown and Landslide. We noticed that there is a sniper tower there that a lot of these circles tend to pull. So thinking where XSET wants to position themselves, since they were very happy to take that sniper building in Thermal Station, maybe to try to replicate that. But it's all about that timing with these rotations, because then you can get this early KP like Team Liquid as they're beating this squad over here on the high ground of Trials. Playing a little split up. We talked about how Team Liquid loves taking Trials because they can just bring a lot of that loot, bring it into Skyhook. They already have that intel that this squad now rotating away from Skyhook already has 2 purple EOs.
Yeah, we have to note that with this composition, when they're running the big boys and that Ash, they don't have the recon, but there's just so much wealth of knowledge and basically circle prediction that they really don't need to run the recon. They can continue to play hard edge if they want to, and that's what they did in the last game, and that's what happens a lot of times for the Skyhook teams. Here's G2 making their way up from Thermal Station now as we join on board with Furia. They're in that connecting area between Fragment and Skyhook. They're going to patrol around the train tracks. They have another full squad above them, and it looks like they do note that they are there. Oh, and a drop down from that Valkyrie. It's not absolutely punished, but Furia, they just take their pot shots and will leave.
They're going to actually try to wrap around, maybe, seeing here where they want to go. Maybe they just want to go long instead, as Furia are going to be able to take that longer rotation. You see, Complexity is the squad that was inside of that tunnel, and they're actually going to be able to check their 6 here. We have to note that Team Liquid were shooting at Complexity, or rather, the squad that just rotated out from Skyhook, but they probably note that even though they don't have a recon character, that they want to rotate a little bit long, and they may see that Ghost right here are crafting. So that's actually 3 squads that we have to note within the area. 4th if you count the squad now rotating away from this tunnel and towards Survey Camp.
Yeah, a lot of teams try to take a passive position in Skyhook while that ring closes and wait until 7-3 to start moving in. But here's a fight over at Harvester right now. 100 Thieves bubbled out, but that team is already dipped all the way down onto the low, sliding to the south side of Harvester here. So 100 Thieves will not be able to take advantage of that, and they're going to maintain this position over the Replicators. Imagine it was just a pit stop for them to try and get some additional heals throughout all of this, and they're picking up additional nades as well, so not too bad for them. They've basically recouped what they lost on that last push, and they'll start moving in. You don't really have to take this fight for now, and it's all about positioning with this Seer as well. And so I'm surprised that they're backing away from this fight, because they can play around the long corridors with that Seer, try to hit the Qs. But I think for now, they understand that the positioning for this next circle is going to be so important. You can get absolutely punished if you do not have a good spot.
And I like this call too, just the call to disengage. They do want to prioritize the circle instead. They also note that there could be squads that could hear a lot of this action and try to hold that choke point by Harvester once they recognize where that circle is going to be pulling. You see ESA now taking their time, getting some crafting here. We do note some of the changes that have made towards that crafting table, where you could be able to boost up your Evo Shield a lot more consistently, but it will be taking much more crafting materials in the process as ESA make their move. And Complexity now fighting in the edge of circle, fighting right here towards Skyhook. And again, we saw that there was roughly 4 squads within this area. If Complexity isn't careful, Team Liquid may actually be right behind them if they haven't rotated already.
Yeah, well, it does seem like Complexity might have used that Valkyrie deploy to try and cut across all of Skyhook here, because they were over at the tunnels just before this one now. And so just avoiding a lot of the teams in the middle. They're going to be playing on the western side of Skyhook that has access over towards Countdown now. And Reptar, you can see he's just waiting to see if he can pick up that beacon for his squad. Ghosts, though, they have eyes on it as well, and they're just not going to be able to pick that one up. They do have that ring information. It does continue to pull up a bit harder. Pull over towards the northern side, as you can see, is going towards that Countdown side. Would love to check in with Complexity, who have just pinged that beacon for us. And now Ghost, they're eyeing it themselves.
Yeah, Complexity just wanting to deny Ghost this. That's why they're still staying here. I love this little poke here from the climb. Kind of a teaser here as Tyler is just trying to find an angle, tries to catch him from even jumping. As a wingman, no attachments, but he does have that 2-time scope. So Ghost don't have the information that Complexity have right now, like you said, Jamerson, which is going to be so important for this next rotation. If Ghost decide to pull out, they'll just be pulling out and going right into the open without really any information. They're just holding this edge to see if Complexity decide to move out, because then you have squads like Noble who are holding this choke point. Usually that beacon building that's right north of Fragment does have that beacon currently situated there, but you have to note that there's probably squads that have already made their way towards the sniper tower of where we assume this circle is going to be pulling towards.
Noble in a full-on engage, and they're kind of getting picked apart here. They got lost just a bit, but they will regain their bearings. Bubble down from the other side. That's going to be Cody going down. So CMP in the sightlines now. Noble wants to push the advantage. They've got the 2v3. They will be able to secure the thirst onto the raid. So Cody will fall, and Noble have the time. They have 1 minute and 26 seconds before the zone starts even closing and try and force the issue here. But for now, they're just going to regroup here. They already understand they have, of course, the positioning to try and gatekeep any squads coming here from the eastern edge. And so I like that Rack is still holding the height for the time being. Lucas and Impulse will be playing as 2 down here on the low ground in case CMP try to come back for this banner. You can see Petty Boss is keeping an eye on it. Mooney, if he has that beast in the hunt, could try and run up on it. Also here on the eastern edge, we got Esports Arena moving through. Currently Fragment now, and they're just looking to avoid a lot of these fights, probably get into a better position to try to go for that Valkyrie redeploy across the mountains.
A lot of these squads rotating here from the west part of the map here. You also have to note Ghosts who were rotating back away from Skyhook, maybe taking that longer rotation if they don't want to find themselves in the tunnel. But with ESA now at risk of getting circle kept by Noble, as they already taken 1 down, forcing out a 3v2 for that initial squad, they may not want to move away from here. They're still hanging on to the rocks in Esport Arena. They're noting that. Really, only option here is that zipline that they have attached to the building, but they are going to get some pings on them if they aren't careful here, noting that the Bloodhound scans have come on. ESA just going to play this building instead, and looking to see Skittlecakes has that triple take, so they're okay with taking these long-range fights.
Yeah, it looks like they might actually try and run this one into the northeast side of this zone, but no, they're regrouping as a full 3, so it is going to be that Valkyrie redeploy. Because they had cover to play off of, they will have the Gibraltar bubble as they land if they need to use it. But it looks like it's going to be a shorter one here. I don't know if they're going across the mountain. It doesn't seem like it. They're going to play off the building towards the northern side. But you can see a full team is ready to try and catch them on the landing. And so Team Esports Arena call a little bit early. We'll go ahead and touch down. We'll check in with them in just a moment. The Knights have made their way across to the southwest side of the map. They got the beacon pull for us as well. And it is going into that open area between Countdown and Landslide right now. Team Esports Arena regrouping here with the defensive bombardment going down. Skittlecake setting up for himself with those barrels. They're going to try and get another off angle here as Skittles pushes down to the south to clear this one out just in case. They've got 2 rocks the head glitch off of right now. I'm wondering if it's Noble still sticking around here. But it does seem at the time that Esports Arena done a good enough job just to force them back. The Knights find themselves in a fight, though, here on the southern side, just outside of Landslide on the train tracks. It's going to be Renegade on the other side of this fight, trading 1-for-1. Gildersons for Saucer. It's a 2v2 here, but Knights have them pinned down inside the trailer. Arcstar in, Nade out from the other side, and now Asura is going to want to push in with that ring, forcing that squad out. And so Gildersons gets res on the low ground, so will Saucer, but Pow gets cleaned up throughout all of that.
Now dying on the high ground right there. There was a trade that came out for Knights, but the difference here is, Jamerson, Knights have the high ground. They have a great overlook here as they force out the rift, and they are going to be able to still hold this position. They have some of that extra loot here to work with, and noting that that is going to be a 2-man squad now that may want to go for either that longer rotation, or they're going to be forced to actually rotate right in front of Knights for free here if they want to get that and finish some of that KP. So Renegade's in a bit of trouble, seeing that they're kind of pinched in a tough spot, whether they want to rotate right in front of Knights and be in their line of sight, or are they going to rotate into the arms of another squad that's already rotated into Landslide, it seems like.
Yeah, they don't have that much of a run to try and make it into the safety of the next zone, but they have so many nades in the way. Oh boy, Saucer dropped down low, trying to juke out these arc stars as a drop down from the squad, and that PK is not connecting for Sauce. He will hold it once more, hitting for the 97 here. This is their opportunity to try and fight back, but the flank comes out, and now here comes the rest of the Knights. Renegades are knocked out. We're down to 17 squads remaining.
I believe I saw Team Pringles on the other side by landslide, so that's another team that they have to look out for. And Exit taking control over this trailer. Look at where the next circle is pulling towards, too. This is going to be a landslide circle. This is going to be so chaotic, especially if it pulls a little north here into that open area. It's going to set up Exit as they're going to be able to take control here, get some of that extra loot, and even be able to take some of that high ground from landslide to overlook what is going on with some of these squads when they're making their rotation. You can see Noble on the low ground with Oxygen and Lazarus. Already 5 of these squads have rotated here. You got Lazarus, Noble, you got Oxygen, you got 100 Thieves who are taking a lot of pressure with Lazarus holding that back end circle. You also have to worry about Space Station Gaming, who are currently fighting off against Team Pringles right over on the outside part of Landslide.
Let's scan this area. Right now we do have Oxygen trying to gatekeep that squad on the low, as they find themselves smack dab in the middle of the zone. They don't know where the ring is, and it doesn't seem like they've taken the time, the opportunity to try and drone up and hit that beacon for themselves. It might have been cleared, and he was just waiting for it to come back off of cooldown. At this point, he will go ahead and recon out and hit that scan for them. And so they'll have that knowledge that they're going to be safe here. They can actually continue to play. But you can see that with the amount of teams coming from the south, they're running out of real estate to play off of. Knights are starting to make their push on up, and so they have to be prepared for this. Bubble out instantly from the other side as Gildersons has to back away to hit that bat once again. Joey Blackout just holding the front line, backing away to his own bubble, but the bubble fights aren't going that great. Here they go. It's gonna be the full push on out. Noble lose out on impulse already. Gildersons with that PK fadeaway shot onto Rack takes him out, and now the Knights are clearing out the south. This is looking so much better of a position for them. They still have to worry about Furia just to their west and Oxygen to their north, though. Defensive bombardment on top of Furia, as they're just gonna face tank this one for now. They don't have a bubble for another 15 seconds, but they have time to stabilize.
Oh, Hakulo in trouble. The tether coming in from the Ash. Fury are holding these crates. They are stuck between so many squads, and they note that, but they want to keep this high ground position. They want to rotate from here, and they're going to have to soon. In a minute and 20 seconds, they have to make sure that this squad just gets off of this train cart. With Hakulo taking a lot of that pressure, it's going to force out the dome, and this squad noting that they're just going to be able to set up for free in that train cart with the caustic barrels, looking at this composition, and right to their backs with a zip line taken is another squad actually coming in from the 6 onto Furia, so they're forced to reposition immediately. And this is what I was saying here earlier. So many squads have already rotated through landslide that you only have this natural cover for some ability to just get away from these line of sights, and they're going to be able to rack up some of that KP. They're still going to be able to send it forward. Too many Skittle Cakes going down here, and Fury are wanting to take them out. It's ESA that seem to be in trouble.
Oh boy, the Knights get a knock onto Tech, so instantly flipping the script onto Team Furia right now. Bubble out, but Graceful's not going to have the time to try and go for that res quite yet. Luckily for them, though, Team Liquid from downtown with that triple take Nocturnal gets a knock onto Gildersons, and now it's just Hakulo up for his squad. He's already used his Ring of Fire. Don't know if he's got another one up. Yeah, it's 50% off, and he's going to try and hit this res with the gold back. Splits out that position for that res, but no, Team Liquid are right on top of them. He is not going to be able to stick it there, and so Team Liquid are going to finish him off in just a moment. Another Arc Star coming in. Nocturnal goes down. Hakulo still has some fight left in him. Here comes the flank, but now it's going to be G2 coming out on top. They see everything here. They want to drop down onto this one yet, and now Designful calls that they will drop and try and punish the rest of this squad, but the reses have come through.
The gold back by came and clutch in that moment. Now G2 want in on the action here. They want in on the party as Liquid had cleaned up not only Knights, but that squad here too. But they're in trouble. Fun taking a lot of pressure here. Now forced to be out of the action ever so slightly with the circle closing in. You're little to no time. He's forced to take a different rotation, but so much pressure coming out of these bombardments. The Seer Tactical 2 is going to help reveal where Liquid want to rotate, but they're playing on the edge of circle. Force here with the dome that isn't going to be lasting forever as they're playing in the line of sight of 100 Thieves.
Pringles help out Team Liquid, taking out G2, making this a little bit easier, but 100 Thieves still have the angle on them, and Arcstar's gonna force them back, though, and allow Team Liquid now to reposition. You can see 100 Thieves, you do not have the time to try and tunnel onto Team Liquid now, who are still surviving throughout all of this. As you can see, Xset have set themselves up in an excellent position once again. They're currently playing on the eastern side of Landslide. This one's landing right in the middle of Landslide proper. You can see Complexity are playing on top of that platform up top. They've got Team Pringles right below them. We'll see if Pringles can get a repeat performance from game number 1. Liquid now trying to make their way on in. They do have those barrels pop. They got the first knock on to Protectful. You can see Kutsuki going down to Lazarus as well. And Flanker makes it behind cover just in time. They've got 37 seconds to resituate themselves, and it looks like they will have another car to try and move up to and play cover from cover at this point. Nocturnal's doing an amazing job for this squad. He does have the phase breach as well if they need to cover that distance, but now dropping down onto the low, it looks like they're just going to be able to walk this one in.
Decisions, but where would they rotate here? In the arms of 100 Thieves, you see Complexity still holding the high ground. Team Pringles playing this position, but if you see Team Liquid rotate off to the left, they're going to be met with Lazarus. Not too sure if they're running that composition with Caustic. It actually looks like here Xset on the other side are doing the same exact thing that I was thinking Lazarus may be doing, but they're going to be able to take that off angle, and then you're going to have Team Pringles just essentially sandwiched between those two squads. Both teams, everybody on the low ground, just minus Complexity, who are happily here, and Space Station Gaming have made their appearance. Now as they rotate from this northern part of the map, they want in on the action. They want to rack up some of this KP, looking like they may be struggling a little bit here. And 100 Thieves now force off of this high ground, playing right below Complexity, but they want to boot them off with the bombardment. What a risky play. Did not work out for them, but they're still trying to pressure Complexity. With vayne coming in, the dome still came out in time, and they were able to play that beautifully.
And SSG take the fight to Pringles as well, taking them out. We're down to 5 full squads remaining. We do have one person on the ground, though. Might get thirsted very shortly here. You still have to be careful trying to go for this overextending. Scurry will get finished off. So now 100 Thieves will be playing a man down in this late game with the final circle ending right in the middle of Landslide now, as SSG, they have priority over it. They've got Xset just to their south. As they play on the low, Xset can try and peek out up above them. But as you can see, Liquid are now in a fight up against Lazarus, and SSG want to get involved. Fun is the first one to fall, and now Team Liquid don't have many options left to them as Flanker is trying to commit onto this one. Xset making the push, though, up top onto 100 Thieves to try and finish them off, but they're going into so much burn. vayne and Onmu are down, and now with the final 4 squads remaining, Xset have the high ground. No armor swaps, though, for them. And so it's going to be slow healings as they do get back up to full 100 HP. Fun going down now. Team Liquid on their last legs. Flanker and Nocturnal as a duo on the low, still trying to compete up against Lazarus.
How did you manage to take this high ground again, forcing each squad Complexity from 100 Thieves, and 100 Thieves goes down. This is Xset zone right now, taking some real estate. Wasn't exactly free, but now they have a great view of the remaining squads. You got Team Liquid, Lazarus finding right in their line of sight as they take this position. It's going to be the final circle closing in right behind them. They're noting that here. They want to try to find an opportunity to drop down, but Space Station Gaming are waiting for that prime opportunity as they hang out right underneath that platform.
Yeah, and SSG have a caustic of their own, so the drop down is going to be as effective. We'll see. They'll have that caustic to be able to play off of Liquid, trying their best to survive, but they lose out on one more. Flanker's the only one alive for the time being, but he's getting focused down by Lazarus. 1 HP, he will fall. Vizay picks that one up. I actually clarify, picks that one up. So it's going to be the full 3v3, but at this point, it might actually be Lazarus with the advantage. You can see the drop down having to come out from Xset. They're actually forced out of position because of that Arcstar, the zone coming in. Bubble has been used by Lazarus, but Xset get that knock, and now Lazarus are getting focused by both of these squads. Xset coming in now for the third party onto SSG. Do they have the ultimates to try and finish this one off? Clarify does not have his Nox Gas Grenade just yet. 9% off as he gets focused down. It's a 3v2. Xset will not be able to get the win here as SSG with the 3v1 will finish him off and take game number 2.
What a performance from SSG, being able to hang out right underneath that platform, Jamerson, even though they were the ones to initiate the fight right there at the very end. They were able to play that dome so well. Now they're going to be able to take game number 2.
Yep, excellent win coming out from Space Station Gaming there. That's going to be 2 separate winners out of our 6 games. So the leaderboard should be looking quite spicy. We're going to take a short break, and when we get back, we'll have game number 3 of Series E after this.
I'm Zara Tricky, and whenever I play Apex Legends, I use the Razer Viper Mini.
And so running to this full squad, it looks like it's Rolders on the other side. Never mind, it's Team Intel getting full.
The Viper Mini has an ultra lightweight design. It also uses the Razer SpeedFlex cable, so it feels almost wireless.
Do a lot of different things. One of them is look down and just pick off all of these 3 kills. Unfortunately for them, the kills not really going in their favor. They just need to focus on the same time.
And it uses the Razer optical switches, so it has the fastest response time of any mice. I prefer the Viper Mini over other mice because it has a ton of great features that you won't find in other mice, and it's only $40 on Walmart.com. If you're looking for a new mouse, I'd recommend the Viper Mini to anyone who likes a balanced weight and uses a claw or fingertip grip. If you ever need to upgrade your gear, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and buy yourself some Razer gear. My name is Very Tricky, and I play Legends for Team Razer, and you're watching Razer Week.
Welcome back, everybody. Big win there for Space Station Gaming in game number 2, and that's definitely going to shake things up on our Mobile One leaderboard. We'll check that one out here in a little bit, but before that, let's look at our player of the game here for game number 2, and it's going to go to Controller there over on Space Station with 5 kills, 4 assists, 1,000 damage in that second game. A big showing from Space Station, and this is a squad that's been popping off. Really started incredibly strong to kick off the ALGS Pro League. They're definitely in the running at the halfway point, and they're coming in strong here today. This game 2 is incredibly important for them, at the very least grabbing 21 points in this one, so that's going to make things very interesting as we head into game number 3. And I told you to keep an eye on XSET, and we got an interesting parallel in there in games number 1 and 2. Final Circle finished at Thermal Station in game 1, and then we got it at Landslide in game 2. A couple of POIs that offer a lot more verticality. In both games, we've seen XSET up in the God spot. They've got that high ground, but the problem is that while they've been able to get the high ground, they haven't been able to finish these games strong enough and grab the victory. You saw right there getting into the top 2, going for the crypto drone for the EMP, but it didn't play out the way that XSET had hoped. SSG with a good, confident, strong push, able to get the 2 downs and finish it off here, get a big victory. So XSET obviously going to, again, still be in the running. They're feeling really good. They put up a solid chunk of points in these first 2 games, and they're definitely going to be in contention on that Mobile One leaderboard. So definitely keep an eye on them, but SSG definitely putting their name on the map. Do also want to remind you guys, if you've been following us on Twitter, you know we've been announcing our new partners for Series E for this coming season. We got Intel and Razer coming back, and we're excited to have them once again. And we also got some new friends joining the squad. We got Vizio, Excedrin, and Nerf all joining us here at Series E, and we're incredibly excited to have them along. If you do want to support our partners, make sure to head over to walmart.com/esportsarena. You can get all of their awesome products over there. 2 games down and 4 more to go. Let's head back over to Jamerson and Vicky to get you ready for game 3.
New season, new sponsors, new me here for Series E Season 4. Really looking forward to see who gets drafted into what team. But let's go ahead and break down the action from game number 2. We did have a big win coming out, so let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile 1 leaderboard. There's Exit. Once again, we're just shy of getting a victory, but they still ultimately walk away with that with the first place position. Team Liquid now find themselves in second place with 26 points, but take a look at how close this spread is. You got Pringles and SSG tied for third place with 23. So with 4 games left to go, there's so much still left to play for.
And that's even after Pringles and SSG both individually won a game. So that highlights here how aggressive Exit and Liquid, or rather looking at the way that Exit and Liquid, have been playing so aggressively. We've been noting that Exit have had that pristine position advantage throughout the last 2 games. But can they bring that into match number 3 as we get set up here, Jamerson?
Yeah, Esports Arena now finding themselves in 5th place with 15 points overall, and just behind them is 100 Thieves and the Pittsburgh Knights. And so super close top 10 right now. As with, when we have 4 games left, it's still open for anyone to try and swoop in for the top 3. You have to remember here for the 10K, it's only going to be the top 3 teams placing into the money. So we're looking at Exit, Liquid, and Pringles to see if they can hold these positions. Let's check in with the Mobile 1 high performance moment of that last game, though, as I feel like a lot of teams might have been caught a little bit off guard by this hard pull into landslide here. Exit, we're playing on the low ground position now, force the issue, pushing up against this fight, and it was beautiful as they were able to just wait things out.
They waited things out, but look at the way that SSG played that. They finished off Lazarus so quickly that Exit didn't even have the opportunity to position themselves for a proper third party, and that is why Space Station Gaming won this game with so much KP under their belt. You saw that controller had basically 5 kills, 4 assists, and over a K damage, and they played that end goal positioning so well too, because they showed up a little late after getting that KP from the northern part of the map, and they noticed where everyone's position was. So Exit just didn't have that opportunity. They had the great position right there. They had the ability to get that quick 2P, or rather try to get that 2P when they saw that they had lost after match number 1 at Team Pringles, but they could not replicate that, instead just consistently landing in second place.
It's fantastic average points per game, though, and we know that it is going to be that long marathon run more than anything else. Sure, you can have these pop-off games, but if you're maintaining 14, 15 points per game, that basically puts you on the winning track to get first place. So we'll see if Exec can continue to play this positional style and be rewarded for it. I mean, they do take big economic hits, right, when they play for center zone, but they're also really good about their trigger discipline, knowing how much ammo they need to maintain for these late game fights, and they do take fights when they need to. But here we go. Heading into game number 3 before the half, we're back onto World's Edge. We got 4 games left to go, 10K on the line here for the series event as we drop once more.
Exet holding on to 29 points overall. Again, they may not have won, but they've been able to rack up so much KP, consistently getting second, and that is why they are on top of the winning teams from the last 2 games, Pringles and Space Station Gaming. Time to see if they're finally going to be able to take this W, or is Liquid going to surpass them, as they are in second place right behind them with 26 points. We do get to check in on Exit as they do land in Harvester, opening them up to a lot of these different rotations, as they already noted where that circle is going to get pulled to, since they have the beacon right there.
It's going to be a lava siphon ending here, and we've been noting how there's almost a magnetic pull when it comes to lava siphon. You could think maybe the ring indicates anywhere else, but it will just go ahead and pull right back on in. And Knights getting pulled back into this 50-50 as they try to push the advantage. Asura is the healthiest one. He's got that purple armor, but he needs to heal up. He's still stimming as he's trying to make the approach, so he could get punished off of this. Does make his way back into cover now, regrouping with the rest of his squad. They've got this team isolated here. It's LKM once again, but that's a big triple take shot coming out from Fearing Live, putting some respect in Fear into the Knights now. And it looks like LKM might try to force the issue.
Yeah, you can see them now being able to get that high ground too. That's going to put on a lot of pressure here for Knights, who continuously take this 50-50. They won in game number 2, but can they replicate that now as LKM have that positional advantage? Havoc, of course, a turbocharger being in the replicator, it's going to put a Dentosaurus a really aggressive plan, since you have to be wary of that windup on the Havoc. Still has that wingman nonetheless, as he wants to take control over this high ground. We've noted LKM, specifically Turns, now having to drop down after noting that is going to be able to just drift away, wants to back off, doesn't want to get pressured, but he's lost his blue Evo shield already, as he has to take cover. Seeing here as 100 Thieves have made their way into rotation. They heard the action. They saw the 50-50 coming out, Jamerson, and they're rolling in with 2 purple Evos and 1 blue.
You can see why LKM started moving up north instead. Don't know exactly who's on the low ground. XSET are here for the third party as well. I guess it's the fourth party now, cleaning up Fearing Live. And so you have to imagine all teams are keeping an eye on the kill feed. They know how many teams are involved in this fight as Joey Blackout gets cleaned up. So now 100 Thieves will have control over this southern building. They'll pick up this additional loot as well. And they came up pretty nicely in terms of armor when they rotated in. Spotting one more out, that Seer is going to stop that rotation to the left-hand side. But 100 Thieves, they're not going to overstep their bounds. They understand how many teams are here. Too many unknown factors for them to try and deal with. And so they are not overextending. They're going to allow the teams to fight it out and then come in for the third party once more.
Yeah, really interesting how this composition's really worked out for 100 Thieves here. You can see the Seer just being able to let them know where they're positioned, but you have to look off to your right. Vayne gets pinged, but he throws in the Arc Star, and he gets the stick. He's going to be able to fully send it in here. He's got the massive, but hits those hot 11s. That's going to keep him at bay as he already gets knocked down. He was at the equivalent of being literally 1 right there, and he's going to be able to still send it forward. It's going to be Vayne now, going to be able to move in with on move. They cleaned that squad up, and now they have to reposition as another squad has rotated away from Tree, but not before they lose Almu. They punch him into the corner. Can they res him on time? As Scurry is the only one that can help keep that squad at bay with some suppressed fire. It's Renegades, but they have full white Evos right before Sorcerer, who is able to get that blue Evo built up. They see that they're just trying to get out of here. 100 Thieves now going to be able to try to take that rift if possible before Renegades makes their way onto this high ground, as you can see right here, but they're still stuck inside the Seer ult, so their position is revealed to 100 Thieves.
Pittsburgh Knights are still here. They are able to secure 1 kill throughout all of that. Renegades, unfortunately, still sitting on the whites. Sorcerer just got the blue for himself. Turn around to spot out 2. They might actually be able to take this fight just below them. Baxlon spots 1 more off to the edge. Get some decent damage off, but that's a bubble keeping them alive. And so you're not going to be able to get much else off of that for now. Renegades, though, just keeping an eye on their south. As I don't know how many more teams can actually show up at this point. It's so early on. The round is just the ring is just closing. We already have about 5, maybe 6 teams inside Lava Siphon proper.
No, not even surprised here. We got so many redeploys too that so many of these squads can just make this rotation already after getting the scan on the beacon. That's why we're seeing so many of these squads make this rotation, and Renegades need to build up their Evo shields if they want to stay in this location, if they want to hold this. As you can see, the beacon is off to their left in that middle building, so other squads are going to be fighting for that middle building control. Renegades not letting this go, though, with this squad having to rotate out. They're going to be able to take control over this building. And before they make that rotation, they have a lot of boxes to work with, but it's just a matter of time before we see more squads rotate into Lava Siphon between the northern part of the map.
Ghost trying to play off Beacon, but they do have a team in their way right now, just to the northwest of Fragment, as Noble find themselves in a fight on the northern side of Lava Siphon right now. Impulse tried to make a push in, but he just uses that frag to cover his retreat. They'll just maintain position here on the second floor and play this one maybe a little bit passively. Unfortunate for them, of course. Playing inside these buildings, you're not able to get the full utility out of having that Gibraltar, and so it's just going to be a holding pattern. Defensive bombardment, though, out of the open. That's what Ghosts are looking for. As the flatline shots connect from 6, Tyler is trying to find an angle here aggressively on the front lines, but it does seem like that player was able to make it out and stay safe. Ghosts are just going to try and swerve around, but the scan comes in. It's on to all 3 members, and Tyler is going to chase after him. It's gold armor on the other side of this one. Wondering if it's Team Liquid actually rotating out from Skyhook right now. Ghost with another scan and down, spot them out. As you can see, the R301 shot's not quite connecting for Noth here, but Tyler is setting up another angle for himself as the backup of 6 behind them. But the bubble has been used, and now they're going to push aggressively in. You've got the ring of fire right around them. It's not even Liquid. It's going to be Graceful coming and getting the knock, and there it is, Furia cleaning up Team Ghost. Liquid finally do show up, though, for the third party. That triple take once again, deadly in the hands of Nocturnal. Tech goes down. This is going to be the +3 for Team Liquid.
This is what they wanted. This is what they came for. And they got the beacon right behind them. But the ring claims Hakulo here. Furia in trouble as Liquid also pins this squad over to the ring. They're going to be able to try to clean this up here without trying to overextend. They still need to get that beacon. But Fun, he sees red. He sees the opportunity right there. It's only ring 1 at the same time. They're not too worried about this take damage that they have. Instead, they need to be able to get this KP. Look at them chase for it. They're hungry here, Jamerson. And Fun has some help right next to him. It's gonna be Flanker. He says, all right, Flanker, you could take that right there. I got 2 assists. I did the duty with that dome here, and they are gonna be able to clean that up before finding maybe that last straggler. And CMP now are going to be in this fight over at Lava Siphon, the one of many that we are going to see. If that start to this game hasn't really introduced you guys at home to enough, it's going to be Oxygen Esports that are going to be here to contest them. They have the high ground, and they do have that crypto drone too, so they have to be wary for these EMPs as they do send out that dome. It's going to be Depressedly who's going to hold this side of the building, and they even have a black market to work with too, so now Lazarus rotating their way away from Lava Siphon. Just want to overlook the action from afar, from the safety of these macaroni buildings.
Yeah, a lot of the teams are already inside Lava Siphon right now, and so they're just going to hold position here on the northern edge as they do not have information about the next ring, but a team that does, it is going to be Team Pop-Tarts, able to pick that one up with that scan from the crypto. They've got the beacon right above them, but they also have another team as well. So they have to be careful here as Lion is still inside of his drone right now, trying to get a lay of the land for his team. But you can see how well Caustic is at defending and fortifying these positions. It's going to be pulling out now towards the western edge of Lava Siphon. So if I were a betting man, I would say this one's going over towards that respawn beacon. But no, because this is Lava Siphon, it's probably going to the platform on the southern side of Lava, heading into launch site. And so we're going to keep an eye on that. Noble, though, find themselves in a fight. It's the flank out now. Lazarus cleans that one up. Davis was dropped a bit low, but the armor swaps are quick, and they will be able to reset for themselves. And now they have claim over the beacon building just above them. Doesn't even matter, though, because they do have claim on that crypto as well. So a lot of cryptos coming in today.
Accent just again taking that position control. Like you said, the cryptos allowing these beacons to get scanned without having to overextend, without needing a Gibby, which is important here for this composition that Exit is running, because they're resorting to the Caustic. They're resorting to finishing off these games by holding the pristine position that they've been able to obtain within the last 2 games. So they're very happy sitting here, and they do note that there is another squad holding that upstairs building over to the side of Lava Siphon. So if they need to rack up some of that extra Evo points, Evo shield points, they could do just that. And even with a quick gun swap, you're gonna see Clarify just being able to put in some pressure with the charge rifle soon, especially with that scope that he was able to obtain. And ESA now with the G7 Scout in the hands of Verholz. What a nice gun composition he's running, and a gold R9 on top of it. It's Christmas here for ESA as they're going to be able to take that outer rotation away from this action, overlooking the chaos that is Lava Siphon right now.
Yeah, and we've seen how deadly the controller players can be with the G7 Scout. It did receive that ammo buff after getting crated. Up to 120 now. And so Team Esports Arena, this is kind of surprising how they're playing this one around. So they're trying to avoid a lot of that early fighting inside Lava Siphon. They're just going to creep on in by playing off of Harvester. We have to remember that, you know, they come from Lava City. They are one of the squads that should have priority in being able to play Lava Siphon, but they decide to opt out of that. They take a lot of this passive rooting for looting outside. They try to hit up replicators when they can and try to basically set themselves up for the late game and avoid a lot of the early game fightings. They'll have access, of course, to Lava Siphon a bit later on with the Valkyrie redeploy, and so they can continue to play this style. G2, though, coming out from Thermal Station now, find themselves on that respawn beacon on the train tracks just to the west of Lava Siphon. It looks like there is a lot of free ground, but for Team Complexity, they want to take this ground away. Volzy is going to be one of the first players to go down. And now that's going to be Team Pop-Tarts getting knocked out. Complexity backs off. Happy with the kill point that they pick up at the very least.
Those walls of those caustic barrels built up, they've created a little fortress for themselves, and ESA finding this fight here, they wanted to avoid some of the action, wanted to avoid that attention, taking these longer rotations, and they're fighting that fight on the edge of circle already. You see them being able to build up right behind to prevent any sort of flanks coming out with those caustic barrels, but their attention is forward here as the circle is going to be able to close in. They're going to be positioned a little bit more forward inside this building, but they're going to be able to take that happily. Just have to note that they also have the redeploy if they want to go in for that quick reposition position, but that is a 50-50 at risk that ESA would be taking if they do opt for that decision.
I'm surprised there's another squad here, but it's going to be the slide down now coming up from Esports Arena. Verhul still holding the height just in case. Skittle and Dupe taking a little damage there, and they're just able to get right back into the building. And wow, okay, we do actually have a pull away, so it's going to be going towards the tunnel building inside Lava Siphon. A lot of teams not expecting this one at all whatsoever. This is going to create an interesting dynamic when we head into ring number 5. Because the tunnel team, you know, they'll still have access to the ring. They're not hard committing onto it, so they'll be able to possibly catch a team off guard. You can see Team Intel as well playing off of Harvester. They are still safe at the bottom of Harvester right now, but they will have to work their way on in. What they can do is just work their way up towards that north side. They'll have natural cover, and then they can go ahead and come in with that Valkyrie deploy. For G2 though, they're keeping an eye on Team Intel right now, playing off the train tracks here. Gentrifying, you see, has them on top of that roof, and so it might be a little bit difficult for Team Intel to try and walk it over. There's another team on the low ground as well. It's Renegades. It's holding that platform building just to the south of Lava Siphon as well. They are not privy to the ring information though, and so when they see it in about another 2 minutes, when this ring finishes up closing, they have to come up with a plan to try and get in with the ring. And the first thing is going to have to be dealing with the team to their west or just below them.
It's just so much for a lot of these squads who already positioned themselves so deep into Lava Siphon, and now that we know where that ring's gonna pull, teams like Renegades they don't have control over that beacon in the middle building. They don't want to give up this position, seeing that there's another squad right underneath them. They want to build up these evil shields, but they're gonna have no choice. Eventually, is CMP now finding themselves in a fight right off to the side of Lava Siphon. That's exactly why Renegades were looking to see what is going on with that action. Oxygen Esports only down to Protectful, who's playing these knockdown shields and wins the fight, does take it over Mooney, Cody, and Petty, and they are going to be able to take that W, going to be able to get that res, but they lost Kupski in the process. Now wondering here if they're going to have an opportunity to maybe have a mobile respawn beacon, get them back in, but they won't even have the chance because Lazarus are pulling up for the third party.
Lazarus, though, have to deal with some nades as they do back away, and you have to be wary about Xset getting involved in this one as well. Bubble has been used from the other side now as they're trying to chase down. Lazarus push up, and that's the massive connecting for Davis, taking out Protectable. Now, he was the savior in that last fight, but he does ultimately go down. We'll see how long they can wrap this one out for as the ring starts closing in for round number 3. Lazarus now have full control over that tunnel building here. And they just have to worry about the team that come in from that northern side, watching that door. You can't body block that one, Presley. He tried, and he will fall. So now we are down to 11 squads remaining in round number 4.
And we see where that circle is going to get pulled towards Javerson. That tunnel is going to get contended, but Lazarus are sitting so happy right there in that bunker. They can overlook a lot of these squads that have to rotate away from Lava Siphon, like Xset, who maybe wanted to try to take some time to utilize that crypto drone to scan that beacon so that way they know here. We can see some of our squads rotating through the edge. It's going to be Space Station Gaming, our winners of just the last game, wanting to try to rotate in this too. So Xset holding this control. They're neighbored with 100 Thieves actually looking at this over to the right. And so many of these squads are mostly coming out of Harvester. We had noted Esports Arena currently located at too.
Yeah, SSG is slowly creeping up from the south-hand side as well. I don't know if they have the ring information for themselves, but you can see them possibly just play the edges here on the eastern side and then start creeping up towards that tunnel building. But there's not too much cover to play off of for the time being. It does seem like Xset are safe in their building, so they can actually maintain this position, get another scan if they so need to. Really not as necessary. Team ESA started to creep their way on up. Who were able to make their way past G2, who are starting to make their way into the tunnel now and trying to contest for that. It's Lazarus, remember, holding that tunnel building here as G2 still getting pinned down, not ready to peak quite yet.
Ooh, 100 Thieves actually looking like they were running right up ahead because they wanted to take control over that tunnel building like you were talking about, and actually avoiding the pressure from exit as they find themselves in the squad, try to fight that squad that's actually right underneath them. Doesn't want to give up this position just yet before they scan the beacon, and they need to make sure that this squad doesn't push them in the process. So they're just going to have to be forced to play this as Circle 4 does close in, maybe just waiting for the opportunity to see where it's going to get pulled to, so that way they don't have to overextend. They could just use that drone for an EMP instead of waiting for the cooldown in case another squad does break it.
Pittsburgh Knights, one of their players did get taken out by a combination of Team ESA and G2, wondering exactly where they're playing off of. But you can see better view of Team Exit. They've got this corner of the building to play off of, and actually a lot of ground as well. So again, this is all about just the passive positioning. They don't really need to force the issue at all whatsoever. And we're the beneficiaries of a couple of fights as well, and so they're looking well topped off in terms of economy. Here's Team Liquid, though, playing off the tunnel right now. They got G2, I believe, underneath them, and these are free shots coming through. Wondering where the rest of Team ESA are to try and punish G2. As you can see, Nocturnal is trying to find a cheeky angle, and they're still wary about that tunnel entrance to the backside as well. Ring will be pulling this way. Again, continuing into the tunnel side as G2 stabilized, but now the ordnance is starting to come in. Liquid right on top are trying to find the angles, and a Nox gas grenade is being considered by Flanker here, but he catches out one more out in the open. Flanker gets punished just a bit, but he backs off to heal up. He's got that gold armor, so he will be able to get right back into the fight. You can see now Team Intel is trying to turn the screws onto G2, but they're also being a little bit of a nuisance to Team Liquid now. Not going to bite off too much as they do back away. You can see Duplex doesn't have too much ammo, so he needs to conserve something here for that late game. Burhol's going for the peaks with this G7 Scout, not finding much off of it. And it does seem like Team Liquid aren't going to overextend for that push onto G2 either.
I think Esports Arena right now are trying to consider which fights they want to take for that easy entrance into the circle off to their left. They see that it's halfway through the tunnel, but not fully there, as they're going to be forced to have to rotate into open ground if they want to take this. But we got Verholz with the G7. We got the Beam 62 Flesh out here, as he's still going to be able to put that pressure on, but the Dome was forced out, and he's by himself off to the side with just the safety of the Caustic Barrels sent out by Skittle Cakes. They're keeping two squads at bay at the same time, and they're going to just regroup here, noting that the tunnel fight may be the easiest so far to third party, as they won't be out into the open too far, but they're still going to be forced to rotate into the circle eventually. So they're still going to try to find these early trades here, as Skittle Cakes down to 81 bullets on the triple take, enough here to put in some pressure. But the Dome now needs to be called here to see if this is going to work out, if Skittle Cakes is in some trouble, but it's just going to be the Rock that's going to provide that cover. Duplex doesn't want to use that Dome just yet with the circle already closing in. They're going to be forced to have to call it in right here as they move into their line of sight.
Defensive bombardment right on top of Team Liquid here. They've got the Nox gas grenade to try and wombo combo this one and choke out Team Liquid. G2 just below them as well. It's a huge pileup just outside of the tunnel as SSG start getting cleaned up. Complexity coming up behind Esports Arena. Force out that bubble onto Duplex. Now Skittles face taking a lot of this damage. Now Arcstar in. He does back off to his bubble here as the push comes out. Team Liquid lose out on Flanker, and now Skittle Cakes wants to take advantage. He pushes that knockdown shield, gets the knock onto Fun, and that's going to be Team Liquid getting cleaned up in just a moment. They have one left, I believe, throughout all of this, and now G2, I believe, are also just underneath them. So Team Esports Arena find a pocket here in the back to work off of. They need some time to heal up, though. Luckily for them, though, these gold armor swaps will allow them to reset quickly. They've got this big blue box to play off of as the missile swarm comes in. It's just a little bit of poke damage, but here is the bubble as Verholz turns for that G2 climb up, making sure they cannot get on top of them. Nocturnal getting finished off below. So we got G2, we got Esports Arena, and I believe Complexity still alive in this one. One team is running around currently as a duo, though.
That was intense there. Jet was back there for so long in Esports Arena. We're so in the heat of the moment that they missed out on that KP taken out by somebody else. And now Complexity holding this angle is going to be able to circle keep ESA. But they have to keep their eyes on the other squad off to the right. That's two squads actually off to their left, with Complexity being all members of the squad still standing. And of course that building next to the tunnel is still being contested by two squads themselves. But this is a great position for Complexity to get this easy KP. Trying to pressure out out the Wraith, now setting up the portal. It's going to be 2 spots now making the rotation on the sideline of Complexity, trying to keep them at bay, considering the Nox gas. Monsoon's going to hold on to it as they're forced out to use the dome here. Maybe just try to use it as they're forced to make this rotation, and they're going to be able to send the forward here, finding these 2 cracks, but they lose Monsoon in the process, and iShiny's in trouble. ESA winning this trade despite this.
Verholz is able to hit a quick syringe, though, and get right back into this fight. Now it's just him and Duplex up for Team Esports Arena. The slow ring still closing in on him. There's an opportunity. There's the fast res coming out for Skittle Cakes, bringing him right back on in. Lazarus eating a defensive bombardment here as we're down to the final 3 squads. The 3v3v3 as the scan comes down, as Renegades are playing on the low and Team ESA jump right on top of them. It's gonna allow Team Lazarus to come in for the 3rd party very shortly. There's a knock on to Verholz coming out from Dank, and now Lazarus are looking to take the win. We've got knocks down on either side. Lazarus are the only healthy team here, and they're picking up the rest of the kill points left in this lobby. You can see the Gibraltar trying to survive. It's gonna be Duplex Esports Arena go down in 2nd, meaning Lazarus take the win here in game number 3.
What a game. Duplex also playing off the side. You gotta prioritize what you see right in front of you. You see your squad in trouble, but they managed to take 2nd place. Lazarus fully sending it down, winning those trades, winning that game. What a match number 3, but still so aggressive like the other last 2 games that we've been seeing.
Yeah, excellent resilience coming out from Esports Arena there as well, securing that last place. And we can see that kind of consistency that they play towards. But we've had 3 separate winners so far tonight. It's been a mixed bag. And so I'm excited to see what our leaderboard looks like. We're going to find out after the break, though. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after halftime.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Verholz, and this is Intel's Tips and Tricks. Today, I'm going to show you guys how to bunny hop on controller. So to bunny hop, all you do is you slide, and at the end of your slide, you jump. And at the end of that jump, you jump again, and you do that on repeat. So you just keep spamming jump. You can do it straight, or you can do it to the left or right. But to do it to the left or right, you have to look slowly to the left or slowly to the right as you're slide jumping. And you move your left thumbstick diagonally in the direction you're going. So if you're going right, it'll look like this. If you're going left, it'll look like this. But you do that while slide jumping, so this is what it looks like. It takes a while to get used to, even I'm not perfect at it, but it's very useful to get around corners or to carry momentum into heals or carry momentum off jump pads. It's very useful and competitive, and every pro player knows how to do this. If you want to be great, you should learn how to do it too. If you're looking for some snacks or maybe a new processor, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena for all of your needs. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
I'm Zara Tricky, and whenever I play Apex Legends, I use the Razer Viper Mini.
Hook, and so running to this full squad, it looks like it's Rollers on the other side. Never mind, it's Team Intel getting told.
The Viper Mini has an ultra lightweight design. It also uses the Razer SpeedFlex cable, so it feels almost wireless.
Do a lot of different things. One of them is look down and just pick off all of these 3 kills. Unfortunately for them, the kills not really going in their favor. They just need to focus on the same time.
And it uses the Razer optical switches, so it has the fastest response time of any mice. I prefer the Viper Mini over other mice because it has a ton of great features that you won't find in other mice, and it's only $40 on Walmart.com. If you're looking for a new mouse, I'd recommend the Viper Mini to anyone who likes a balanced weight and uses a claw or fingertip grip. If you ever need to upgrade your gear, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and buy yourself some Razer gear. My name is Very Tricky, and I play Apex Legends for Team Razer, and you're watching Razer Week.
Hey, what's up guys? This is Verholst, and this is Intel's Tips and Tricks. Today, I'm going to show you guys how to bunny hop on controller. So to bunny hop, all you do is you slide, and at the end of your slide, you jump. And at the end of that jump, you jump again, and you do that on repeat. So you just keep spamming jump. You can do it straight, or you can do it to the left or right. But to do it to the left or right, you have to look slowly to the left or slowly to the right as you're slide jumping. And you move your left thumbstick diagonally in the direction you're going. So if you're going right, it would look like this. If you're going left, it would look like this. But you do that while slide jumping. So this is what it looks like. It takes a while to get used to. Even I'm not perfect at it. But it's very useful to get around corners or to carry momentum into heals or carry momentum off jump pads. It's very useful and competitive, and every pro player knows how to do this. If you want to be great, you should learn how to do it too. If you're looking for some snacks or maybe a new processor, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena for all of your needs. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
What's up? My name is Miss Dracula, and I play on the Razer Huntsman Mini.
Have the gold armor, you don't really have to hit that battery, and you can get right back into the fight fast enough as Rambo's going to steal that one and just keeping their head on a swivel as Razer is stuck in the middle of nowhere right now.
The Razer Huntsman Mini is a 60% keyboard with Razer optical switches. I recommend the Razer Huntsman Mini for anyone that wants a light and compact keyboard.
Team Razer show up for the third party though. Have they been able to recover on the other side? No, there's the next knock as Team Razer finding that third party timing we were saying.
Razer, for gamers, by gamers. If you need some new gear for gaming, check out walmart.com/esportsarena for Razer products. My name is Miss Dracula. I play Apex Legends for Team Razer, and you're watching Razer Week.
Hey, what's up? My name is Stoop. and thanks to Intel, I'm always at the top of my game.
That for now, bubble out from Dupe as the defensive bombardment was dropped
They've
down
been
on
roof.
top of him. Great timing coming out from him, and looks like he might be able to get this knock and push him for free, but now they're actually going to go ahead and push Cheese It. Somehow that fence was gone on that side. Duke getting the knock. A huge opportunity now for Team Intel to finish things off. It's the final two squads, and Team Intel will somehow sneak away the victory from TSM.
If you're looking for a processor, choose Intel at walmart.com/esports arena for all your Intel products. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Zero Tricky, and when I'm not playing Apex Legends,
Keeping them alive for now as he's going in for the peak. It's a 2v2 right now, brought down to a 2v1. Big mass.
I like to just stay home and hang out with my cats. So here's Emery. She is actually our first cat we got. She is the middle child, and she loves to be held. And here is Little Baby. That's actually her name, but she either goes by the Little Baby or the Baby. And she is our newest one. We actually found her outside, and we decided to keep her. And lastly, here is Big Boy. He is the oldest and the biggest, and he is actually super sweet. Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Zero Tricky, and I play Apex Legends for Team Razer, and you're watching Razer Week.
Welcome back, everybody. We are halfway there, and Team Lazarus coming out with a huge victory there in game number 3. A lot of chaos in that final circle. We got to see Duplex ratting it out a little bit there at the end. Does get Team Esports Arena up into second place, so some big points for them, but Lazarus comes out on top. And let's check out our player of the game here for game number 3, and it's going to go to G7 Dank. 5 kills, 4 assists, 850 damage, and Lazarus looking really good. And this is a squad that is competing in Pro League. They're sitting in 18th place right now at the halfway point of split 1 in those overall standings and looking to work their way up. Some very recognizable names, by the way, if you do watch Series E frequently, and they're on the come up. This is a squad that has looked, I think, some of the best Apex we've seen from them in a while here today. So they're really looking to build off of a strong start to the Pro League, looking good here today, and definitely jumping up into contention. So love to see that from Lazarus, and we'll have to see if they can keep it rolling in the final 3 games of the day. Speaking of Pro League, there's an opportunity for you folks at home to get your shot to compete in the Pro League. EA is running the Challengers circuit that you can sign up to compete in right now. If you use !Challengers in Twitch chat right now, it'll give you the link to head over and sign up and get your shot to compete with some of the best and jump into the ALGS Pro League. And speaking of the ALGS Pro League and Challenger circuit, if you do go compete, there is one squad you could earn a shot to compete against on a weekly basis, and that's Team Esports Arena. Let's take a look at just how that squad got here.
Alive. There's an opportunity here, especially if you connect with shots like that. Duke finding another angle once again, and he is absolutely demolishing him. Wow. Happy with this, but oh my goodness, Scissors gets melted by Verholz. The Volt at the perfect range there. Being set up by Dupe, and he gets the knock onto Fury. Almost gets another one there.
So now it's only up to skill.
Start out narrowly missing there, but he gets some decent damage off. Again, but Verholz is doing so much damage with that flat line now. Pushing forward, almost getting the one clip there for the day, and they're in excellent position to do so. They have priority on the ring. They've got them pinned down, and they've got lasers in the hands of Dupe right now. And this is a massive game for them. They have at least 11 kill points. About to pick up 2 more here to finish things off.
Awesome to get a look there at Team Esports Arena. Yeso and Tyler here, and we're joined by Duplex and Verholst, a couple of members of Team Esports Arena here today. Athletes. I'm sorry. Yes, that is the correct term. And welcome, gentlemen. Halfway through the day, how are we feeling right now?
Feeling good. Feeling good.
Feeling amazing.
Yeah.
I would after that game.
Yeah.
Holy smokes, you guys, like we have like video cameras in the production room right now that are like filming us watching this. We've never been more excited watching Apex Legends because like, you know, we got like you guys now. So like we're rooting for you guys.
That's
like,
awesome.
We literally have a whole squad of dudes and ladies all rooting for you in there. It's a blast. You guys are putting on a show.
Yeah, definitely going to be fun to see how things roll out the rest of today. But I do want to go back a little bit to the start of Season 3 when you guys came together as a squad. Obviously, you were Dudes Night Out and then came into Series E as Team Intel. And you guys came in really hot. You looked really strong in qualifiers. I was certainly buying in big time. And I would say you even exceeded my expectations with not only how you performed in Series E Season 3, but then what you were able to do going into Pro League. I'm curious your guys' thoughts on, you know, what were your expectations coming in, and have you even maybe surprised yourselves in how well you guys have been playing?
Who do you want to answer that? Verholz answer that.
Verholz, yeah, let's hear.
All right, you know, when Duke first asked us to play, like I had, you know, I thought we were going to be a decent team. Like I figured we would make it to Pro League and we would maybe just be like a middle of the road team. And that was like before we played together ever. Like after our first few rank sessions together, I just felt like the way we synergized and the way we played off of each other was just it came so natural to all of us. And I really feel like after those few rank sessions, I could tell that we were going to be a strong team. I still didn't think we'd be where we're at now, but I thought for sure like we were going to be a decent team after this first, you know, it's our first time playing together, playing in some small tournaments.
Do you guys think that, Dude, how about you? Do you think that you were able to tap into something different? Like now that you're kind of signed, you had like, you know, Series E is one thing, right? Don't get me wrong, Series E is awesome and you created it for a reason. But now that you're actually signed, did you just like tap into something different? Like, is it different all of a sudden? Because you guys are just, you guys are looking good.
Well, with my first team, I was in IGL, so all I did was listen and shoot.
Yeah.
And after our team broke up after champs, I decided to take over the IGL role and play how I wanted to play. And I chose my teammates, which was Verholz, Skittles, and I thought we meshed well as soon as we play ranked. And I IGL'd the way I want to IGL, and they listen. And Skittles is an amazing co-IGL. He has amazing ideas, so we're just so much good chemistry in this team, and I love it. So
how did you find Verholz and Skittles? Like, how did you think? All right, these guys
I knew them both from Xbox. I knew them both from Xbox. I knew Verholz because he always knocked me out of those stupid odd man tournaments. I always got second. Verholz, I knew he was cracked the day I played against him, and they used to have these odd man tournaments where you have two teammates of your own teammates, and the odd man is the third of the other teammate of the other team you're facing. So it's like you switch one player on each other team.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to explain, but yeah, that's how I met Verholz, and I met Skittles through Xbox as well. And I just knew they were both cracked, and I thought, you know, they were one of the best free agents out there, and I reached out to both of them, and they both accepted my invite. So
that's smart.
I love that.
I think it all worked out. Dupe, I'll start with you on this one. Tyler mentioned it. Obviously, we got to watch the announcement video. You guys obviously were recently signed to be Team Esports Arena, competing in ALGS Pro League now, getting signed and officially being Team Esports Arena. What does that achievement mean for you in your career?
Oh, it means a lot. I've never been signed before, so
we've never signed anyone before.
It's an honor to.
So, hey, first all
for
around,
both of us,
this
right?
Great.
Yeah, so I love being signed and competing. So I love competing a lot in Apex, and it's one of my drives to make it to the Pro League, which we already did, and we exceeded that. And I think our next step is make it to LAN. So.
Yeah, I think I really appreciate both of you guys and Skittle Cakes as well, but just the sort of open arms. I mean, we're not 100 Thieves, we're not Cloud9, we're not Complexity, we're not CLG, TSM, right? We're not these like orgs that have been around for so long that, you know, when you get signed to it, it's like, dang, you instantly get this massive like following. You instantly get all these fanboys and girls that are like kind of now supporting you because of that. So, you know, this is a first step for us for sure in signing a team, but we've been sort of eyeing this for a long time. we started Series E, and I think eventually it will lead to, hey, if you were the best in Series E, then you could instantly sign a pro contract with Esports Arena, and we're in the process of developing that now. But I think, you know, the crew out there saw you guys and thought, like, dang, like these guys could do it.
There's something special, for
something
sure.
special. And so, you know, the fact that, you know, we kind of saw that in you and all that sort of stuff, I just want to say thanks for, you know, your guys' enthusiasm for being Team Esports Arena and sort of trailblazing with us in this new path of Esports Arena to where, you know, we're not just some tournament house and LAN center that you go and play video games. We also can provide you an opportunity within esports and support you in your dreams and all that sort of stuff. So just a, you know, sincere thank you to you guys for, you know, accepting us with open arms as well, and being excited and still absolutely crushing the competition and putting that logo on the top of the leaderboard now for 7 days. So that looks real good.
It's definitely awesome. Last
Thank
question,
you
I'll
to
put
you
this
guys,
one to Verhulst here. You guys have been crushing it in Pro League. You haven't finished lower than 3rd place on a single day through the first 3 weeks, and you're 100% in the hunt here today. You grabbed that 2nd place finish in Game 3. With 3 games left today, how confident are you in the finish today and keeping things rolling with Team Esports Arena?
Verhulst.
You know, I'm feeling pretty good. I think we've been playing decently well today. We had a few little throws, but I mean, we've been playing consistent, playing like we normally do. You know, we're staying on the top half of the leaderboard, staying in the top 5. That's our main goal in every tournament, just to get top 5, go for the win as well. And yeah, you know, we're just playing our game. Nothing's changed from, you know, the last Pro League week. We're just playing to the best of our potential here.
All right.
Yeah, I think hopefully should be able to finish strong these last 3 games.
Dude, I think you will. I've already committed, right, to going out to what do you call it, Como? Is that what it is, Verhulst?
Yeah, Como.
And which is Columbia, Missouri?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So I'm committed.
Como.
I'll make the trip. We'll go out there. We'll film some content and have some good time. Maybe just swing by the Esports Arena in Kansas City.
Oh, yeah.
Or in Overland Park, rather. But Dupe, where are you at? And I got to visit you after that.
Minnesota. So I'm like 8 hours above Kansas City.
Yeah.
But I'm close to Minneapolis.
They got planes.
2 hours away.
Yeah, you're close to that one too. This is good. I like this already. I'm gonna do a tour, and then I'll find out where Skittle's at next, and you know we'll go hang out and have ourselves a good time. And then I don't know if the audience knows, but we're bringing them out here too, and so you guys are gonna come hang out with us out in the new HQ for a bit, and I'll show you my bowling skills. That's right. We have a bowling alley in our office here.
It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Duplex, Verhulst, thanks for your time. Best of luck the last
fellas.
3 games. It's going to be an awesome competition here today. These boys fighting for a share of $10,000. And we're getting ready for game number 4. So let's hand it back over to Jamerson
Good luck, boys.
and Vicky to get you ready.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. Game number 3, kind of giving me a flashback for Team Intel there. Remember, they secured their spot in the Pro League by Verhulst ratting it out, getting to top 2, and Lava Siphon. This time around, it was Duplex. We're seeing the amazing consistency that comes out from Team Esports Arena, and so they have slowly been chugging along, gaining those points, but we'll see what that means for them on the leaderboard. It was Lazarus taking the win there in game number 3. So let's check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see who are standing up top. It's still Exet now in first place with 35. Liquid just behind them with 32. Let's take a look at how stacked the top 5 is. Esports Arena and Team Lazarus now tied for 3rd place with 31 points.
Man, even Team Pringles and Renegades are right there tied together for 6, just easing their way right behind SSG with 25 points. This is actually really impressive. So tight here for these leaderboards, Jamerson. And this is already halftime, so we got 3 more games in the works for these squads to bridge in that gap.
Yeah, we'll see if anyone can try and make some headway here and maybe make some ground between them and the rest of the lobby, but this is so close. Checking in with the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 3. And this is Complexity's push onto Team ESA, as they had just wiped Team G2. And so this is an instant pivot out, and you can see Complexity are trying their best to play through this, but you can see how strong it can be when you have a caustic of your own to fight into the gas. And Dupe, it does get that first knock. Esports Arena able to just stabilize extremely well here, and despite losing out on Skittle Cakes and Verhulst, I believe, going down very shortly, they still recover.
Duke played that so well too, being able to get those 2 knocks, and you see Verholz making sure that they can clean things up and not deny, or rather deny that extra KP to another squad that was right on the other side of that fence. They need as much KP as possible because you currently got ESA, even though they got dove on by Complexity, they're now in the 3rd place in the overall leaderboards. They didn't have the hottest second game, but they definitely were able to make that comeback. They lost in 12th place in the second game, and now in that 3rd game, they finished in 2nd place. Let's see if they could take the victory. The squad that has been topping the leaderboards in the Apex Legends Global Series, and there is the reason why right here. They have to compete with teams like Team Liquid, Xset, who are right on top of them right now, with Xset leading the way with 35 points overall.
Yeah, Xset have been doing an amazing job of getting to the late game, but they did falter a bit there in game number 3. Still doesn't matter. We have 3 games left to go. They maintain that same pace. Things are looking good for them. Here we are in game number 4. Lazarus dropping in over towards Climatizer, and they have been getting this for free, and we know how good the loot is here. It does seem like we do have a team going over towards Epicenter. You can see Zaven, they're keeping an eye on it for the time being. A little overshot that one, but he will be able to scan that beacon. We're gonna have the ring pulling up north towards that train station, towards that beacon building between Skyhook and Frag. This fight, though, taking place once again, LKM versus the Knights, but Mooney, CMP are fighting up against Pop-Tarts on the other side of this one over at East. Frag, and oh no, the kill's going the wrong way. Cody, the only one left alive for his squad. He doesn't have the weaponry really to deal with this. You don't want the Sentinel when you're left in this fight, and he needs armor desperately, but he's not finding much now. Swaps off that R9 to go for that repeat, but he gets tagged once more. No, things are looking more and more dire for Cody. He's going to go ahead and call it on that one, backing away with that Wraith Q.
What can you do in that situation? He even went for the weapon swap, but at that point, you have that squad that you just get that shield swap, and now he's running for his life. You see that squad moving away, but now it's Oxygen Esports that have moved their way into this fight. They're going to be able to take control of this building and call out any stragglers as they're coming in for the 3rd party. Oh, this is so fortunate, but they get the town. Presley now being able to get that knock is going to set Oxygen up on this high ground, and now they're going to be able to walk away with easy KP if they could close this out right here on the train station. They find 2 holding onto the door, but they weren't expecting them to come up from the high ground. Unfortunate here as they try to hold onto the door, tries to mix things up, but the Archstar is going to be able to try to dwell things a bit for Oxygen before they can actually just finish that off. They are going to be able to get that knock and get that dirty. It's just 1 left for that squad.
Oxygen coming in real fast for that 3rd party attempt over from West Frag. They'll finish off Tryhard as well. And I believe we have a fight taking place over at Skyhook right now. Team Liquid losing out on 1. And we'll see if they can recover him. And I have to imagine that was just a cheeky play to try and punish a Team Liquid squad that ends up taking trials as well. I think it might have been Nocturnal that went down. We'll see in just a moment. But a lot of early game action once again. It looks like Protectable is still trying to chase down another squad. But right now it's the Pittsburgh Knights making their way out. I gotta imagine that they're chasing down LKM at this point. Chasing uphill can be a dangerous and treacherous thing, which is why they are not taking that trek just quite yet. Asura, though, wants to try and creep up on this angle, but they are getting laid down right now. So I feel like they might have to just call it in, but Asura wants to go after this. I guess, you know, tenacity does count for something here as he does creep his way on up with this Octane.
He's got a lot of ammo right here, too, and Team Liquid actually are in that trouble that you were talking about. Flanker goes down, Nocturnal gets dirty, and it's only up to Fun to be able to make this rotation. Is he even going to be able to go back? I'm not too sure here, as he's going to be able to just roll away. It's unfortunate to start for Team Liquid, as Fury are going to be able to walk away with that KP. Even better look as they took control over that landing spot that we see Team Liquid always go for in trials.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if this was like a rotation from like Lava Fissure real quick or what. As you can see, Fun did run in there. It seemed like it was pretty open for them. Complexity, though, up at Epicenter, find a squad in their sights underneath them here. Bubble has already been forced down. The team has backed away. So for Team Complexity, it's going to be about trying to rotate around the northern side of the map here as teams try to come in to the slow side and try to hug the eastern edge. Noble, though, playing on the chokes just outside of Fragment to the south now as they swing on down towards No Name to try and pick up a beacon. Unfortunately, not there for them. And so if they're looking for it, they're going to have to find it elsewhere.
Maybe having to rotate towards Overlook. That is the high ground, but like you noted, Complexity is still on top of Epi. on that high ground area that leads into that zipline that could take them to overlook themselves. So maybe a fight for the beacon, depending on what Nova wants to do here. They have the redeploy as an option too if they want to go for that, but they have to be wary of some of these squads who are already getting this KP. It's CMP moving into Fragment, already claiming that, but losing Mooney in the process. Petty now dropping down to see if he can get that res. He does have that dome here if he needs to use it. In Complexity, looking at all the action, is going to be able to come in for the third party soon. Now getting that knock is going to be able to finish Mooney in the process, all while holding this high ground that they're going to be able to overlook a lot of this action without having to overcommit.
Cody just got the res onto Mooney and Petty Boss, and he's going to have to go back again for another respawn. Luckily, though, it is a red frag, so there are multiples. But it looks like Knights got chased all the way into Fragment East by Noble, fighting inside the train station as the bubble has come out from the other side. Arcstar in from Asura just to keep them pinned down, but he backs away. Gildersons didn't get the message, though, and he gets taken out by Fearing Live. Turns instantly thirsting that one now. LKM once again on the chase, and I thought it was Noble, but no, LKM getting some revenge onto them. Remember, the 50-50s have been taking place down there at Lava Siphon between LKM and the Pittsburgh Knights, so this is a nice bit of retribution for them. G2 on their slow rotate out from Thermal have made their way into Landslide and actually catch out a team here. The high ground angle has been taken so far, but G2 are always up to the task to make these push.
G2 on that low ground here, and they are going to be able to rock that wingman. Tries to get a line of sight over that squad that's holding onto that top platform. As you can see the Bloodhound scan coming out, and Energy. This is the building that a lot of these teams try to contest for that beacon. Not too sure with the ping if it's right there, but NRG running the fuse are going to be able to put in some pressure with these nades. Now backing off ever so slightly, but we noted that there were so many squads already in Fragment. You don't want to make these fights last too long, or you're going to be inevitably third-party here as Energy trying to claw their way through the leaderboards, not being able to get the points that they want to see just yet. Now Sweet having to back off, but not before Nathan goes down to that Arcstar. Again, so much pressure. They may not have a fuse, but Doug is on this pick, and he's going to be able to try to hold them off as they also have that knock. It's a 2v2, 102 on him. Look at that pressure, the fuse pick coming in clutch for Energy. The quick shield swap. It's just one member left, and they are going to clean up. Energy coming on top, and it does sound like maybe another third party is rolling in just in time. The charge rifle almost finishing off Nathan, but they get the res just in time.
Yeah, and that fuse still has like 20 nades left over, by the way, so that could have gone on for some time. But you can see how impressive the nade spam can be. You've got the knuckle cluster as well that can just do so much in terms of aerial denial. So NRG, things looked dicey for them, but they just kind of brute force their way on in. They'll have control over that building. Back on board with CMP, they did plug in Mooney and get him back into this game. So they're about to run out of their 9 lives at this point, but you can see this high ground angle, that Complexity we're holding beforehand. Petty Boss narrowly gets that bat off just in time, but now he's going to be forced to med kit up, and we'll see. CMP have to be careful how they play this angle. Can't play this one overly aggressive as we have that ring pulling up north once again. We called it no scans quite yet on the third ring, but we have Lazarus over here at Survey Camp playing inside a building. It does seem like Oxygen finally did get cleaned up. Kubsky was not able to rat it into the top 15 for his squad. Unfortunately, Lazarus, though, are winners from that last game, looking to go for a repeat performance here, but they've got CLG, a squad that hasn't been able to perform quite well today, looking to bounce back now. And they've got them in their sights. They've got the armor advantage in this fight as well. We'll see if Valtro tries to open things up with an EMP. Looks like there was a port play, but nothing really coming of it for them. So CLG will just maintain this neutral position. Esports Arena, though, over at Overlook, they have a team just holed up inside the missile storm, keeping them inside, and there's the Nox gas grenade, choking them all out. Take a look at the damage going down. Thermite just in case. Luckily, it's not flammable for them, but it looks like they'll get the first knock. Bullseye going down. Tryhard, the next one to go, and it looks like it was Team Esports Arena actually able to hunt down a squad that went for a respawn. So great timing coming out from them. Now they'll have full control over the eastern side of the map.
That was Team Pop-Tarts that unfortunately met their end to the hands of Esport Arena, who have been very very familiar with fighting against that squad, but taking the opportunity right there. May not be flammable, Jamerson, but they definitely were unable to breathe right through it. Not much you could do in that situation, but a great spot here for Lazarus, who are also trying to contest CLG inside these buildings, and they want to try to take control inside of here as they do see another squad in that building. 100 Thieves also finding some knocks over at Skyhook. We saw Team Liquid finding themselves in trouble right here, and it seems like the action has not slowed down for Furia, who are on the hunt. They've been able to claim so many heads, and they want to find more as they now look so fantastic with this KP, with this armor. They take out 100 Thieves in this match number 4, and that's going to be it for 100 Thieves for this game just right now, as Furia find another squad actually rotating in their direction, and it's going to be Team Ghost making their way over there.
75 HP advantage on the other side for Team Furia. They've got the purples and the golds as well. Tyler going to try and set up an angle with that fort. Renegades in a fight, though, here on the western side of the map as they make their way through that connecting area from Landslide over towards Frag. And it does seem like that Wraith was able to get out safely here. So Renegades just backing away, not overcommitting onto that one. They can find themselves in the middle of the fray if they take this connecting tunnel up towards Skyhook. And if they hear the fight, if they see the kills going down. But here's Complexity now over at Epicenter. They've got a team pinned down with the defensive bombardment. Monsoon playing inside his bubble, got that first knock. Thirsting Joey Blackout. So Complexity, this is their basic game plan. Knights, Asura try to survive. He thought he found a cheeky angle, but Reptar has his number, takes him out. Complexity finally waking up.
This is exactly what Complexity likes right here. Taking that fight, finding Asura right there, having full purple Evos. Ghost as well still in this fight. Just trying to play this as passive-aggressive as they can before seeing that squad that has the high ground right over them. You noted the Evil Shield difference between these two squads, and Furia would love to happily take this fight while putting themselves out into the open. They have those 2 purple Evos, 1 gold. Happy looks to get right back into this fight if he finds himself pressured with that nice little nade that found itself arcing over the edge right there. Taking a nice chunk of damage, but he's going to be able to, again, heal up rather quickly. And we also see a charge rifle actually being beamed onto Furia. They have to watch out for a potential third party here if they're not quick enough.
Yeah, that sniper post positioned just off to their east, giving them a little bit of trouble here, but Furia have the tools to try and deal with this for now. They do have the Ring of Fire, so if they can get close range and deny a lot of area, deny one. Arcs are in, narrowly missing as they back away from one thrown from the other side. Furia, though, the more they trade, though, the HP advantage will start running away. You have to imagine those blues are very close to the purples for Ghost at this point, but now Furia are just waiting, biding their time. You should have the knuckle clusters up and ready to try and deny a lot of areas. You can see he has 1 charge up, about to get a second. It's a full push out from Ghost onto Hakulo here. He's going to start that nade spam. 6 is able to connect with a big shot as Tyler gets that knock onto Graceful. Furia trade back for 1, but it's not enough. Ghost with the quick call are able to get that kill onto them. Quick armor swaps as well, and you can see 6 doing a great job of keeping an eye on their east, where we saw the shots coming from earlier on. Ghost somehow slapped down Furia in that fight.
I love the use of the dome right there, too, to close in the gap and just focusing down on Hakulo. At that moment, they had the advantage despite not having the same type of Evo health that we had Furia working off of, and now they're going to be able to take control with all that loot. Renegades still in the same position. I'm rather surprised here as they're still on this Logon, still working with these blue Evo shields, and we noted that there was 2 squads now rotating out of Skyhook eventually, as the circle is going to be closing in less than a minute. Renegades may be in some trouble if they don't find control over this building soon. And we also noted there's actually no beacon here, so there is no beacon control being fought for here. It's just pure KP for Renegades to try to take this.
Now Renegades can try and play off the tether here. Good one onto the door. Catch one player out and keep him stuck for a bit, but you can see how scary this situation is. You cannot peek out because you don't really know where the entire angle is. The drop down coming in. LKM though. Oh my goodness, the fight turned instantly onto them. And Renegade survive that. They take him out, but here comes the third party instantly. Saucer doing so much work as Pow ultimately does go down. NRG clean this one up. And Nathan, he was almost about to go down, but he will be able to survive. Doug is going to hold that high ground angle for themselves. CMP playing on the other side of this one, licking their lips. They want to get involved. They realize no knocks, no third party for them. but they will have a decent position for this ring. If they can try and gatekeep them as this ring continues to pull up to the north, they will be in a good spot. We'll see how well they can navigate this one. You have to imagine Ghosts are rotating in as well from that connecting area, so they need to deal with them quickly if they want a shot at being able to survive here.
Okay, and really did just dive on that team and open the third-party doors for Energy to just storm out. That was so quick of Energy to retaliate as they did, because you could see CMP were right there waiting for that opportunity and not being able to have that with how quickly that Energy handled this. And looking at where the circle is here right now, Jamerson, we got Survey Camp being contested by Xset. We had noted that Xset had made that position call way long ago, as they have been within the last 3 games too. CMP now noting that Circle's also right there. They're going to be able to come in from the high ground, but not before they do something about Energy off to their left first.
Yeah, interesting ring here, as it does leave that exit from the tunnel, Skyhook tunnel, open for a team to play. So I imagine Ghost might be setting up there for the time being. CMP can try to play that tunnel exit on the southern side of it, but again, they have to deal with the squad just off to their west. Nice big headshot. It's SSG. They're currently playing inside the tunnel now, and so they're going to have their work cut out for them, as a lot of teams are going to start rotating over this way. We'll see if Ghost have made their way past, or if they are still coming in from Skyhook. I don't quite see them through the outlines for now. So SSG might be safe to play this one passively, especially because they've got this caustic. So holding down the exits, holding down the entrances, going to be an easy fare for them.
Gonna be key here. I'm wondering if SSG was a squad with the charge rifle that was putting on some pressure onto Ghost off to Skyhook here. So SSG holding this position allowed them to know if the circle was gonna pull north, since it doesn't look like they were able to scan any beacons. We've seen those circles end on top of that mobile respawn right north of Survey, but now they're kind of caught in the middle here with those entry points that you were noting, Jamerson, where they could just block that off with the caustic gas traps. So position here for SSG to decide whether they want to rotate down to that low ground or hold the edge of the circle as they see that fight happening in front of them. And of course, Xset still happy where they're situated. We're not much action happening over in that corner, but CMP still finding this action. Look at these arc stars too, creating so much space. Can you even heal through this here, Petty? No, you can't. The window's wide open, and it's gonna be Ghost moving in for the perfect timing. I'm wondering if that's Energy over to the other side, but it forces out the dome, but not before the arc star snuck its way through the dome here. Can Six pull it off? Yes, he does. The disengage right here is gonna be quick enough for Ghost to try to reposition, but Tyler was caught off guard, just alone off to the side.
Now, they do have the defensive bombardment going down, and they just fall right into the crosshairs as SSG. They're just going to leave this one behind, allow those teams to die. Zones closing in. They don't need to lose out on anyone. NRG do get cleaned up, but ultimately there were some trades, and I don't think they were able to pick up the banner, or will they even have an opportunity to try to get the resin. So SSG push out from that tunnel. They don't play inside that exit, and I like this. Taking control now of the south side. We have 7 squads left, and we know that it's going to be Ghost currently playing this one out as a duo. SSG getting here into the round number 5. They're one of the many caustic teams in the lobby now. If they can clear out this south, this would be amazing for them. They could just walk in with this next zone, as it does pull straight in towards that survey camp side. So now Team Ghost on the ropes as SSG are slowly walking up on them.
Great position for SSG right here. Ghost is playing as a 2-man squad, like you noted. The only squad that is down a member right now. Looking at the rest of the remaining squads, Xset still in the situation inside that building. So is CLG inside the truck. And Esports Arena, a team that has been rather consistent, except for a second game, actually. Still here, just playing the high ground of this building. It's not going to be in circle, but they're just noting the situation, seeing that there is a squad here inside of the building that they see, but they don't want to put themselves out in the open to be just free targets for the other remaining squads holding those final circle positioning to take a chunk out of their health.
Team Esports Arena have to deal with the squad inside their building for now, but see how difficult it can be. EMP coming out, and actually they're able to get this spot up, so they will be able to walk in. I'm really confused as to what happened there. Skittlecakes, though, gets that knock onto Z Davis. Someone does need to knock down Lazarus a peg after that win in game number 3, and the combination of Skittlecakes and Verholst will do it. So now Lazarus are the teams playing this one out as a duo. Round 5 starting to close up, and Team Intel finding another late game finish for themselves. It is currently the top 6 though They need to get into that top 3 range to maintain the points that they've been able to average basically across the last 3 games so far. Exit, another team that have been so great in terms of consistency across today's games and basically across Pro League as well. And so now they've got a building for themselves. It's safe in the zone as it closes up.
This is perfect for the composition that they're running. They're playing this extremely patient. They want to prioritize circle here, and this is exactly why they're seeing the chaos. It looks like there's also a squad right above them. Maybe not on top of the building, but at least overlooking that mountain right behind them. So they don't want to give up this spot as they see another squad trying to fight for this building control. But they have the caustic gas trap set up. It's their caustic gas traps now that they're being able to replace the previous trap. And it's just a statement right here as you see Complexity now storming into this other building, taking control over this cover that they're going to be able to work off of, as this is the final circle here, and there's still 4 other remaining squads that Complexity has to worry about.
Yeah, they wipe out Team Esports Arena, so it was only a top 6 finish for them. Now Complexity really building a momentum here in the second half of the day. They have full control of the south side. As you can see, it's about 3 teams stacked on top of each other. SSG, Lazarus, Xset on that one building. I can imagine that Lazarus might be playing underneath the railings there along with Xset as well. This is quite interesting. CLG caught in the middle of all of this though. We'll see how many nades actually get tossed into their car. Complexity not putting all their eggs into one basket are going to be able to spread out, play the building, play the car as well. Monsoon does back away though to regroup with his squad. SSG setting up the traps, making sure that no team can get out safely, but they needed to pop those barrels quickly. You have to realize when you have a crypto in the lobby, those barrels need to be popped basically instantly. You can't wait for the EMP or for someone to shoot it out. And so now you're losing value on that. Luckily for Controller though, he does have the gold helmet to be able to get barrels up faster, but he needs to pre-pop these.
Yes, he does, and you see SSG holding this high ground right here. They're in a really good spot. They're overlooking a lot of the action, but if they drop down, they're in the line of sight of Xset, which is exactly what they want with the circle closing in right behind them. They have the Nox gas to work with too. You see Controller just looking for the opportunity. Ooh, so quick at taking care of those barrels with the wingman. Great shot right here as they're gonna just still hold this position. You see CLG still having those 2 Blue Evos. Difficult situation to be in, but Controller needs to get out of the way. He's in the line of sight of Complexity, who are holding the other building. They don't want to be taken down with the circle closing in right behind them. They won't be able to get that res. They're still getting pressured out. Controller can't catch a break from Complexity.
He does get that Nox gas grenade down, though, at least. So getting some value off of that as Drop gets the knock onto Clane, but Xset looking to clean up SSG with the help of CLG throughout all of that. But no, Xset will ultimately fall. SSG starting to push up. They get the res onto 1, but they lose out on one of their members. They do have a mobile respawn beacon that they threw down, so maybe he can come in like that snipe down, but it's all Complexity at this point on the kill feed. Cleaning up Lazarus as well. Reptar setting up the angle on the left, and he's able to finish off one more. Complexity in the 3v3. CLG inside the car now, and it's just a matter of time as they eat that damage. Complexity are just trying to secure these kill points. The port has been used by CLG. The gas is there for them. They lose out on Monsoon, but the fight is all Complexity, and this was a monstrous game for them, picking up kill point after kill point in all phases of the game. I'm looking for them to really climb up the standings here, might even take first place after a performance like that.
Reeling the action in perfectly. Complexity looking exactly how strong they were in the Pro League just in the last day that we saw them perform, trying to bring that and recreate it. It just takes a little bit of time after that game number 4. Complexity now taking CLG, taking match number 4, leaving us with only 2 more games, Jamerson.
That's right, and that means we have to take a break, so we're going to be back after a short break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll have more Series E right after this.
Hey, what's up? My name is Mr. Jackal, and I play on the Razer Huntsman Mini.
Have the gold armor, you don't really have to hit that battery, and you can get right back into the fight fast enough as Rambo's going to steal that one and just keep their head on a swivel as Razer is stuck in the middle of nowhere right now.
The Razer Huntsman Mini is a 60% keyboard with Razer optical switches. I recommend the Razer Huntsman Mini for anyone that wants a light and compact keyboard.
Team Razer show up for the third party, though. Have they been able to recover on the other side? No, there's the next knock as Team Razer finding that third party timing we were saying.
Razer, for gamers, by gamers. If you need some new gear for gaming, check out walmart.com/esportsjunior for Razer products. My name is Mr. Akira. I play Apex Legends for Team Razer, and you're watching Razer Re.
Complexity with a huge win in game number 4 is going to make things very interesting on that Mobile One leaderboard. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yeso, and we've got just 2 games remaining in the series event 10K Invitational, and we just saw Complexity finish off a masterpiece of a game. Let's check out our player of the game here. Going to go to Reptar with 8 kills, 3 assists, and 2,500 damage down here. Do want to let you know, obviously I'm able to go over and check the stats with the TOs. 16 total kills for the squad, and about 6,700 damage from the entire team. An incredible performance there from Complexity. They just dominated the entire lobby, and they definitely are making a big push for that lion's share of the $10,000 at the end of today. Obviously, still 2 more games to play, so we'll have to see, how everything shakes out in these last 2 games. But that was a statement win from Complexity, and they've definitely made things very interesting in the run to the finish here. Also saw CLG getting in there late, some very important points for them, as well as some other squads. We saw XSET once again consistently getting into late game, as well as Space Station. So going to be a very fun run to the finish here. 2 games left, and we're ready for game number 5. So let's go right back to Jamerson and Vicky.
A statement game made by Complexity there in game number 4. We'll see how that helps them out in the leaderboard. 16 kills along with that plus 12, so that 28 points going to come in real handy as we come down to the final 2 games of the evening here for series events. With 10K on the line, that was definitely a performance that necessitates that. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see where Complexity stand now. And whoo, boy. They got 28 points in that game. And so that meant they had 17 points heading into that last game. So that was a huge, huge shift in momentum for them, putting them into first place with 45. And now Team Esports Arena have crept their way on up. They find themselves in second place, tied with Team XSET at 39 points.
Look at this right here. Lazarus also right behind Exet and Esports Arena with 38 points, but the gap that Complexity just built between first and second place right now, it may not be big, but that was absolutely huge game for Complexity. With all those kills and taking the game overall, they just shut themselves all the way up to that first place spot in contention to winning that first place prize, being $6,000, Jamerson. What a good look here for this squad. And we've had a different winner so far within each and every one of our games today.
Yeah, we'll see if anyone can have a repeat win, but with how things are going, I highly doubt it. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 4. And Complexity had many throughout the day, but it was this NRG push. You can see the fuse, just nade after nade after nade. Eventually one's going to connect, and there it is, the big one.
And look how many he had left too. At the same time, it was like at that point, he was still going to be able to chuck some more, create some of that extra space. Energy were still able to get that res despite the crypto drone looking at all the action. It was so close there too because they still held that building for the last 2 remaining fights. So that was a really good look on Energy to maintain that position. And there was no beacon control in that building either. It was just a lot of these squads rotating away from Landslide and Skyhook that just happened to be in the line of sight of Energy.
Yeah, NRG were also able to play off this position a little bit later on, I believe. Renegades were holding underneath them, and another squad was holding the roof above them. So once they saw the trades, when those 2 teams ended up fighting, NRG were able to push out from this building, get the third party, but then ultimately so many more teams showed up. I think Oxygen, Complexity, or not Complexity, Ghost ended up showing up for this one. So you can see why this building can be incredibly strong to hold for gatekeeping purposes at the very least and getting that extra RP. But yeah, you can see why Fuse is slowly creeping into the meta. I just love that. Yeah, you get to carry basically twice as much nades. A lot of times, of course, people will forego the nades for extra ammo, extra heals. But with Fuse, you really don't have to make that trade-off.
I like that highlight too, because you have a lot of these composition changes for a lot of these teams, either resorting back to what they feel comfortable with, or we see a lot of these cryptos, especially after the performance from the EMEA region, that weren't really utilizing the Bloodhounds. They were using the crypto drones so that way they didn't have to overextend to scan that beacon, and we've seen that a lot throughout the day too. Let's see how some of these squads move into game number 5, the last 2 remaining matches now, Jamerson, as we jump in right after Complexity took that huge win in match number 4.
And despite Complexity having swapped off onto the big boy composition with the Valkyrie, they're still playing this one like old Complexity where they're, you know, roaming around the edges. They're trying to find these fights on the edges. This is not typically not a composition you want to fight with. You want to have the scans of the Bloodhounds. You want to have the Wraith being able to duel up front, but they're still making it work. Joining on board with them once again, it's going to be the old trusty survey camp drop. We do have a split. Someone going over towards Epicenter. It looks like it is going to be Shiny going over there. And you can see why. So the Epicenter has been left free for them. So good scouting mid-flight coming out from Complexity as they pick up that triangle formation of loot. They get survey camp, they get Epicenter, and they'll pick up that beacon building just to their west as well. In terms of 50-50s though, that and compositional, not compositional changes, but sort of dropping changes that came out, Team Liquid are playing this one a little bit more conservatively after they got a bit punished by Furia in game number 4. But this is the fight that is always going to happen. So over here at Lava Siphon right now, Knights getting the first blow up against LKM. Turns is the one that goes down, and never mind, that's LKM going completely out here in game number 5.
I love how Knights was able to do this right here, get the revenge after LKM quite literally just chased to see where Knights were rotating to, and Knights had fallen susceptible to Noble, who also caught wind of the fight. But they're the ones that come on top of this 50-50 that they keep bringing in since the very start. Eventually, they still find themselves winning. It's been a trade-off. I believe it's 2 for 2 now, as Knights are going to be able to rotate over to the other side of Lava Siphon to maybe obtain that beacon. It's Team Pop-Tarts here have now been able to shift away and have been able to try to move over to Fragment here. And they haven't really had the best amount of luck so far, and they're still rocking these white Evo shields, but they see the opportunity here as they've been able to move in. Oxygen Esports have been able to heal up in time and await the arrival of Team Pop-Tarts as they have some cover. They're working on different angles. Oxygen now taking some damage here. It's Protectful who needs some help.
It looks like they're trying to get some revenge from that last game. Remember, Oxygen came in for the third party on Team Pop-Tarts when they were fighting up against CMP, I believe. Oxygen pushing into the barrels. Presley backs off, and they lose out on Protectful. This is going to be a 1-for-1 exchange, though, as Tryhard does get taken out. Presley wants to get this thirst for the armor swap for himself real quick and checks that door. We'll be able to swap off onto a blue, pushes up through the barrel. Doesn't quite matter for himself. Now they can just recover, get Protectable back on up, and you can't really do much about it on the other side. You can see the gas is going to punish them as they try to make that push, and there it is, that last kill taking them out. Now, does this mean, though, CMP try to come in for the third party? It does seem like Oxygen are not worried about that. They'll be able to reset, hit these Phoenix kit, and get right back to looting. Team Pringles, though, now on the move as they're making their way into Epicenter.
This is our match 1 winners too. Team Pringles looking great in terms of loot, and we also got some, we talk about composition switches. We got the Crypto, Loba, and the Watson. So Team Pringles maybe wanted to play end circle already, get situated with Phony being on the Watson, also having some of those changes coming out, and now being able to see how that's going to play into World's Edge. Since we've been playing on the new map right now, Team Pringles now going to be able to take this high ground position. They are rocking the bow check, trying to send some shots without revealing their location. They're eyeing Climatizer. They want to be able to take that final rotation. They don't know that it's going to be pulling there just yet, so they are going to be able to look at their backs to see if any other squads are rotating through Epicenter.
I'll be honest, I hate the Watson pick. She just does not fit well into the meta, especially if you're trying to take these early fights. It's CMP. They're playing off this bridge that they were eyeing up in terms of that rotation right now, but here's Complexity. They're trying to do what they usually do, fight on the edges here, and they do have them, but it looks like there's another squad in Climatizer. They're backing away, playing off of cover, and Monsoon, while low, it does seem like he'll be able to make it back to this building for safety, and so Complexity, you might not have the opportunity to try and have a huge game like they did in game number 4, now that they don't get that early advantage, they don't get the early KP, and they have to play this one passively.
Now thinking here, they did split up on that drop like you noted, and they were able to get that beacon. They were able to loot respectively, but look how quickly some of these squads were to rotate through Epi, and that's what didn't really go according to plan for Complexity. As we take a look at Lazarus, who are fighting over a Climatizer, the area that we see Complexity wanting to be in, avoiding that EMP. What a great way to just prevent that push here, as Lazarus are still working off of that gold evil shield from Dank, who we just spoke to a little bit ago, rather looking at the way he was able to perform as he was that game 4 CEO here, and now he's gonna be able to try to chuck these arc stars into that area. He sees that he gets scanned, so he's forced to back away, and it's that beacon that's on the high ground that's trying to get contested, and they do note that, which is why Lazarus are already here.
They forced out the bubble on the other side. Really not much else they can do, though. You can see there's another squad underneath that team, so Lazarus is just gonna have to wait this one out. I don't think really anyone has quite the pressure to try and punish, except is the squad on the other side of this one playing inside. They have been able to utilize this Crypto extremely well, and so doesn't matter if the rooftop is getting contested. Crypto just gets it for free with that beacon, with that drone, and so Exeter again happy to play this one slowly. That's what they've been doing all series long. They, along with Team Esports Arena, have been averaging about 10 points per game, which is basically the pace you really want to keep up with the rest of the lobby. Right now, though, it is just Zone 1 closing. The action has died down. We're down to 18 squads, and I imagine there shouldn't be too much action for some time now.
Yeah, except that's why they're just situated here. They do note that, like you said, they also have that Crypto drone to not overextend and get that next beacon, and that's why they're just going to sit here all happy. They're going to be able to loot up properly if they have the opportunity, if they can take Lazarus, who are kind of holding them hostage, over to the side here, and CMP, who've also made their way over to the side. Renegades are also in a fight here. Got the Spitfire in hand and the bombardment as they are in the safety of that tunnel. They are trying to gatekeep this squad who's trying to rotate away from landside. I'm kind of spelling doom here if this squad doesn't want to go long. Instead, they have 55 seconds to decide on this, unless they want to meet up with Renegades, who another squad just pulled up right behind them. They're in trouble. As Sorcerer goes down, they won't have the ability to have the pressure from the Spitfire, and that's why you can't stay in these fights so long in energy, trying to take control, but they lose Sweet in the process. So now this opposing squad is going to be G2, who are getting gate kept, now have free reign over this space, and now are going to be able to move into third party.
Yeah, they've got the man advantage into this 3v2. It doesn't matter if you got all of this AoE with the barrels, with that grab lift. Knight showing up just behind as well for the 5th party. When do we move to the hotel lobby at this point? As now Knight are trying to turn things around. G2 haven't lost out on anyone quite yet until Asura finds the upper angle, accidentally takes the port back. They get the knock and the kill. There we go. G2 going down. Team Liquid showing up for this one as well, as everyone's gotten an invitation for this one. I wonder, I guess it wasn't BYOB because, yeah, it's open for everyone's showing up.
BYOK right here. Bring your own kills out here. Liquid now moving in. They're going to be able to get this free loot. And what a way for Team Liquid to time this too. They came in through the tunnel, which is exactly why Ghost did not want any business having to rotate all the way back here. And this is what I was expecting Ghost to do in the first place. This long rotation that was still opened up for them as that circle was closing in. And it was just ring 1-2, so you don't have to worry about that damage. It's going to be Team Liquid taking this route instead, and they're going to be able to try to move around this big building. And like we noted before, when Exit had split up for their landing, there is a beacon on that northern building from Fragment. So if Team Liquid want to have that intel, they do have that option.
Unfortunately, they don't have the ability. It's the
issue
when you're not
the
running.
Ash. They have the
Ash.
Ash.
The Bloodhound or anything
No
anymore.
Bloodhound.
They're running that Ash, right? And like that was one of my biggest worry coming into season 11. I was like, please don't give another character the recon ability because my Pathfinder still needs love over here, by the way. You know, he's sharing a passive with like 20 other legends at this point. But Team Liquid, there's still another team that's just really, really seasoned when it comes to being able to call rings. And so they don't really need that at that point. I think having that quick mobility of the Ash, having that phase breach does work out really well in their favor. You know, it is a much shorter distance, but it's so much faster. And you don't have to leave yourself vulnerable like when a Wraith has to go in with the port. She basically has to commit her Q into it. But here's Team Complexity, running the standard basic edition of this composition with the Caustic, with the Gibraltar. They're the ones that do have a recon legend, but they don't have the opportunity to try and go for the scan. You can see there's a beacon off to their northeast, but there's so many teams right now inside Climatizer. The Complexity are just going to be left to play off their bridge for now. And they should be fine. Shiny is getting closer to getting that purple Evo shield for himself, so they're setting up for the late game quite well. Team Liquid now fighting a team over here at Frag West, forcing out the bubble already. You can see Nocturnal, the triple take giveth and the triple take taketh, and this time around it looks like he is finding some value off of it, but I believe in like the last 3 games, Nocturnal has gone down to a triple take.
And so he wants to get some revenge going in. He may not have the ideal scope, but at least that 1x2 is better than no scope at that. So he's going to be able to try to track any squads rotating from behind them. They do have some of that intel as they make their decision on where they want to rotate. And it's like you said, since they don't have that recon character, they need to play position, and they have a lot of experience under their belt to call out a lot of these circles already. So they're making sure that they're going to ping a little bit outside of Epi before making this longer rotation into Climatizer. And they note that where the high ground is maybe already contested, so they're just going to go long before they scout out the situation. They see that maybe there's already a squad right there, and that's exactly what they find on the high ground. Another squad holding that high rock here as Team Liquid still putting on this pressure. You talk about the triple take. You don't need the scope here when it comes to Nocturnal. He's putting out the tether, and he's also got that phase bridge if he needs to move forward. Tries to go into the bubble, but they're not going to be able to try to contest through the portal. That would just be a death wish right here, as they're just going to take that longer rotation off to the left, call out to see where maybe the other end of that portal is.
Yeah, they just got free rocks to play off of here on the northwest side as Complexity finally made their push out from that bridge side, taking control over this building. Combination of Ghost and Furia going down throughout all of this fighting. Complexity picks up a couple of those, and much needed damage as well. Shiny is getting that much closer towards his, but here's the Knights in Epicenter proper. They need to heal up. You can see Asura and Gilderson's just bleeding red as the nades start coming in. Gilderson gets tagged by that Arcstar and is going to be dropped to take him out. SSG now moving forward. They want to take advantage of this. They are inside Epicenter here, but yeah, they're stuck inside this bowl. It makes it incredibly difficult to try and push out to punish these knocks, but you should be happy to pick up 1 KP or 2 KP here and there. For now, though, the ring will be pulling over towards Climatizer proper, and so they're going to have a battle on their hands, especially with Team Liquid coming up behind them. They have to be wary of their backs, and they're really not even considering it at all. They're just charging forward.
Yeah, they just want this KP. I mean, they got the knock, they got both knocks, but now it's the Team Liquid fight that may just roll in. They saw the party opportunity happening in Landslide. Now they want to get invited to Epi. And Space Station do manage to get away with that fight before they are able to heal up. They need some of that loot, and they also have the redeploy if necessary, so they can just reposition quickly like that. They do have some time to work off of some of this positioning, and they may not be a beacon and epi, but they are going to be able to have the option to go for a longer rotation or a short rotation, depending on where they feel comfortable here. After looking at a lot of these fights already happening in Climatizer, Oxygen still in this position. We saw that they were contesting exit for some time, but now they're forced to rotate away from this, actually take control over this next building. And there's caustic traps have already been set up here, so it seems as if they've already been able to sing the same song here, dance the same dance, and be able to kind of take control over the same building with the caustic barrels. And they're still having to rotate because they're not in the circle. They're just trying to call out the other squad that's going to come on the other side to contest them.
Team Liquid on the edges here. Ring number 3, zone number 3, and they're just taking this one now. They were able to take out Furia, and so that's a nice bit of revenge for them, especially after the last couple of games getting challenged over at Skyhook. The Team Liquid now, with 30 seconds left to go, 40 seconds left to go, they won't have that Valkyrie, they don't have that Valkyrie deploy. Remember, they're not playing that Valkyrie for themselves, and so they have to walk this one in. It does seem like they have cleared out a lot of it, but you can see how hard it's pulling over towards that Climatizer side, going over towards the rocks, almost over at Overlook at this point. CMP have been playing inside this building the whole time. They haven't been able to see much action, so they're just still sitting on Blues going into the 4th zone. They've got a team to their north right now. This is the big gatekeeping position for themselves. We'll see if maybe Cody tries to block off a door to one of those cars with that port. He's starting to advance now. Repcar getting himself in a fight, though, as the defensive bombardment goes down. But he's got the movement to dodge a lot of that. And the bubble, just in case. Liquid are the ones trying to make the push onto them. The Nocturnal's having some difficulty seeing through that gas right now. It's okay. He just goes right past it, and he faces off against one as Monsoon gets the knock onto Fun. And now Team Liquid are up against it. You can see, though, SSG saving their hide, coming in for the third party, taking out Complexity.
Complexity out, SSG, they're moving in, and Liquid are in trouble. They're trying to get the rest. Nocturnal with the trigger to control. Oh, what am I seeing right now, Jamerson? The amount of volatile mess that I am seeing as Team Liquid managed to escape death, specifically Nocturnal, who gets away. He heard them and was able to hide. Now not taking a shot, not trying to reveal himself, but is forced to have to hang out underneath here as the circle did close in, and they've lost Fun again. So they don't have the safety of the dome, but they do know where exactly Nocturnal is positioned with Flanker on this low ground.
Oh, no armor swap there for Nocturnal, and there's a drop down from Oxygen, taking out Nocturnal, and now ultimately they will fall. Flanker going down to Presley. Quick res out to get Protectable up, and no one's quite here to punish them. SSG are still stuck at Epicenter, making the climb up, and that's the early bubble, but take a look at how much further they have to go. Luckily for them, though, they got one up all the way up the hill. It's going to be the Caustic player as well. Unfortunately, though, the Caustic barrels are getting cleared up, and oh my goodness, it's actually the Watson. The Watson made it into the top 11.
The Watson, who's not inside the building, holding off to the side angle, and Esports Arena now still hanging out over here and still fighting these fights, getting so aggressive. They need this KP if they want to maintain these top 3 positions that they've been having to force their way out of, but gets pulled right into that gravitational pull right here. Duplex forced to back away with only a blue evil shield that he's been fighting with. Verholz is going to be able to also provide some of that back cover, but they see that there is a squad right to the 6, so they are forced to reposition into this building, but they only have 30 seconds before they have to reposition here, so maybe a redeploy may be in order since Lazarus has that high ground control, has the circle keep right in action.
Ooh, big damage on the Vizay, though, forces them back. So that's going to be the opening that Esports Arena need to be able to use that redeploy if they so want to. And yeah, it is a hard pull over to these rocks right now. Lazarus rolling onto it, but it doesn't seem like ESA have taken it. Furia getting knocked out, Graceful going down. You can see Davis is keeping an eye on their south for the time being. That port is still there. Might not be up for much longer as CMP are starting to make their trek in for this next zone. They don't have much cover, but they have enough to survive for now as 100 Thieves find themselves in a fight, trying to take control over this truck. The res coming out onto Bird. They have to pull off for the time being. They are just getting challenged here. Vatro is going to try and survive, but he's getting chased down. Nano going to be the only one up for his squad, surviving behind the knockdown shield, but eventually gets spotted out. CMP charge forward. They have so many teams ahead of him. Seer ulti down as well. Haven't seen that one in quite some time. And Oxygen just here on the western edge have a building to play off of for this late game. We're now down to 8 squads. It's about to be 7.
Yeah, Oxygen also having this building means that sometimes some of the circles do pull that direction, but look at this beamish that we're seeing from Oxygen now, building up that red Evo, does build up that purple Evo for Protectful too, and they're gonna have some of this easy loot here before making this rotation. They have a great position if your team Oxygen is they have this entire backside, but you have to know that CMP is still here. We also saw Lazarus trying to contest Esports Arena over to the other side of these train tracks, so Oxygen Esports getting into position. They see that there's another squad rolling in from right behind them. They don't want to leave themselves open as they have the safety of the building right here.
It's a hard pull away from them, going all the way towards the eastern side right now. You can see CMP playing off of this post, really, and it's providing so much coverage with so many teams there on the western edge. They can play off of this right now, but they do have a team currently to their south, and it does look like it is NRG that have that high ground angle. They have priority on this zone as well. You can see all the headshot angles for them to play off of. Nathan's doing a good job of having some advanced barrels up ahead just in case for themselves. With the final 4 squads remaining, I do believe there is one rat. I think they spotted him out, hitting for flash. The G7 scouts, Sweet, wants to secure this. Now it's a 2-man down there. So is it a 2v2v 3v3 at this point? Find out in just a moment.
Yeah, right now they're just trying to scout this out. Sweet also just retreating right here. They do see that there is a rat actually off to the right. They don't see it. We do though, Jamerson. So that's the right rat over to the other side, just waiting for this action to die down. But you can see Nathan just trying to scout out what smells a little funky out here as Cody and Mooney are in the back with Petty underneath that dome. They see the press is now moving in, trying to close out that gap. Oxygen in some trouble as they're forced into the open ground, right into that line of sight though. Mooney now having to get this res, but Sweet noting that Energy don't want to give up this position.
Oh. Nades are coming in with the connect, and we have the Valkyrie redeployed being used by Oxygen for now. And I'm surprised no one from NRG are actually looking up CLG's Nano, surviving as that rat creeping up, but eventually he's gonna get spotted out. CMP, luckily though, are not peeking, and oh no, the drop down from Oxygen right on top of them here. You got the Ring of Fire, making this an absolute death zone. CMP survived without getting any losses, but here it is, the full push now from NRG. They got the knock onto one, and they have the man advantage. They'll be able to finish this one off, and CLG secure a second place off the ratting from Nano. We'll see, though. Can he take the 3v1? He's holding it down. The barrel going out. We've got the Knuckle Duster coming out as they finish him off with the melee. That's a big win coming out for NRG.
What a way for Energy. And the rat too, you need to be able to rat it out into second place. We saw that for ESA when it came to Duke, but now CLG just replicating that into the second place, trying to solidify as many points as possible, but it's Energy that had the position advantage on top of that Pride Rock.
Oh boy, and we have one game left to go, so we're going to take a break, and when we get back, it'll be the finale of the series event 10K right after this.
Hey, what's up? My name is Stoop, and thanks to Intel, I'm always at the top of my game.
That for now, bubble out from Dupe as the defensive bombardment was dropped down on top of him. Great timing coming out from him, and looks like he might be able to get this knock and push in for free, but now they're actually going to go ahead and push Cheese it. Somehow that fence was gone on that side. Dupe getting the knock. A huge opportunity now for Team Intel to finish things off. It's the final 2 squads, and Team Intel will somehow sneak away the victory from TSM.
If you're looking for a processor, choose Intel at walmart.com/esports arena for all your Intel products. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
I'm Zara Tricky, and whenever I play Apex Legends, I use the Razer Viper Mini.
And so running to this full squad, it looks like it's Rollers on the other side. Never mind, it's Team Intel getting told.
The Viper Mini has an ultra lightweight design. It also uses the Razer SpeedFlex cable, so it feels almost wireless.
Do a lot of different things. One of them is look down and just pick off all of these 3 kills. Unfortunately for them, the kill's not really going in their favor. They just need to focus on the same time.
And it uses the Razer optical switches, so it has the fastest response time of any mice. I prefer the Viper Mini over other mice because it has a ton of great features that you won't find in other mice, and it's only $40 on Walmart.com. If you're looking for a new mouse, I'd recommend the Viper Mini to anyone who likes a balanced weight and uses a claw or fingertip grip. If you ever need to upgrade your gear, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and buy yourself some Razer gear. My name is Zara Tricky, and I play Apex Legends for Team Razer, and you're watching Razer Week.
It was only a matter of time before NRG showed up at the top of the scoreboard in one of these games, and they grab a big victory there in game number 5. And only one more remains, only one game to decide who is going to win our Series E Event 10K Invitational. It's been an incredible day so far, folks. Lots of great action, a bunch of great games, and I imagine Game 6 is going to deliver just the same. But our player of the game for game number 5 going to go to Nafin there for NRG. 5 kills, 2 assists, and just south of 900 damage. So not crazy in the damage department, but being very efficient with that damage, and NRG shows up strong. And it was a very tightly contested top 6 going into game 5, and NRG are looking to jump into that conversation before this final game. So we'll have to see how things are going to shake off to finish the day. But love to see it, and big win there for NRG. Excited to see how the day ends up with just one more game ahead of us. Do want to give a special shout out to our friends over at Vizio. Obviously, they're one of our new partners here, and want to let you guys know that if you are looking for a new TV to game on, Vizio does have you covered. They got 4K HDR, lightning fast response times, and they're all powered for next-gen consoles. So if you want to grab yourself a new Vizio TV on to play maybe some Apex or Guilty Gear on, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick one up for yourself. And let's go over to Tyler and check him out next to one of those awesome Vizio TVs. What's up, Tyler?
All right. Thank you, JC. Listen, you guys, this is some fun action right now. That was a stacked leaderboard right before the last game. Now I don't know what the hell is going to happen with the leaderboard this time around. All I know is that Team Esports Arena in the hunt every single time. It is so fun rooting for a team that is representing your brand. That is sick. Speaking of Esports Arena, I got Roseville, California right here, okay? Roseville. That's it, near Sacramento. This kid's probably like slaying some folks on Fortnite right now. Absolutely just wiping teams. And these two guys right here, probably just, playing Apex Legends, just having themselves probably the best time of their lives because they're at an esports arena inside a Walmart store. In case you didn't know, we open up esports arenas, LAN centers, we host tournaments all the time inside Walmart stores throughout the entire country. Go to esportsarena.com, look at all of our locations. There might be one right next to you. Obviously go there, have a good time, hang out with some awesome people. There you go. There's all the locations. We got 1080 Ti's minimum inside each of our machines. Minimum. i7s, 240 hertz monitors, the best Razer peripherals you can imagine. Literally imagine it. We have it there. That's how quick it is. At any rate, just a friendly reminder, guys, Esports Arena, we're the ones putting this on. We've been putting on tournaments for about 6-7 years now. And thank you guys so much for all the support that you've given us. I appreciate you guys. Series event is one of the best events that we do every single time. A new season starting up for Apex. But please follow us on Twitter. Follow us on Instagram. All social media. Our TikTok's kind of weird, so follow that too. I think that's all I got. Just kind of giving you guys a reminder of like who we are, and we can't thank you enough for your support. Oh, and also walmart.com/esports arena. If you really want to be like, super supportive, go over there, take a look at all the content we have there, take a look at all the brands, support the brands. If you got a headache buy some Excedrin. You want a new TV, clearly you're buying Vizio. You need new gaming peripherals, Razer. You want the best CPU in the game, Intel, see you later. If you need some water to stay hydrated, Nestle Splash, not a big deal. Ever heard of them? Regardless, the next game, the last game, is coming up. And I think it's anyone's game. So, Vicky Kitty and Jamerson, let us know. ESA Jamerson, by the way, looking real good today. Let us know how the leaderboard looks like and get us going for game number 6.
That's crazy, really thinking about it, because I was there for some of the first tournaments for Esports Arena. That it's been 6 years since I was able to cast Counter-Strike at Esports Arena in Santa Ana. We had like Taco, we had Shroud and Ska and everyone else showing up from C9. It was an amazing time at the beginning of Esports Arena. We're still doing so much more. Here we are. It's the 10K for the series event. Now, with the big win out from NRG there in game number 5, we saw what that did for complexity in game 4. So we'll see if NRG are able to break the top 5. Let's check in with the Mobile One leaderboard. And despite that win, NRG still find themselves in 7th place now. So it was a big, big boost up, but not quite enough. They are within reach, though, of 9 points of Team Complexity, who are currently in 1st place. But look at how close our top 7 are right now, Vicky.
Yeah, it's so close right now. Look at Lazarus and Exit tied for 4th place, 40-40. These two squads want to break their way into that top 3. They want some of that prize pool, Jamerson, and that's $10,000 on the line, $6,000 going in favor for 1st place. And with Complexity still bridging that gap between themselves and Esports Arena, they're looking to take that prize over their heads. But Esports Arena, as we heard it straight from Tyler, they've been able to consistently stay within these top 5 squads. Let's see if they can replicate that, maybe get another win, because we've only seen different squads win these separate games. We got match number 6 now going down, Jamerson, and I'm so excited to see what the results are going to be, because this is a very close overall leaderboards that we have right now.
7 teams. There are a possibility of 7 different teams taking the win here today, walking away with $6,000. But our winners from that last game, it is NRG, and they have the AoE. They've got of course, the fuse along with the black hole coming out from the horizon. But we have to take a moment here. Pop-Tarts once again in this fight over at Frag West. We did get a quick glimpse of the ring. It's pulling up towards the northwest, towards Lava Fissure now. But here's Fullzy. He's got the angle, but oh no, the door's cracked and he gets taken out down to 10 HP. Never mind, no HP. Ryan has to cover him though. Bubble has been used by him as he's trying to cover this door. That's when he opens it, but doesn't get punished for it quite yet. Presley is a bit low, but Oxygen buy enough time for him to at least get 1 syringe off and possibly get right back into this fight. Arcstar just to cover for now. And now Oxygen don't want to push out, but the thing is, this fight is taking a while. So maybe the team from Frac East comes in for the 3rd party. LKM in their fight once again. And we do have CMP coming in for the 3rd party, cleaning up the rest of Team Pop-Tarts.
And that's exactly what I was worried about here too. That's why Oxygen wanted to stay in the safety of this room. I mean, they have the composition for it. They have Presley, who's still on this Caustic, still taking damage here. Still needed to find a way to heal up properly, but they have the Caustic barrel still set up inside the building. His CMP now has moved their way into trying to contest Oxygen. Let's see what their next moves are going to be, as they are going to be able to chuck some of these grenades right here down the middle of these doors, or rather these windows. And you can also take a cheeky little angle on top of one of these windows. If Oxygen aren't worried here, they should be getting worried soon, because they're also low on loot.
Yeah, they're starting to run out of breathing room for a squad named Oxygen at this point. But CMP, they're slowly trying to find these angles, and you can see that Oxygen are doing a good job of avoiding a lot of it. Mooney, realizing he's out by himself, will go ahead and back away, seeing the 3-man stack coming out, and they do have the Wraith port, it seems, to try and get out of danger. But CMP are hot on their heels right now, trying to catch the opposite end of this port. But as you can see, Mooney is playing off market, pushing forward, and they might have actually been able to swerve past them, but CMP do not want to let them get away.
Yeah, they also don't want to be overly aggressive. They want to be able to try to play this passive-aggressive, as they are trying to close in this gap, but they're on the low ground. They note there is a squad over off to the right where they want to rotate. And SSG, the squad who's also been able to be pretty consistent here, in some trouble, losing both their White Evo shields. It's really up to Controller that is fully sustained to help with that suppressed fire. If they can find the opportunity of this other squad now trying to contest them over a countdown, A little grim here for SSG, though, as they do manage to take these off angles. Drop just needs to help sustain if he can even manage to get away in time.
They just need to buy time for his bubble here. Air burst nade coming out from the Caustic player here, along with the missile storm, and that's a big connect. They might actually just turn around onto this one, even though they started off this fight with whites. Getting that big crack might have been the opening, but there's the bubble. That should just be the retreat coming out from Drop, and so they'll just back away for now. But this is rough to be playing out of basically center zone without better armor. Finally, an upgrade comes in as we swap on over now towards CLG, making their way towards the train tracks west of Epicenter now. We'll see if they run into complexity in just a moment. They have to be careful of these rotation timings. They have to understand who's in the lobby and who drops around them.
And you're also noting that Skyhook has already been contested before by Team Liquid. We've also seen Ghost make their way over as an appearance to try to go in for a third party. But CLG looking pretty good in terms of loot, just minus GS Bird, who's rocking that white Evo. You got Nano, who has the gold. And they also have Vatral in case they want to get that beacon scan, as he is on that crypto pick still and has been able to get a lot out of it. And Exit still wasting no time for these rotations. They see another squad. They have the beacon already scanned. That actually may be Team Liquid here to note, as Exet does see that they are running that fuse. Now, as they are going to be able to back off in time, they need to heal up as Kenny loses that shield. It's going to be the green light for the squad to get aggressive.
Murphy doesn't have the barrel set up for his squad. Black hole out, doors cracked as well. Kenny is stuck in the middle of nowhere. It's NRG that's on top of them. That's the wombo combo we've been looking for. Plane answers back for just one, but he is on his last legs. He'll go down. NRG pick up a quick 3-0 on that one. Now it's all about recovering and just resetting.
Exit out already. That's impressive. Energy noting what is something that they need to focus on. And after winning that last game, they're climbing up their leaderboards rather quickly. But it's nice to note that they're not so close to the top that they may want. They need to have an insane game here, with a lot of our squads also trying to get aggressive here. Energy's now on that fuse. Been rocking that fuse, honestly, this whole exact day, Jamerson. We can see where the circle is going to be pulling here. In that northwestern side, we've seen the circle pull on top of the sniper tower by Trials, but it's actually more so pulling south towards Countdown, where so many of our squads are already rotated towards. You have over 5 squads already there in that one circle.
And we have a lot of teams in Skyhook. Noble find themselves actually in the middle of a sandwich. Their bubble's already been utilized here as they use that Valkyrie redeploy to get into this position. Now they are starting to regret it. Defensive bombardment has gone down, and their only saving grace is that the Skyhook teams are a little bit busy with each other right now, that no one else is applying pressure. You can see the pressure coming out from Countdown, though, which forces Liquid off of this. They wanted to take this fight, but now they have to give up a lot of free ground. Flanker getting tagged up. It's going to be forced to bat, but Nocturnal does have this angle, tether out, and doesn't get any connects with it. They do have one isolated player on the right, but they don't know that yet. And again, that unrelenting pressure from the Countdown teams is making this so difficult. Looks like Team Liquid are just going to call it here, not overstep, as they are one of the teams that are currently in the running to try and hit that first place position.
And they actually noting that maybe there's somebody on the high ground by Trials. They want to have that positional advantage like Furia do right here with the pressure. Hakulo still rocking that fuse too. 2 fuses in this lobby as SSG are stuck in a corner. They've used their domes, but both domes have been called out. You see Zenile now trying to take an off angle. Doesn't have the bolt on the massive, and he gets blasted. Loses the shield right away as SSG now still keeping the squad at bay. They have not been able to give the opportunity for the squad to rotate in, even swapping helmets here. So that way Drop could quickly get that dome and even charge up that bombardment to keep the squad away from them. And Oxygen, noting the situation, are actually just going to drop down from the high ground. They're going to start rotating, wasting no time, because just like you said, it's so difficult to work with white Evo shields. They just finished building up the blues, but do they want to stay here for these fights after they see how chaotic a lot of these squads rotating away from Skyhook are finding themselves in Countdown?
Free gold coming out for Oxygen here. What do they get? It's just going to be an attachment. Of course, it's always just an attachment. But Oxygen, though, they have a decent position to play off of here. And you can see why it's so difficult for teams to push into Countdown. There's so many teams involved. You have the cross angles being basically covered by the opposing squads, basically all around. But Graceful gets pinned down. G2 now making their way into staging here. They've got LKM on the ropes. It's only appearing live. Well, it was, as Gentrifying finishes them off. G2 We haven't seen much of them today. One of the best performances was probably in game number 1, but here's Team Liquid now playing on the northern side, gatekeeping a team from coming up behind them here. You can see the ring, again, continuing to pull hard up to the northwest, keeping them safe in. SSG push out of their building on top of Oxygen, and now there's only one remaining. Presley gets cleaned up. SSG worked their way out of danger, but maybe now they're in the sights of 100 Thieves. They're not ready to push quite yet. Now here they go as a full 3. They do have that phase breach to get them onto the high ground, but they're greeted by a barrel, and oh my goodness, SSG. They probably weren't expecting it here, but they just go ahead and full send onto one member, take him out. With the help of Reptar, they secure the thirst onto vayne as well. So SSG take back their original position.
This is exactly working to SSG's plans. With the Caustic composition coming in, they're just holding this position. They had no idea there was going to be a squad utilizing that rift off to their left. That was just perfect position for that barrel, and now they're going to also have some extra loot to work with. Dropped looked like he was low on that shotgun ammo with the massive, but he is going to be able to rack up enough heavy to utilize that flatline, and now CMP have moved their way into Trials. We noted that Team Liquid was off to the other side of this, where they were contesting another squad, moving away from the north side of Trials, trying to get into Circle. So CMP have that information, probably another squad as well, holding the high ground of Trials. So that could be 3 squads already in this area that Liquid need to worry about.
Yeah, they do have the coverage. If they need to just hide inside that tunnel for the time being, it's going to be Caustic versus Caustic as well. Flanker keeping an eye on the door. Lazarus is the squad up top in Sniper Hill right now. They're just waiting to see if anyone goes down. They're in a good spot, too. Plenty of ammo in this triple take. I imagine he was hoping to pick up a Havoc or something here with 301 shots to play off of. So he can definitely spam things out. This is probably one of the best positions to have this triple take in. There are still a number of teams in Skyhook as well, so he can take those pot shots there. G2, though, now making their advance, and we're seeing team after team coming after the same position over here on the south side of Countdown. It's Designful on the front lines. Finally connecting with a shot on this wingman now, charging forward with that Beast of the Haunted. He has no fear whatsoever. He is tagging them left and right. Cracks 2, pushes up, but he needs the help of the rest of the squad. Gentrifying is here, but Resulta needs to take some time to heal up, and so G2 unfortunately cannot capitalize off of Designful just taking so much damage. And now it's Esports Arena in a fight just outside of Survey Camp as they do clean up Furia, at least tech going down for them. Verholz does need to heal up though, elects to take the bat for himself, and it looks like Graceful completely disconnected from his squad. He's all the way at Fragment when the fight was taking place at Survey.
Oh, and now he's forced to see what he wants to do, whether he wants to commit to these banners, but he's so far out from Circle, and with the white Evo shield, this is just going to spell disaster for Furia as they have to find a way into the Circle. It's Ring 2 now closing in, and Esports Arena are already making their moves. They're trying to get back into Circle, and Lazarus are sitting happily on this high ground. Actually looking like Dank right here, he's rocking the R301, and PK, he's on this high ground just trying to overlook where a lot of these squads are, wondering if he just traded that triple take to allow his squad to build up their Evo shields rather quickly. But with Pringles now having an eye on this squad off to the side and still running this composition now, just having the Loba, the Crypto, no fuse in the equation. Instead, they're just trying to figure out an angle to hold here because they're on the edge of Circle. They're not necessarily just there, but they have the black market for some extra loot, and they definitely need it looking at Phony and those 16 shots that he's got in Eva A.
Yeah, they can starve out teams with this black market boutique. We know that there's a lot of death boxes down on the south side, and now there's going to be one here on the north as Shiny goes down. 100 Thieves picking that one up onto him, but luckily for him, Renegades give them a helping hand, taking out vayne, and so 100 Thieves are knocked out here, but they have not recovered. Shiny, he's still stuck on the low, but he might be able to make it into the elevator shaft for them to get the res at this point. Reptar taking point, making sure that no one pushes them quite yet, almost clearing out that drone, and he will just before the EMP gets off. Shiny, he will get rezzed up. He should have a bubble for himself just to heal up, but now they have given up the high ground. Here's Team Pringles trying to punish them, pushing up top, and that's the re-knock onto Shiny with that nade. Pringles a little bit hesitant to go for that push down to the low, but Scissor says, screw it, I'm going to go down. He's going to secure this thirst onto Ice Shiny, and it's going to be SSG to actually help them out in that department. So now Team Pringles playing on the northern side, the ring pull all the way up north And so it looks like it's going to be ending basically in the open ground between Lava Fissure, Countdown, and Sniper Hill.
And you saw right there that they didn't want to overextend because they noted that the third party was rolling in soon. So really good disengage from them, just like we saw from G2 as they utilized the portal to get away from the line of fire. As Renegades now trying to find themselves in a fight, trying to take control over this building. Do they know that there's somebody else around the corner here looking at the squad still fighting in Countdown? CMP now still seeing where Team Liquid is situated at, as we still see that they were running the Ash composition, but running into the line of fire. Petty Boss misses out on the opportunity. The Rift was set up, but CMP don't manage to not be able to try to get that out, pressure them out, and Nocturnal does manage to get away in the process. So CMP now calling their losses, and they're all going to be able to back up in time. And it's Esports Arena and CLG actually now being able to get taken out, as Ghost in a tough situation need to get knocked right back into this fight. Pop-Tarts, this is fights happening all the way around Jamerson. Another fight happening here in Countdown after all the squads that we saw make the rotation here from the start of this match.
Yeah, 14 squads left. Pop-Tarts in some trouble, losing out on one more. That's going to be Tryhard now left to try and rat this one out. He did get spotted as he took this port, and I don't imagine anyone pushes it. Esports Arena, we're able to redeploy Valkyrie, redeploy on to Sniper Hill, pushing Lazarus. There's the knock onto Z Davis. They play around his dead body as well. That's going to be the armor swap for Skittlecakes to get right back into this fight, but they lose out on one. Cody with a beam on that Havoc as they do force him back now. Duplex does end up stuck on Sniper Hill by himself. Verholst might be able to just use that passer to get up there, but it does seem like with the round closing, they will be able to recover him, get him back into the game, and if they want to, retake the hype, but they need to knock him down. Oh my goodness, the out of bounds timer, no! He gets down just in time.
Oh, I'm sitting on the edge of my seat. That was so close, taking the seconds down, but they managed to get the res. They managed to be safe underneath this rock form, but they were unable to claim the high ground. Very risky play, but still coming out and surviving is the key. It's CMP now holding this position. They crawled up from that zip line that they were hanging out underneath Trials with, but that's still Lazarus getting taken out, and CMP moving for the timing on that third party. So Team Liquid now hanging out right underneath them with CMP taking control here. Lazarus not taken out yet, with just Davis being the one to get taken down, but they were taken out of the high ground at the very least. As Esports Arena, they cannot rest. They see another squad trying to contest him off this high ground. As Duplex playing the shield. Look at the way that he's playing the corner with these massive shots. But right here we have Esports Arena coming out on top again, utilizing the dome, but they need to go undercover because you still have CMP with their line of sights all tacked onto Team Liquid.
CMP do not want to give up that high ground. You can see it's still in for this next zone. It's pulling up towards Trial. Lazarus still up as a duo as G2 now trying to clear out the south side, and they are running out of time. Defensive bombardment has been used along with the bubble. It's Complexity cornered here, but we know how strong their team fight can be. Designful has been cracked. Beast of the Hunt popping. He will have another scan in just a moment here. Resulta tries to cover both doors, but some nades are coming in from behind them now. And they have to be wary of the third party. Time is running out, but take a look at the push coming out from Reptar. He was not aware there was someone playing behind that elevator shaft. G2 dropped low, but they've got the answer for Complexity here now. As they fall back, they realize this fight has taken too long. They have to start moving in with this. Another knock, and there's the finish onto Complexity. G2 will throw down that defensive bombardment to have some reset time and try to walk in with this one, but this is still a very far rotate for them. CMP realizing ESA have made their way to the western edge now, and now ESA might be in a little trouble having to contest up against CMP above and Team Liquid as well, just inside of Trials. Their bubble's down and CMP are just waiting for the team fire.
Not expecting this here. ESA, they want to maintain this aggression. G2 now going down. Jet in trouble, but like you said, you have to make this rotation. You have to do it quickly. A lot of these squads already holding the circle, positioning to circle keep you. And ESA are still fighting this fight. They have the crate for some cover. And another squad coming out of Trials here. You see the hip fire shot. Skittlecake getting taken down. It's only up to Duplex now from ESA to clutch this out. But against Team Liquid, who are fully healed, this is going to be nearly impossible.
We got Renegades up as a full 3, but scratch that. It might not be for that much longer. Vaxilon did get knocked, does find his way behind cover. Lazarus have been finished off as well. It's the top 4 squad. The CMP dropped down to punish RNG here stuck in the corner now. This actually allows the time for Team Liquid to poke their head outs here and start making their way over towards that corner where the next ring is pulling. CMP have to be careful here. Cody takes a lot of damage, but they get the finish onto Renegades. Now it's going to be the final 3 squads remaining. We've got Liquid, we've got CMP, and we've got NRG alive. But I believe it's just Team Liquid and Team NRG that both have a shot of sneaking away with the win with that first place today. The 3K on the the 6K on the line for first place. And now Liquid pushing up. They also know that they have a lot of ground that they had to make up for. There was about a 7-point difference between first and second place, and then all the way down to 7th, there was about 17 points. And so Team Liquid need the kill points along with the plus 12 as well. Nocturnal still with a triple take. You're gonna have to rip that away from his cold dead hands if you wanted to stop using it here. And he's just keeping CMP pinned down by himself with these shots.
And it's so strong, so much damage coming out. He's got so much ammo to work with too, Jamerson. You were talking about that earlier, and Energy are holding that off angle, so Liquid are just trying to put on that pressure to keep both of these squads at bay, as they are holding that other side, the southern side of the circle, not trying to get in the middle between both of these squads as they do try to roll in. Circle 5 now closing in. It's just a matter of time. Energy, with this off angle though, are seeing all the action happening in front of them. Right on top of Team Liquid though, with the motor, the fire ring from Energy is going to let them know everything happening right here. You see the grenades being sent out. Look how many Doug has. 4 more grenades he can work with. He's putting on so much damage.
This is ridiculous, and it's going to be all NRG at this point, barring any mistakes. You see the trades going down. Liquid finding one at the CMP. Mooney will fall shortly as well, and NRG have not lost a single player. It's going to be a quick reset out from them. As Sweet uses that gravity lift to try and get a higher ground angle, and Nathan's getting involved in this. Nade's going in as well. Doug pushes up. He's going to get the knuckle clusters into that bubble, but now Nathan might actually fall for this, and now NRG, it was a little scary, a little bit dicey. They will secure the win here in game number 6.
Second game in a row that they took. They took game number 5. They take game number 6. It took them some time. They had a struggle at the very start of our day, Jamerson, but leave it to Energy to win not just 1 game, but 2 games. What a way to shake up the leaderboards right now.
And I believe they were down by about 9 points. And with Complexity going down a little bit earlier, the job might have been done. But you guys are going to have to wait until after the break to figure out who our top 3 are, who's walking away with $10,000 here for the series event. We're going to take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be able to announce the winners right after this.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Zare Tricky, and when I'm not playing Apex Legends,
Keeping them alive for now as he's going in for the peak. It's a 2v2 right now, brought down to a 2v1. Big mass.
I like to just stay home and hang out with my cats. So here's Emery. She is actually our first cat we got. She is the middle child, and she loves to be held. And here is Little Baby. That's actually her name, but she either goes by the Little Baby or the Baby. And she is our newest one. We actually found her outside, and we decided to keep her. And lastly, here is Big Boy. He is the oldest and the biggest, and he is actually super sweet. Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Zare Tricky, and I play Legends for Team razer, and you're watching Razer Week.
Welcome back, folks. 6 games done, and NRG closed it out with back-to-back W's. It jumped them into the conversation at the end of Game 5, and the question is, was that win in Game 6 enough to steal first place here in the Series E event 10K Invitational? Regardless, it's been an incredible day of games, a super exciting finish there, a wonderful close to the action here today. So it's been an absolute pleasure. Let's check out our final player of the game here, and it's going to go to Sweet from NRG. 4 kills, an assist, and just short of 1,100 damage in that one. And NRG starting a little slow, but finishing incredibly strong. Back-to-back, really good games from the NRG squad, and this is why they are one of the most respected and feared teams in North American Apex Legends. They are incredibly dangerous. They can pop off and absolutely demolish about any lobby. So love to see it here from NRG in a really big game from them. And now the only question remains is, how did everything shake out on that Mobile One leaderboard, right? It was incredibly close in that top 6, bunch of teams in the running, and really it felt like whoever won Game 6 was going to have the best shot, and NRG certainly does. The question is, with how Esports Arena performed, with how Complexity performed, with how Liquid showed up in that last game, did they get enough to grab first place? We don't know quite yet, but we are ready to find out. So I'm going to hand it off to Jamerson and Vicky to give us the final verdict. What's up, guys?
Oh boy, this one is coming down to the wire, which is why we're giving our admin team some extra time there to calculate all of the results. We saw before game number 6, we had about 7 teams that were within about 10 points of each other. It was extremely close, so anyone could be walking away with the victors. Will it be NRG with the back-to-back victories they're able to string together here in game number 5 and 6? We will find out as we check in with the Mobile One leaderboard. 10K on the line, and NRG secure the bag. That's 6K going their way. Let's take a look at our Esports Arena boys as they secure second place for themselves. A 1-point lead over Complexity to take second place.
2-time winners. This is the same squad that took the last series event, and it was the 10K Invitational at that. NRG walking away with 58 points, and remember, they had a tough start too. They clawed their way right back up, winning those 2 games back-to-back with enough KP to secure this spot over Esports Arena, who end in second place at 53 points. And that's a pretty big money match, Jamerson, because you got to compare that second place prize to third place as Esports Arena. They're walking away with 3K, and you got Complexity ending their run with a 1-point difference with 1K.
Yeah, that's a nice dinner out with Monsoon, essentially, at that point for the 1K for Complexity. Taking a look at the Mobile One high-performance moment of that last game. It's going to be NRG. I've got to imagine the nade spam. You spotted it out. 4 nades at the very least. We don't even know how many more thermites he's got. He can toss in a knuckle cluster as well. This is what I loved when Fuse initially got launched, just doing this to people off the rip, picking up all the nades here, and you can see they're able to clean up the majority of the kills in the end.
I love their positioning too and the timing on this third party. They were off on an off angle, noting that they were in the perfect spot to go in for this third party. And even then, they didn't fully extend until they were sure that they were able to resustain for this fight before diving in. And we even saw even getting in some trouble here, playing this dome with the massive, looking fantastic, but his 6 wasn't covered just yet before the rest of NRG were able to clean up. But NRG making a statement shows you why this squad is so consistent with their results, not just here in the series events, Jamerson, but also in the Pro League.
Yeah, that was an insane rally back. The last 2 wins, that's all they needed. That's where the majority of their points really came from in the last 2 games. Remember, 24 points for 2 wins in a row. That's almost half of their entire total. And so that is it. Congratulations once again to NRG, Esports Arena, and to Complexity for coming into our top 3. But most importantly, of course, NRG walking away with the $6,000. That does it for us here at the series event. We're going to go ahead and send it back to Yeso to close out the show. Go ahead and take it away, dude.
Thank you very much. You too. What a day. I'm
insane.
back with Tyler Endress here, and
I'm like, literally, my heart was pounding. I'm not kidding. And I was watching it in the other room, and I was like, I'm actually nervous. Like, I'm nervous because like I don't know. I was just nervous. It's your
Sure.
favorite. It's like your favorite team like growing up, and they're like on a game, and it's coming down to like the fourth quarter or something like that, and they need this to like win. And it was just like that's just very exciting. I could completely understand why you have an organization and why you have players compete for you and all that sort of stuff, because that was exhilarating.
Yeah, that was an incredible finish. Obviously, hats off to NRG. What a finish to the day. Back-to-back victories. They jumped from 17 points all the way up to 58 in those 2 games and just take over the lobby to finish it out. So what an incredible showing from them. Complexity also showing up really good. I mean, that top 3 is incredibly stacked, and it's crazy to look at that and see our Esports Arena boys sandwiched right in there.
Yeah, I mean, right time, right place, right? I think so is for us when we just happen to see the talent, we happen to understand, you know, the game of Apex because we've been doing it for so long now, and we understand that these 3 guys, they had it, you know, and I think they do have it. And this is them scratching the surface, right? You heard them in the interview talking about how it's just like they kind of just became a team, and they're still figuring it out, but like their chemistry's there. That's only going to keep growing.
Yeah.
You know, and once you start getting that chemistry early on in a team, and then you guys start, you know, investing more in each other's lives, things like that. Like that's when you really start getting, you know, you start playing for the other teammates, not just playing for yourself to win, right? You start playing for your boys to win too. So I thought Esports Arena played at lights out today. They played consistent, which was key, like top 5 most of the time.
And
never won a game.
That's what stood out to me too, because it was something that Verhulst mentioned in the interview specifically, like trying to be consistent, and it's what they've done so far in ALGS Pro League. It's what they did during Season 3 of Series E, and it's what they did today. Yes, they weren't able to grab a victory, but they were very consistently getting into top 5, putting 4, 5, 6 kills up on the board, and it's a reason why, even though they're a squad, you know, one of the few squads in that top 5 that didn't win a game, they jumped up to second place, and they were a threat. Yeah,
and I mean, it's like when you're NRG and you're not in the top, you know, then you have to go for it, right? You have to go for it towards the end there, which they did, and they ended up leapfrogging just so many people because, you know, and so there's 2 different types of play, right? If you're consistently in the top, then great, just try to keep going that hope for the best. Obviously, hope for a win, right?
Sure.
You just need one of those wins. But I feel like the way that Esports Arena's style of play today was exactly what he said, like you mentioned. And then you have the other side of the style of play, which is like, all right, hey, we gotta go all out this game. And when it works, you roll the dice, because everyone that's on the bottom half of the leaderboard has to be thinking that way. And so there's only very few of those that will come out. And then NRG proved it today. Because who was the other one? Complexity.
Complexity in third.
They had their 16 kill game.
Yeah.
I mean, and they leapfrog everyone too. So like when you're on the bottom of the leaderboard, or not really up at the top of the leaderboard, you have to gun for it. And it just kind of shows that it paid off and it worked well for NRG and even Complexity. I mean, getting 3rd place.
And I mean, those are 2 squads that have that name value and that talent level that they can do that, right? Even if, you know, they bomb those first 3 games, you're always going, that sleeping giant's over there. They're going to come back in that second half, and they did exactly that.
Who were you? I guess who should have been up there that wasn't up there, that kind of underperformed today, we think?
Honestly, I feel like actually all the teams that I expected to show up did, at least at certain points. XSET had a really good start to the day. They didn't finish as strong as I would have hoped.
They just had great positioning at the end game there. Always high
Especially
ground.
the first 3 games.
Always high ground. First 3 games, great positioning. I'm just like, man, this is good. They're going to be tough to beat if they keep going this way.
Space Station was up there as well. They looked really good. Liquid, who has been a squad that has felt really up and down over the last couple months, I thought they finished really strong as well. They just didn't quite get as many points, and they were a squad that if they win that last game as opposed to NRG, they're probably in that same position. They probably actually, those extra 3 kill points, they probably win.
It's literally the last 3 minutes of that game, the leaderboard was going like this.
Yeah.
Right? And so I feel like anything could have happened. It's anyone's game at that point. Also, like, I wonder if 100 Thieves vayne was just a little too hyped over his
He's got those nerve blaster
win, and was, you know, just a little too jittery for today or something like that, because he already had the big dub coming in a deal or steal earlier today.
Yeah, sadly you can't come in and take 2. Right?
You
got the victory and deal or steal.
Yeah, come on now.
Wasn't going to happen, but still great showings, and you know, it's my favorite part about the 10K. We talked about it, you know, in the run all the way up to the event. We got some of the best teams in North America showing out, showing up. They did it today. They delivered 6 incredibly entertaining and exciting games, and I just love the fact that we, you know, sometimes you come out to an event like this and you get a TSM or whoever who just They run away at the
Usually
start. You're going
wash
into
it,
game
yep.
6, and there's a 30-point margin. And you're like, there's no way. And it felt like the entire second half, it was like, who's going to do it?
Who
We
could
had the
win?
top 6
Yeah.
always within maybe 10 points of each other at most.
That's the way esports tournaments need to be, especially one that is a battle royale. It's like where it has this RNG. That there's always an opportunity for anybody to really come out and win at this, which is like it's just so exciting. Updates on draft day. Do we know a date for draft day yet?
I believe we do have a
December
date for
1st,
draft
right?
day.
Oh,
Yes.
there we go. That wasn't even cued. That wasn't even cued by me. I was literally just like, oh, you know, we should probably bring up draft day, and then bam. That is awesome. That's, you know.
A+ for production today.
A+.
You guys did a good job.
Nice work. Actually, that production did a fantastic job today.
Crushed
you guys.
it.
You absolutely crushed it. Especially when you're in that room and everyone's screaming.
Mm-hmm.
Can't hear anything, and so then you.
Good job.
Yeah.
Good job, Tyler.
Anything?
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Production crushed it today. Shout out to Jamerson and Vicky as well. It's always a pleasure. We're very blessed to have incredible talent, incredible casters on all the time. Tom, Dia, we look at the Halo talent we
the
get.
excitement of the game. I feel as if, even if you're not listening to every single word they're saying, but it just, when the voice goes up higher, when it's an intense moment, they start talking faster, like casting, I think changes the game and the excitement of it all. Otherwise, it's just kind of like you're just watching people play Apex.
Well, and the best part is they bring that. They can keep you well in tune with the temperature, the mood of the game, but they also bring great insight, great analysis. Both of them know these teams really well. It's difficult. It's not an easy job. It's not.
I might go pro in Apex though.
Okay.
I think after watching everything today, you know, now we got like our own team. Maybe I'll have those guys like coach me a bit, and I think I could go pro.
There's a Tyler Endrich training arc coming, and I'm here for it.
We down for that? Maybe I'll hit up Verholst and Dupe and Skittle Cake. See if I'll just. Who just said no?
That's gonna be.
Did you hear that?
Pack your bags. You're out of here. Awesome day. Draft day coming up. I'm super excited about that. What are you most excited about for draft day?
Man, I like to, you know, we go all out for draft day, right? We try to like just push the limits with our production. We try to push the limits with what we, you know, can show. And this is gonna be the first draft day in our new building.
Yes, it will.
So that'll be a lot of fun. We're gonna use both studios, and I get to wear my blazer again.
The Blazers coming back.
I'm really excited. And our new sponsors as well. And taking the Pringles jersey out and putting an Intel jersey in. I think it's going to be a good time as well. Draft day is always a fun time. You guys have to tune in. We're just getting a little silly, and we like to support all the players that join Series E.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. So as you can see here, December 1st, 4 p.m. Pacific time right here at twitch.tv/esportsarena. We'll be deciding who is going to represent our awesome partners in the next season of Series E Apex Legends. So that's December 1st. Definitely looking forward to that. Even in the lead up, we got some other great stuff going on. Make sure Guilty Gear. We got Series E Guilty Gear going on. If you guys want to get in, qualify for that, head over to matcharena.com/ESA. Okay. I think we know some people that can lab you up in that one as well.
I mean, you know, I'm a gamer.
You're a gamer,
right?
Yeah. How about you trying to get into Pro League?
Yeah, I'll probably make that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll get Tyler in. You guys should do it as well. Challenger Circuit 3 coming up November 18th. To the 22nd, 19th. Sorry, my eyes are not very good. 19th to the 22nd. Registration is open. Events.ea.com/ALGS, or if you just use !challengers in Twitch chat, that's got the link for you. Get out there. You could go and compete with Team Esports Arena if you're playing well.
Well, yeah, and I'll be there, so I'll probably sign a contract with some, you know, big old organization. I mean, I'm going to be hot, you know.
Sure.
It's going to be like a hot commodity.
I mean, you got Verholst, Skittle Cakes, and Duplex coaching you?
Coaching me. I mean, that's...
Stock's going up.
Stock's going way up. By the way, 7 days since Esports Arena's been in first place in the ALGS. 7 days and counting.
Looking pretty good.
It's probably going to at least be 14, right?
I think they have another 2 weeks off, so I think we'll get to maybe even 21 days.
So it might even.
And you know, maybe then they get first place and we just keep it rolling.
21 days since being in first place.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's going to do it for us here, folks. If you guys want to keep up to what's going on here at Esports Arena, esportsarena.com. Follow us on socials. We're at Esports Arena on Twitter and Instagram. We're putting out tons of YouTube content as well, so make sure to check
I'm
that
tweeting
out.
a bunch too, personally.
Yeah, what's your handle on Twitter?
ESA_Tyler.
Okay.
Like, I got some banger tweets. Like, you get like at least 6 likes. I'm not kidding.
Crushing it.
Yeah. You didn't believe me. No,
I believe you.
At least 6.
I believe you.
Every single one of them. I missed a call.
And it is not contractually obligated for me to like your tweets? It is not. It is not. It is not.
It is not. It really is not. But they feel it. It's
Trust
probably-
me. If there's a bad tweet, we're gonna be in Slack flaming Tyler. I guarantee you. If it's bad, we're gonna
carefully.
let him know.
Except one time. Never mind. Anyway,
We won't get into
We're
it.
off
Big
the
thank
rails.
you
Yeah.
to our partners, of course. Intel and Razer coming back. We got Vizio, Nerf, and Excedrin on board. We're super excited to work with them. And it all starts December 1st. We have decided the teams that are going to join. We're getting ready to kick things off. The season is incredibly close. So get ready for that. Tyler, any final words on the day?
No. I think my favorite moment today was when, who's that Duke? Hiding by the stairs.
Yeah.
Ended up killing some, killing some guys, and then ended up squeezing out second place out of that. I mean, I thought that was the funniest thing when he was hiding, and then they ended up finding him. So that was my favorite moment of the day, and that's what I'm going to close with.
Yeah, my favorite was definitely NRG with the back-to-back wins to close it out. Incredible finish. Tons of great games. The hate. No respect. That's going to do it for us, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us here today. For myself, Tyler, the entire live broadcast crew, everybody here at Esports Arena.
Yes,
thank
you all
so much for joining us. We'll see you again soon.